Hello, everyone. I forgot my hat. Who needs a hat? It's Cope Day. Happy Cope Day. Version 2.0. Most of the time when you have a holiday, you have like it on an anniversary, you know. But no, we got a brand new Cope Day. Last Thursday, the debate into Friday, sort of like a 48-hour Cope Day festival. And then we had the weekend. I went and had fun with my family on the weekend. And we're back, baby. Cope Day. Woo! I'm becoming an old man. I'm almost 40. I can't do the high-pitched Ric Flair. Woo! Early stream today. The wins keep coming. Absolutely right. Here we are. We're coping, baby. Enjoy the left-wing cope. Just shave my head? Maybe. It's almost there. Look at that. Went to a concert last night. Saw Tyler Childers. I know. Everyone's going to say, what about that video he has with the two gay minors? I don't care. I still like him. I enjoy his music. And you want to hear something even crazier? I went to the concert with a group of friends that included some gay people who I'm still really good friends with. I don't give a shit. You might think it's a sin, immoral, whatever. Could be true. Whatever. They're good friends of mine. Had a great time at the show. Hope my friends all made it back safely. I think they did. Also, before we get to celebrating Cope Day here, let's talk about a couple things that I have to complain about personally, right? As much as the Democrats and the lefties are hurt today, I'm hurt even more for various things. Two things. One I'm hurt about, I'm a little broke, living a little paycheck to paycheck. That's the nature of drinking too much in college and not getting a job that pays as much as I would like. So, Zen, well said. Did I get my back blown out again? No, it just remains blown out. But thank you for being concerned, Zen. My subscription to X ran out. And I like the subscription to X because I like to put videos that are longer than 2 minutes up there. So the other day, I think it was Thursday when I came up here, I tried to subscribe to X on my computer. And it would not take my banking information. It was accepting it, but it was like asking for an address and it wouldn't let me put it in. So I clicked to purchase and everything and it just wouldn't work. So the next day I tried to upload a video to X and it still hadn't worked. So I subscribed via my phone. And wouldn't you know, they took it out twice. So then after I subscribed my phone, about 4 hours later, they took out from the night before. And so now my bank account's overdrafted, because we had it all figured out. I get paid tomorrow, but I wasn't expecting an extra $110 to come out because it came out from X twice. So then I contact X's community help or whatever, and they claim they're going to get back to me, but I haven't heard anything. So there, boo! That's basically the same as a fascist taking over the country, right? And then the other thing is, I forgot my hat, and it makes it even more evident in the light here. If you can see, look at this crappy, dry skin patch I get right in my forehead. Isn't that crappy? Look at it. It sucks. It's every year around this time. I don't know if it's partial eczema or what. I put stupid lotion on it, and nothing seems to work. So I don't know. I look like a hideous freak. The normal, beautiful, handsome, chisel-featured man that you tune in to see, unfortunately, looks like a freak today. So, here you have it. I had a good weekend. Spent a lot of time in a car, driving up to our friend's place, arguing with folks on X, the usual cohorts. And then I took yesterday off. And I'll be honest with you. Put olive oil on it? Is that the key? I'll be honest with you. I have not read the SCOTUS decision yet. No. Yeah, maybe we'll read it on here live. Not really why I'm here. I mean, we will talk about the SCOTUS decision, but that's the details, the specifics of it. Although important, I think I'm going to focus more on the generalities. But I was busy hanging out with families. Went and saw Tyler Childers, came back, hung out with my wife, my son. It was a pretty good weekend. And then I got my birthday coming up. My birthday is the 4th of July, so that'll be this Thursday. And I will be turning 40. So, hooray for that. Looking forward to it, though. I've had 40 really good years. Looking forward to hopefully the next 40 being even better, which all signs point to yes, because I have a great wife and a great son, and I love life. So, yeah, I mean, there's so much going on. The Fisher decision, the Chevron decision, the immunity decision. I believe red, white, and blue. They're coping over the... I'm not surprised. By the way, publicly, I mentioned to Destiny several times I'd like to come on and talk to him about this. I also privately messaged him, not necessarily about the SCOTUS decision, but just about the election. And I haven't heard anything back. Now I'm sure he's busy. But yeah, they're coping. Of course they're coping. Of course. Yeah, it's getting crazy, Go Rams. Go Rams is my brother in real life. I could verify he likes arguing with people. But you're right, it's been insufferable this week. So today's Canada Day? What the hell is that? Where you celebrate your blackface-ridden prime minister? Is that how it goes? I am a hideous freak, that's true. I thought it was funny, like, I love the people that now just resort, like, when I'll post something on X, the lefties that hate me, they'll be like, yeah, you're fat, you're ugly. It's like, true. Finally some truth from some lefties. I like that. No, Biden doesn't have dementia, you're fat. It's like, you're getting there. You're getting along the, where you need to be, telling the truth. It's okay. It's okay. Body positivity be damned. I don't mind. It's okay. If I could finally bring the left wing to reality, and it takes them insulting me as a fat, balding guy, I'm all for it. If that'll get us into reality, I'm willing to take those slings and arrows. Let's do it. No problem here. So, yeah, the cope continues. It's fantastic. The cope. Oh, Tengo, 39 months. Can you imagine pissing your money away for 39 months to watch some bald, fat, hairy guy? Thank you, Tengo. Always appreciate it, man. Really appreciate it. Siswe Puede says, so Biden orders the Department of Education to just wipe all student loan debt. He'd be okay to do it since that's an official act. Now, we'll talk about this. It's a fair question. I'm going to try to, turning 40, trying to be a little more calm in my old age. So I'm going to try to reject my worst impulses and just correctly calling out the 98% of left-wing losers that come onto my channel that are just really partisan hacks, because there is a possibility of the 2% that aren't. Obviously, I'm being hyperbolic with those percentages. So we'll try to take questions in good faith. But let me give you some precursors before we do this. One, I've already admitted that I've not read the SCOTUS decision. I've thumbed through it. I've thumbed through it. I've thumbed through the dissent. And I've read people that are both left-wing and right-wing who agree with the decision and disagree with the decision. But I have not myself read through it. And so please take anything I say with the SCOTUS decision on it with a grain of salt. Because there is a chance when I finally get some downtime, and sit down and read it myself, perhaps there'll be some slight adjustments in what I say. So I welcome anyone to correct anything I say that if they think it's wrong. But that's where I'm at. I more am concerned with the reaction to the decision than what the decision specifically says. I'd love to debate Vosh at some point. Though I don't know. Yeah, at this point I'd debate Vosh. For a while I didn't want to debate Vosh because I wanted him to stew in the... I didn't want to take the attention off of his interesting videos that he accidentally showed on his screen. I thought he deserved to stew in that a little. But I digress. So yeah, like the reactions, that sort of stuff. The same people that have screamed about norms and democracy today saying it's time to pack the Supreme Court and order Team 6 to go after Trump. All it takes is one court decision they don't like, and all of a sudden, all that norms and democracy out the window. Thanks so much, Progressive Victory, for $4.99. My goodness, am I now officially paid by Progressive Victory? Do I now have to announce it? Thank you, though. If it's just for the joke, I'll still take it. I'll take your money. I'm no better than Conor. Progressive Victory's paying me as well. Siswe Pet, I hope, Siswe Puede, I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly. Absolutely true, right? I think it's important to take out the analysis of the specific people. Now, let's first start. Let's start. I'm a stream of consciousness always, so let's roll with it. Oh, one last thing I'll say. This is probably going to be a long stream because I believe at 10 p.m., I'm supposed to join Aircraft Sparky on his show. Now, there's two options I have for that. I believe he streams to Twitch. So I will either stop my stream on Twitch and just raid him, or what's most likely is I'll just keep streaming and then raid him when I'm done. So look forward to that. That'll be fun. Aircraft Sparky's always good. I encourage you to stick around until 10 p.m. Eastern time, and then I'll be streaming with him maybe for an hour, half hour, so hopefully get to bed at a reasonable hour. Little tired. Haven't been at a concert. Vosh didn't do very well against Dave Smith. Cool. I'll have to check that out. So, anywho, now that we've gotten that out of the way. Yeah, let's talk about it. Now, anyone who's followed me for a long time knows that I believe that the largest issue in our country today is sort of corruption. I basically believe that there is I don't want what you are to use. There is a group of people that see themselves as beyond the average person, many of whom are not elected, who really run this country, and they don't care about the regular person's views. They don't care about me as a rural conservative. They don't care about a liberal or progressive that lives in the inner city. They just don't give a shit. They'll pretend to care, but they don't. And they run things from behind the scenes. I think that's even more vindicated this week as you see that Joe Biden, as we've known, as followers of this show have known, and anyone who's remotely objective that's been paying attention knows, Joe Biden's clearly not there. He's clearly not there. His administration's clearly running the show. It's evident to anyone who's remotely paying attention, which furthers what I've been saying all along, that your vote doesn't matter. It's all these people in the bureaucratic state that are actually running the show, which you don't get a vote on. That's the way it works. Given that, then, if you're intelligent, you might take what si se puede says here. Like, okay, but then isn't a court decision that basically gives total immunity to the president? Isn't that sort of antithetical to someone like me who would like to see these corrupt people held accountable? In theory, yes. Like, at face value, it does look that way. Now, one thing I'll have to say, though, is as extreme as I might be, and I am extreme in some views. For example, I'll admit that my view that the FBI should be disbanded is seen as an extremist view. I think it's perfectly reasonable. I think that it's evident that the FBI is a political tool designed to go after people that they view as opponents of them and the people that they work for maintaining power. And I think the agency is beyond salvaging, and that there should be not only the disbanding of it, but investigations and transparency to the American people about what they've been up to. And people should be held criminally accountable if they've committed crimes while at the FBI. I think that that's all very reasonable, but I understand that that puts me in the minority of people. However, as extreme as that view may be, I also understand that there are certain things that, even though I might not like, have to exist. For example, the president does have to be above the law to some degree. And I know people aren't going to want to hear that. I don't think that it will be healthy to our system to have any single decision that a president makes be held to the same account as any other American. For example, the president has pardon powers. If a local, right, if someone else who was in a position of authority decided that I'm just going to not charge this person that obviously committed crimes just because, that's probably not a good thing. Believe it or not, it's probably a good thing that Barack Obama wasn't criminally charged with drone striking an American citizen. I think that he should be able to face political consequences for that. Let's do an even better example. If a president orders an airstrike on what he thinks he has reason to believe is a terrorist target and it kills innocent people, should he be held criminally accountable for the killing of those innocent people? There are people that say yes. I don't think so, though. I just don't. Now, if a police force orders the bombing of a home to kill some drug dealer and it kills innocent people, should they be held criminally accountable? Yes. And just kidding, it's fair. It's not that the president's above the law, it's they have to be held accountable by a separate branch, the legislative branch. That's a fair way of putting it. We already have a process for presidents being held accountable, which is they're checked by the legislative branch. That's what impeachment's about. They can be impeached in the House and then tried and convicted in the Senate. So let's go with your first example here. Si se puede says it would allow Biden to just go buck wild at this point forward. He said something specifically before that. So if Biden orders the Department of Education to just wipe out all student loan debt, he'd be okay since that's an official act. No. Let me turn the question to you. Si se puede, do you think if Biden ordered that he should be held criminally accountable? Should Biden go to prison because he ordered student loan debt erased? That's the question. You're phrasing the question incorrectly. Biden could still be held accountable for erasing student loan debt. And the way he's held accountable is the Supreme Court says you can't do that. That's not within your constitutional powers. No one that I'm aware of, I certainly haven't, as much as I despise Biden for what I think is that unconstitutional order and antithetical to what the Supreme Court said, I didn't suggest throwing Biden in prison because of it. You think that Biden should go to prison because of that. I disagree. But that's fair. I'll say this, like most things, even though I'd have significant disagreements, as long as you apply an equal standard, I'm fine with it. So if your argument is that the trial of Donald Trump, as far as the alternate electors business and the January 6th business, should go forward, but you also believe that Joe Biden should be in prison because he forgave student loans, I would say I disagree with you on that, but at least that's a consistent position. I don't think most people are advocating that. I don't think anyone's, in fact, I could be wrong, but you could probably point to many instances where presidents have issued executive orders that the Supreme Court later overturned, and I don't remember ever a credible discussion from anyone with any amount of credibility suggesting, the Supreme Court overruled that, therefore the president now goes to prison. I don't recall that discussion ever happening. I didn't recall it happening under Bush or under Clinton or under Obama, ever. I don't think that would be good for the country. If Congress is overruled, if they pass a law and the Supreme Court says, no, that law is unconstitutional, well, then everyone who signed it goes to prison. If the president issues an executive order that the Supreme Court says, no, that's unlawful, well, then the president goes to prison. I think that clearly sets a precedent that would mean every single executive action would result in the party not of that executive, if they get any overturning of any part of that in court saying, okay, now we need a criminal trial to go after that president. You could literally be looking at a situation where there could be dozens upon dozens of criminal trials for presidents while, there's still the idea of, can you prosecute them while they're in office? But as soon as they leave office, it wouldn't matter if it means prison. It would be a criminal trial. That's what you're suggesting. That's what I'm saying, si se puede. If I violate, that's why people like the executive, it is different. The president does have a different ability. And no, they can't just be criminally held accountable. Does anyone else believe that? I'm willing to listen. Does anyone else here believe that if the Supreme Court overturns any part of an executive action, that the president, and presumably then everyone involved in that executive action, should face a criminal trial? Does anyone believe that, other than si se puede here? I don't believe that. I would be interested. I would guess that 98% of people don't believe that. Right. It's sort of the extension of the principle of qualified immunity. Them saying you can't do X and the president doing anyways could result in impeachment. That's what it should result in. But I personally would not be in favor of criminally prosecuting Biden for forgiving student loans. I'm not in favor of that. I've never suggested that. I think that Congress should hold him accountable. And the Supreme Court should again smack him down. What is the enforcement mechanism of the Supreme Court? This has always been a question. Yes, SCOTUS or the executive branch can just ignore rulings. The branch that enforces the rulings is the legislative. That's who holds the executive accountable. That's the way it's intended. We don't want a system where we have literally any district attorney in this country, as soon as a president's out of office, saying, I'm bringing 30 cases against the former president because I thought that this law was unconstitutional, or this executive action was unconstitutional. I thought that this executive action was unconstitutional. I thought that this executive action was unconstitutional. The courts would literally be clogged up. And it wouldn't just be the president. It would be everyone in the executive branch that would follow through with that. I just don't think that it's workable. I don't. So no, I don't think that your point that's like, oh, well, this says that Joe Biden can now just do whatever he wants. Well, no. It's not that at all. So I hope that answers your point of, does that mean that Joe Biden could forgive all student loans and that no problem? No, I don't think that. I think that the court could overrule that. Joe Biden could continue to say, if the court says again, no, you can't forgive student loans, I'm going to do that. And at some point, it's up to the legislator to say, you can't do that, we're impeaching you. And it's not a perfect system, obviously. But is it better than the alternative? Because the alternative, if you put yourself in my perspective, is someone who wants an outsider to be president, right? Like a Donald Trump, or even like an RFK, if you're more of a lefty. What will happen will be, you have all of these left-wing juries in D.C. where these cases would be brought, all of these left-wing prosecutors that are willing, they don't give a shit, they're willing to do whatever, as we could see with them going after Trump. And all of these judges that would just constantly be like, yep, guilty, 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 guilty. And it would literally mean that anyone who is outside of the system would be perpetually bogged down in criminal investigations as soon as they left office. And maybe they would argue during their time in office. Which would mean that effectively you would be able to stymie any people outside of the mainstream, the establishment. No, I don't think Merchant will back down at all. That's right, just kidding, says, the majority's opinion hypothetical was one attorney general with one bad judge could have an injunction against the president indefinitely. That's the alternative. Yes, you could come up with, but what if an executive just keeps saying, no, I won't listen to the court. No, I won't listen to the court. Well, then it's up to the legislator to do something about it. But what if the legislator doesn't? Then I guess it's up to the American people to try to force a change in the legislator and the executive via voting. But voting's not always perfect. Agreed. But what's the alternative? If you're a right-winger, do you want a system where one Fannie Willis could be like, that's it. As soon as Trump's out of office, we'll prosecute him for 50 executive orders that he had. Is that what you want? That's right, Cryborn. So let's get further. Now, again, I've just thumbed through the decision. Someone explain to me if they think this is an inaccurate. This is a gross oversimplification, obviously. I'm not a lawyer. I've only thumbed through the decision. But my reading of it in thumbing through is this. There are official duties of the President of the United States, and the President has absolute immunity for those duties, such as pardoning power. Let's say Joe Biden pardons Hunter Biden. And let's say you have 100% proof that the reason that Joe Biden pardoned Hunter Biden is he's afraid that if Hunter goes to prison, he'll try to cut a deal to throw Joe Biden under the bus. In other words, Hunter tells his dad, if I spend one day in prison, I'm going to rat you out. And we have an audio tape of that. And Joe pardons Hunter. You cannot criminally prosecute Joe Biden for that pardon. You can't, because that's an official duty, pardoning powers. Now, you might hate that if you're a Republican, but that's what the court said, and it makes sense. My gut feeling is I did not want the courts to say that presidents have total immunity. And I don't think they said that. They said when it comes to official duties, the president has total immunity. When it comes to unofficial, there is no immunity. So the president, during his time in office, kills a hooker. He does not have immunity. No immunity whatsoever, even though he's president. Which is the way it should be. You should not have immunity for that. So I'm glad that the court didn't cross that bridge. That would have been insane. Then there's a third category. And the third category is like things that fall sort of in between that. Things that are arguably the duty of the president, but arguably not. Arguably goes outside of those bounds. And what the court seemed to suggest is the presumption of immunity stands with the president. In other words, with any act like that, that's arguably an act within the bounds of what the president's duties are, we presume immunity. Unless the courts can, or the prosecutors, the burden is on them to prove that the charging would not affect with a president's official duties. So in other words, you could argue hypothetically in this Trump case, Trump has every right as part of his official duties to make sure that sort of the electoral process goes fairly and smoothly in this country. However, it is outside the scope of those official duties for him to suggest alternate electors. And I believe, if I'm reading this correctly, this is what Amy Coney Barrett herself says in her concurrent decision. She says, actually, though, I think Trump was outside the scope of his official duties to promote these alternate electors. In that case, he would still be able to be tried. That would mean the burden has been shifted. Is what does anyone disagree? Is there a lawyer out there that's watching? Does anyone disagree? That's basically what was said. I'm willing to hear. Again, I did not sit there and read every line of the decision in the defense. Does anyone, regardless if you're a novice or not, does anyone disagree that's looked into this, that this is basically what's happened? For official duties like pardoning, absolute immunity. For unofficial duties, no immunity. Then there's this middle ground. We'll presume immunity. However, if the courts argue that there was something outside the scope of the official duty that wouldn't, and the charging wouldn't affect the official duties of a president, then they could charge it. Pisco, if Pisco here, he's welcome to come on if he wants to tell me that he disagrees with it. I didn't see him in the chat, though. I don't think he's banned. Yeah, we'll talk about the packing the courts, So that means all of the wailing and gnashing of the teeth. Oh my God, this is terrible. Yeah, like I said, I offered to talk to Destiny. I'd talk to him now if he wants. I don't care. I sent a private message. He didn't respond. I publicly said I'd like to debate him. Said I would debate him on Tim Pool's show. I'll debate him on his show. Now, having said that, I understand he's probably busy, but anytime he'd like to and then I'm free, I'd absolutely debate him. Pisco annoys the shit out of me, but I still wish him well. I guess that's all I'll say for now. Anyways. That's what it seems to... So, the Trump people that are celebrating like, yay, all the cases will be dropped. Maybe. But I don't read it exactly as that. I read it as, okay, now it's up to Jack Smith and Judge Chutkin that's looking at this to come to a decision that actually even though the presumption of immunity exists with Trump, are each of these charges that could be claimed to be outside the scope of his duties and be charged that wouldn't affect a presidential duty? Well, that's difficult. How would you get into this? Of course, it's not going to be perfect, but this is sort of the spirit of the ruling that I was hoping to see. And I'm interested to hear all of the Trump haters' take on exactly what portion of that they disagree with. For example, are all the people out there right now saying this is the end of democracy, do they feel that official duties from the president should not have immunity? Do they feel that? Do they think that Barack Obama should be charged with the murder of an American citizen that was droned? Is that an argument they've made? Do they think Joe Biden should be charged if he orders the discharging of student loans and it's ruled unconstitutional? Serious question. I would suggest that much like myself, they would say no. I hear you, 2024. I mean, let's not forget, and I was reading this today, one of the worst court decisions ever, Korematsu, which allowed, I think it was FDR, to intern Japanese Americans. Literally, if you committed no crime, but happened to be Japanese, of Japanese descent, and was an American citizen, you could be jailed preemptively because of the war. FDR did not go to prison for that. That's more heinous than any hypothetical son's executing your opponent that I've heard. And I didn't recall lefties for the past 70 years saying the New Deal founder, left-wing hero FDR, it's a travesty of justice he wasn't imprisoned. I don't recall that argument. I didn't hear it. That's what I'm saying, just kidding. I understand wanting people to be held accountable and saying, yeah, I think Barack Obama should be charged with the droning of an American citizen. I think that Joe Biden should be charged with illegally trying to discharge student loans, etc. I understand that, and I share the opinion. I would like to see more politicians held accountable. I just think that it would get so crazy if we allow the official duties, like cut and dry official duties of the United States, like war crimes. Oh, Joe Biden ordered the bombing of ISIS-K. Remember that in Afghanistan? And they bombed children. Okay, Joe Biden goes to prison. Some attorney general in Alabama says, yep, we're trying you. Thank you, 2024. Super chat, $2. Fisher vs. U.S. and Biden disaster last week. January 6th equal free. Yep. Again, I think the way that he gets punished is through the legislator. So, serious question I have. Do they disagree on, do they think that official actions should have immunity or not? Do they think unofficial actions should have immunity? Presumably no. Presumably they agree with that part. If the president kills a hooker, yeah, he should be jailed. I think we all agree with that. And then the third part is, where I assume where they'll say they disagree is, there shouldn't be a presumption of immunity of acts that could be deemed somewhere in between. Now, that's, even if they disagree with that part, doesn't that seem to be a far cry from what the left is saying today? Oh my God, it's the end of the country. Trump is now emperor king. Excuse me? That's not true, Puede. I completely disagree. I do not think most lefties will say he should be charged. If that's the case, then why haven't the more progressive Democrats ever suggested that? I never hear that from anyone. There might be those like Jimmy Dore that would suggest that might be the case. But I certainly haven't heard rank and file Democrats suggest that. The stuff that he did with his son wasn't while he was president. And he could be charged with that. But he wasn't president when he was... Hunter was the bag man. And even if he was president, those would be outside the scope of official duties. For example, if Joe Biden takes a bribe to fire a prosecutor in another country to help his son, that's outside the scope of his official duties, clearly. So that's my understanding of the ruling. Again, any lefty wants to come on, any lawyer wants to come on, willing to go through it. I'm fully admitting I haven't read the entire decision, but that's my initial take on it. And I don't think that that's unreasonable. I think that it kind of threads a needle in a way that it's not going to be perfect, but it is what the spirit of what I wanted. Because I have said, anyone who's watched me could see, what have I said over and over about this potential case? I said, I don't want them to rule that a president has total immunity. I don't. I've said that consistently. I still don't want that. At all. I think it's terrible. The idea that a president can never be criminally charged with anything. I think that's terrible. The question is, but I also don't think that we should have a system where just because you have political disagreements, that you say, we can charge any action that the president takes, we could charge them for if we think that it's unlawful. I think that's a terrible precedent because it will literally just result, and it'll only work, again, we talk about the difference oftentimes between lefties and righties on the average, which is that righties aren't as vindictive as lefties. So you could get a fair trial with 12 right-wingers. But if you get 12 people and your name's Donald Trump that are left-wingers, they're going to be like, screw it, lock them away, throw away the key. Facts be damned. We don't give a shit. Is that what we want? You might say, well, Donald Trump, maybe you're a right-winger and you don't like Trump. Fair enough. You don't think they'd do this to DeSantis? Oh, it was unlawful for DeSantis to go after Disney like that. So some attorney general, left-wing attorney general out of Jacksonville decides he's going to charge DeSantis, assuming DeSantis would become president. You don't think that shit would happen? Oh, DeSantis declared an emergency at the border and used executive funds to help build a wall. We think that's illegal. Is that what we want? No, I think that, and please don't misunderstand. It's not just Trump. That's not how this would be applied. So given that, I didn't want total immunity, but I also understood that I didn't want any little action the president took to be possibly investigated. What I wanted was, and it's sort of in the spirit of what I've said over and over. How many times have people heard me talk about Russiagate and sort of the FISA warrants? And I would say this, I think the threshold to get a FISA warrant on an American citizen should be incredibly high. It should. To violate your right to privacy, your Fourth Amendment rights, accusing you of being a spy for a hostile foreign entity, I think that the threshold should be very high before a FISA warrant's allowed to be gotten against you, an American citizen, to spy on you. However, it should be even higher to get a FISA warrant on a presidential campaign or a presidential administration. It should be even higher. But Rob, shouldn't the law be applied equally? Yes, in theory. But I also understand practically the implications of sort of, what's the word I'm looking for? Incentivizing, weaponizing law enforcement and intel agencies to go after political opponents. I don't know that Ontario is entirely a 1512. I thought there was other things with him as well. I could be wrong. So given that, I wanted something that was sort of in between that said, okay, we'll allow some charging of presidents for some things, but in general, the bar has to be very high. How do you say that? How do you say that? How do you codify in law? We're looking at the Constitution and we think the bar should be very high. So here's where the bar should be. And I think they did a pretty good job. Completely official acts, immunity. Unofficial acts, no immunity. Now, in between here, the presumption of immunity, however, we do allow for potential criminal charges, but the threshold will be high. Maybe I'll jump on Wick's show again. I don't know. We'll see. C. Se Puede says, hypothetical, January, Biden says his own electors for certification. Do I think it's an official act? I would think it's somewhere in between. It has to do with official acts of sort of ensuring the election process goes through fairly, which a president does have a say in. So just like with Trump, it's not an official act that has guaranteed immunity. It's one of those in between. No, I would not be in favor of charging Biden criminally with that. I think that if Biden does that, let's say the exact inverse of 2020 happens, right? Let's say that Biden loses, but says, I think I was cheated. I think there was election malfeasance. And the courts say, nope, we're refusing to hear any of this because of standing, or we're just not going to hear it. We're not going to hear it. And Biden seems frustrated and thinks like, well, no, we're pretty sure there was wrongdoing here. So in these 3 states, we're going to have an alternate slate of electors, right? And let's say it goes even further. Vice President Harris certifies those alternate electors. What do you think the process would be? Say, what would happen? What do you think would happen? Anyone? Can anyone tell me what would happen? Kamala Harris says, I'll take the alternate electors. Then what happens? Is that it? Biden wins? Game over? No, it goes to the courts. It's going to go to the Supreme Court. Like, quickly would go to the Supreme Court. And if there was cheating and it could be proven to the Supreme Court, then Biden had a point. But if there wasn't, the courts would say, no. These alternate electors are not legitimate. Therefore, we certify the original slate of electors. That's it. Biden loses. It's a legal challenge. Very similar to Bush v. Gore. No, I would not think that Joe Biden should go to prison for that legal challenge of alternate electors. I also do not think that it would be this nefarious thing like, oh, well, but because Biden suggested alternate electors, my God, it was confusing. Kamala Harris had no way of knowing which were the original electors versus which were the alternate. Bullshit. She would know. It has nothing to do with subverting the will of the people. Biden would argue, I'm not subverting the will of the people. I think there was cheating. I think the will of the people was that I won and there was cheating, and the courts weren't hearing this because there wasn't standing. And so the last chance we had to force the courts to hear this was to have alternate electors. There's precedent of this. What was it? The 1960 election where Hawaii had 2 slates of electors, right? And the reason they allowed the second slate of electors was there was going to be a recount that occurred, and they didn't want it to be certified that Hawaii went towards, who was it, Nixon? JFK won, so whoever JFK's opponent was. They didn't want Hawaii to officially go for them because that's what the actual electors said when there was still a recount. But the time was coming up where they had to vote on the electors, so they had an alternate slate. Then, of course, the recount came that JFK won. So if they didn't have those alternate electors, it's entirely possible that the election would have been certified with Hawaii going to JFK's opponent, i.e. the will of the people would have been subverted. Now, it's true that JFK would have still won the election, but the will of the people of Hawaii, their votes would have went to JFK's opponent. So JFK's team would argue, and the Democrats in Hawaii would argue, no, we're not subverting the will of the electors. We're presenting these alternate slate as a mechanism to legally ensure that the will of the voters is actually enforced. Can I do a stream announcement on YouTube? What do you mean? I'm not sure what you mean. You want me to announce my own stream or someone else's? So no. Now, do I think it would be shitty? I argued, and I'm in a minority on this. I sort of agree with Mike Pence. I think that it was a shame that courts were unwilling to look at evidence of voter irregularities in 2020. I think that sucks. But I completely understand Mike Pence presumably is hearing from Trump like, but trust me, there was shitty stuff. And maybe he says, yeah, my gut feeling says yes. But I don't think it's okay for me to be like, yeah, I'm going to hold this up on my own. I actually don't mind that Mike Pence went ahead and told Trump no. And I know that pisses off a lot of Trump supporters, but that's my feelings. And I would think it would be shitty for Kamala Harris to do that. And I said it at the time. I said I would have been hopping mad if Vice President Joe Biden would have said, nope, I'm not going to certify the electors in the 2016 election. But I don't think that Biden and Trump and Obama should have went to prison. And I've never argued that. Now, I don't like Pence for various reasons. But that's what I have been consistent on this throughout. The idea that people like Destiny are out there and all of these left-wingers that like Trump suggested these alternate electors and they lied. They pretended they were the real electors. But there's no harm in the lie. They could have pretended they won the world's strongest man competition. Mike Pence knew who the legitimate electors were and who the alternate were. Hell, in places like Arizona, the alternate electors literally put out press statements explaining exactly who they are and why they were doing it. It was public knowledge. It was an attempted legal challenge that was easily waved away by Mike Pence, and had it not been, would have been easily waved away by the Supreme Court in the matter of weeks. That's it. Everyone knows it. The idea, had Mike Pence accepted the alternate electors, well, that's it, Donald Trump wins, is ridiculous. Compare that to the legal shit that Trump went through after winning the 2016 election. Hillary Clinton's team paying for disinformation, opposition research, sourced by a suspected Russian spy, given to the FBI, that the FBI then used to spy on the Trump campaign and Trump administration. Largely, that story concocted by Hillary Clinton, then resulting in Trump being pissed at James Comey, letting James Comey go. Leaks to the press, both legal and illegal, coming from intel agencies that made the American people think that Donald Trump was a suspected Russian agent. In 2018, a YouGov poll showed that 2/3 of Democratic voters thought that Russia hacked voting tallies. 2/3 of Democrats thought that Russia changed voting tallies to steal the election for Donald Trump. 4 fucking years, the biggest story in this country was that Trump was a potential Russian asset. Shit, some of them still say it. Hillary Clinton, despite conceding, proceeded to lie about the financing of the Steele dossier, her and the DNC and her team, and continued to say that the election was stolen from her, despite the fact she conceded. Now, what was more damaging was Trump's alternate electors schemes, and hell, even the actions of January 6th. How much did that stymie the Biden administration? Not only did it not hurt the Biden administration, it probably massively helped them, because it allowed them to paint their opposition and Trump voters as extremist terrorists, to go after them using the intel agencies and law, and to sort of have a bully pulpit that allowed his administration to start with a springboard. Now, how did the actions of Hillary Clinton and Obama's FBI negatively affect Trump? Probably cost the Republicans the 2018 election, because the Russia story was the biggest story in the country then. That, combined with much else that was coming from the intelligence agencies, like denying the Hunter Biden laptop story, censorship of all sorts of issues on social media, probably cost Trump the 2020 election. There's no doubt that that subversion of democracy, the coup that the FBI, using opposition research, paid for Hillary Clinton, had far more negative effect on the Trump administration than the alternate electors had on the Biden administration. Yet the left didn't give a shit. They didn't care. Now, going forward with this court decision today, you see all this hyperbole from the left. Where are we today that's different than where we were 12 months ago regarding presidential immunity? Barack Obama never been convicted, never been charged with the murder of an American citizen via drone strike. By the way, statute of limitations doesn't run out in murder. Haven't heard clamoring for Democrats about it. Presumably because, well, it's regrettable, but it was in the office of his official duties. Sometimes bad things happen. Maybe that dude was a bad guy and a terrorist. We don't know. So we're not going to punish, legally hold accountable presidents for that sort of stuff. In other words, what they're saying is Yes, it would be illegal for me to order an assassination of a person. Absolutely. Everyone agrees with that. As well it should be. But it's not quite that simple with the president. Maybe assassinating your political opponent's one thing. But assassinating someone that you think is a terrorist that's on foreign soil that happens to be an American, that's different. Yeah, he was U.S. born. He wasn't the official target. That may be true. But they haven't called for it. Yeah, well, I hear you, 2024. You're MAGA 2024 because how far and fast the government can monitor everything. Correct. Because of corruption, as you should be. That's why I am MAGA 2024. So that's not changed. We're in the same position with Obama. Much like presumably with Obama, had Obama killed a hooker, he would have been charged. If Trump had killed a hooker, he could be charged. If Biden did that, he could be charged. Same place we were. So where are we really that's different? Well, the only thing that's different is the lawfare against Donald Trump that is now being used as their biggest hope to win the 2024 election, because the American people are waking up to the fact of not only how bad the Biden administration itself is, not only how corrupt the Biden administration is, but how incompetent, and it's basically ran by a human vegetable, and that the entire Biden administration and media have lied to us for 4 years. Their biggest hope lies with locking up their political opponent. The reason that Democrats are infuriated today isn't because they're looking at the decision and reading it accurately. They're infuriated because they think it harms their chances to lock up Donald Trump and to help them win the 2024 election. That's why they're pissed. That's what changed. That's it. Steve Bannon will still be locked up. Correct. This decision does nothing to change that. That's all this is. That's all it is. I'll guarantee you, guaranteed, that if Trump went to jail, and then for whatever reason they send Trump to jail and the Republicans decide, actually now we're going to put Ron DeSantis, and DeSantis wins in 2024, and this first thing DeSantis does is say, we're criminally charging Barack Obama for the murder of Al-Awlaki. I'll guarantee Democrats wouldn't be saying, thank God, finally, because no one's above the law. It would be a shame to have a dictatorship and presidents that could order the assassination that results in the death of Americans. That would be a shame. I guarantee they wouldn't be saying that. They wouldn't. Or if some crime came out of Joe Biden and DeSantis said, we're going to criminally go after this, do you think they'd be saying, thank God, no one's above the law? Of course not. Everyone knows it. Everyone knows it. Now, as we move on to this next point, although it can be true that even people that you disagree with in no bad faith sometimes could say things that are truthful, or sometimes that could say things that are accurate. After all, the boy that cried wolf eventually was right that there was a wolf crying, but you're right to not trust them on their word alone. I've said this for years about the FBI. If the FBI comes out and says, we arrested this drug cartel member in Texas, that doesn't mean, oh, they definitely didn't. Everything they said's a lie. What it means is, I don't believe them unless I see proof beyond a reasonable doubt, because they've lied to me so many times. Or they've exhibited being bad faith or corrupt or partisan. But it doesn't mean everything. CNN's bullshit, right? But if CNN says the GDP last year was 2.3, it doesn't mean they're automatically wrong. You could look it up and say, no, they were right. It was 2.3. Or, 2.3% increase, So, are there left-wingers that are reading this case and know more about it than me because they're lawyers or something? Could be true. But as you see them freaking out saying this is the end of democracy, this is the end of the country, and a bunch of other stuff that we're about to get here, I want you to keep this in mind. 98 to 99% of those people that you'll see out there, whether it be streamers that you've seen me deal with like Destiny, Pisco, whether it be pundits that you've seen, like Van Jones or Rachel Maddow or Joe Scarborough, whether it be lawyers or law professors like Lawrence Tribe, 98 to 99% of them told you for 4 years there was nothing mentally wrong with Joe Biden, or very little wrong with him. I want to repeat that. They told you that what you saw with your own eyes, almost on a daily basis of Joe Biden, that he had significant cognitive decline that would impact his ability to successfully be president. They told you were wrong. They lied. I agree with that, just kidding, by the way. That is a criticism. What does that 3 categories mean? They lied. And I told you Thursday and Friday when I streamed, I said, the most important thing to take from that debate performance is this. Those people are willing to lie to you about anything. When they're telling you that January 6th was an insurrection, they're full of shit. When they're telling you it was almost the overthrow of the government, they're full of shit. If they're willing to lie to you about something so obvious, Joe Biden's mental decline, his cognitive decline, and the reason they're willing to lie to you is to maintain power, do you think that they're not willing to do the same thing on this court decision? Yeah, we can do that later, Odyssey. Remind me. That's the truth. So when you see in unison on places like X, all of the aforementioned groups, the pundits, the streamers, the left-wing lawyers, when you see them, oh my God, what a dark day. This makes Trump emperor king. They're full of, they have every incentive to lie about that. They have every incentive to shape the narrative to their voters. Now you have to vote for Biden, even though he's a human vegetable, because if you vote for Trump, my God, he'll be emperor king for life. There'll be no holding him accountable for anything ever. It's bullshit. Absolute garbage. Now, having said that, what's the immediate reaction been? As always with the left wing, the same left wing that when Trump won in 2016 fucking rioted. And the Democrats and the left wing people that weren't rioting were like, woo. And we saw them beating the shit out of conservatives when someone like Ben Shapiro tried to speak on campus, or Caitlin Bennett tried to speak on campus, or Milo Yiannopoulos, or Gavin McInnes. All these campus, or their, Riley Gaines, right? Where they locked her in a room and basically held her hostage. All these examples of left-wing example after example after example after example after example after example of political violence. Didn't say shit about her. It wasn't a big deal. Then when the right engages in one act, oh my God, it's the end of the world. They said it wasn't a big deal. They don't give a shit. They do not feel that the standards that they suggest for you should apply to them, because they feel they are morally superior to you and they know better than you. Therefore, the rules should only apply to you. So, we've been told the problem by these people with Donald Trump is he is a threat to our norms and to democracy. That's what we're told. That's why you have to reject Donald Trump. He is authoritarian. He is a threat to our norms. He is a threat to our democracy. That's what we're told. So what's the very first things they do when they hear this court case? They become hyperbolic and say that it means that Trump is God Emperor. And then they say, Biden should order the assassination of Trump. Or Biden should order the jailing of Trump immediately. Throw him in Guantanamo. Or we should pack the Supreme Court. That's what they did. The same people that just spent all election season saying you have to vote against Trump because of democracy and norms, their very first impulse is lock Trump up immediately. Or worse, go after him permanently. Pack the Supreme Court. As if that's not more of a threat to norms and democracy. That's their immediate reaction. Immediate. Now let me steelman their position. Are some of the people talking about send SEAL Team 6 after Trump speaking hyperbolic to illustrate what they think is the absurdity of this case? Of course. Would they be as charitable to you? Well, I could already prove not. For example, one of the things I said all the time, and we'll talk more about this in a moment, was that the left would go absolutely fucking insane if Trump got opposition research on his opponent, sourced by a Russian spy or a suspected Russian spy, gave it to his FBI, who then didn't verify it, and used it to get illegal FISA warrants to spy on Trump's opponent. The Democrats would go fucking nuts. Rightfully so, by the way. They would be right to do so. It would be outrageous for Trump to do that. That's exactly what the Obama administration did, using opposition research from Hillary Clinton. Exactly. Now, let's single one person out, particularly. Let's single Pisco out. Pisco says about all that, yeah, that's bad. It's regrettable. That's what he said about the FBI using opposition research to illegally spy on a presidential campaign and administration. He says it's regrettable. To which my response is, I don't owe Pisco an answer when he says, I demand that you condemn the idea of Trump doing the same. Which he would ask me that all the time. Will you right now say you would be opposed to Trump saying that? Now, I'll tell you all, yes, I would be opposed to Trump doing that. But I don't know Pisco that answer. Fuck him. Because he basically could have gave two shits less when the Democrats did it to the Republicans. So when I say over and over, hey, should be reciprocal treatment, Pisco goes, oh, look, Rob's calling for the illegal spying on of Trump's opponents. Notice how they're not charitable. Notice? Do you think Rachel Maddow or Harry Sisson or insert Lawrence Tribe or AOC, if there were thousands of Trump supporters out there saying towards the end of Trump's administration, Trump should order the assassination of Joe Biden? He should do that. Do you think they would say, oh, it's clearly a joke, they're just mocking, this ruling? Well, if presidents are allowed to do X, then Trump should order the assassination. Do you think that's how they would they be that charitable? Well, let's find out. It's just a joke, right? Remember when Trump was frustrated by the fact that the FBI didn't hold Hillary's team accountable when they deleted subpoenaed evidence? And so on a national televised speech, he said, I guess if we ever want to see what was in those deleted emails, we'll have to ask Russia. Because the joke was that Russia no doubt had hacked Hillary's server. Remember that? And almost every Democrat pretended to not understand that was a joke. They cited it in court cases. Oh, see? Look there, Trump publicly asked Russia to hack the election. Publicly. It was literally cited in court cases. Democrats still to this day said Trump asked Russia to hack Hillary's emails. He asked them. It was an obvious joke. Everyone who's being remotely honest understands it was an obvious joke. And yet, they said, no, it's not a joke. That's serious. Okay. My standard would be to say, I understand that's a joke. And then when someone like Wick says, geez, maybe Biden should send SEAL Team 6 after Trump, I understand. He's not literally suggesting that. I know Wick well enough to know clearly he's not suggesting that. But that's not the standard that should matter. Why should my standard matter? I'm just some redneck streaming on to 100 people. I have no real power. No, the Democrats that were in positions of power and most of their supporters said, that's the standard. We don't understand jokes. We don't understand hyperbole. We don't understand it. So why shouldn't we hold them to their same standards? Remember when that Trump guy, random streamer, random poster, got sent to jail for posting a meme about voting. Remember that? He's like, make sure you get out there and vote next Thursday, Hillary supporters. He's in jail for a joke. Why shouldn't the same standard apply to those that are tweeting Biden should assassinate Trump? Why shouldn't the same standard apply? If we're going to pretend, oh no, you can't see jokes. Okay. Let's say that, God forbid, the worst happens and someone makes an attempt on Trump's life, successful or not. Now, do we charge all the people that suggested assassinating him? Just curious. Are they going to say, oh, that was stochastic terrorism? Just wondering. Now, my preference would be, if a Democrat wants to post a joke meme about when to vote, if a Republican wants to post a joke meme about when to vote, if Hillary Clinton, remember Hillary Clinton herself said, why doesn't Russia get Trump's tax returns? And then, of course, tax returns of Trump's were stolen, and I didn't think Hillary should go to jail. I didn't think that that was evidence that she was literally suggesting Russia to hack them. I thought that that was her making fun of the situation of what Trump had said, which it was. However, why should my standard matter? Hillary's standard was, oh, when Trump said that, he really meant for Russia to hack. So why shouldn't Hillary be held to our same standard? Okay, then when you told Russia to hack his tax returns, that was you really suggesting Russia. Why should it be different? Now, of course, if, say, Wick is just a person I bring up, if Wick would be imprisoned, let's say Trump wins, and he sends his FBI to knock on Wick's door, and they imprison him and say, here's a tweet you had in July 1st, 2024, where you suggested Biden assassinate Trump. You're going to prison. I would defend Wick. I would say that's outrageous. That's what I would say. Do you think Wick defended that guy who posted that meme about voting that actually went to jail? Do you think he defended Donald Trump was clearly joking? When Democrats said he wasn't and he meant Russia he really was asking Russia to act? I bet not. Maybe, but I bet not. And that's just one person. I happen to like Wick, by the way. This sort of shit applies over and over again. For example, Pisco's a lawyer. Let's say that Joe Biden loses the election. And Pisco gets hired wherever Pisco works, his law firm or whatever. That law firm gets hired by people in the Biden administration to come up to legal challenges to the election. And let's say alternative electors are suggested and a litany of other potential legal recourses. And they all fall short. I don't think that Pisco should go to jail for being a lawyer that was involved with that. I would find that to be outrageous. And yet that's what's happening with all these lawyers that were connected to Trump. Or I don't think Pisco should lose his right to practice law. That's what's happening. I forget the gentleman's name. In California. But that's what they cheer on. If destiny says, if something happens, right? Let's say Rand Paul gets attacked again, right? Maybe Rand Paul's kids, if he has any, I don't know. And destiny says, I think this is bullshit. I think it's a false flag. I think it's bullshit that's being made up to try to garner sympathy for Republicans going into the 2024 election. Probably be a shitty thing to say, particularly if there's really proof. Do I think he should be sued for billions of dollars? And he should be forced to sell his channel and all of the assets? No. And yet, that's what they think of Alex Jones. That's what happens. They want standards set for you. They set the fucking standard, not me. I think it's outrageous. I think that all this shit is clear, political, vindictive authoritarianism. That's what I think. Or how about the censorship? What if Trump's team gets in there and he does pack his team with a bunch of people? And what if they start going to, let's say they pass another round of tax cuts? And people start putting on social media, tax cuts are going to be terrible. They're going to benefit the rich. They're going to hurt the poor, blah, blah, blah. Or even better example, Trump suggests ban from travel for certain countries. And they say, this is another Muslim ban, blah, 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 blah. And all of a sudden, his administration, his attorney general, and, people like that start reaching out to Elon Musk. And they're like, Elon, listen, we think it's terrible that you're allowing people to say this. It's endangering lives. It's going to cause an act of terrorism. So for public safety, we think you should get rid of some of these accounts. We think you should censor it. And meanwhile, there are other Republicans out there that are saying, it's time for us to bring the fist down on social media places like X that are allowing this dangerous rhetoric. And Elon and company go, oh boy, we don't want to get the hammer brought. Okay, sure, we'll get rid of these. Do you think Democrats would like that? Would they say, fair enough, totally within the scope? They didn't force Elon Musk to remove that. They just suggested, and then other Republicans said, by the way, if you don't do that, we're going to regulate you. You think Democrats would say, totally fair enough. Hey, I lost my channel. I got, now all of a sudden I lost my account. And God forbid it not just be X, but YouTube do the same and Facebook do the same. Do you think they'd say, oh, I make a career on YouTube. I'm a streamer on YouTube and now I'm demonetized and now I'm kicked off the platform. Do you think they'd say, fair enough, well within the scope of the Trump administration's rights to do that? You think that's what they would say? Of course not. The same people that lied to you about Joe Biden not having significant cognitive decline, are the same people that have been telling you we must protect our norms and democracy, who are the same people that the day that the court rules in a way they don't like, they say, pack the court, go after the Supreme Court and the justices, take them out, impeach them, get rid of them. Send Trump to Gitmo. Send SEAL 6 team after Trump. One day. It took 1 day. That's it. And if Trump wins and the riots start, which I know that there will be riots, you know that there'll be riots, all of the lefties I debate like Destiny know there'll be riots, Chuck Schumer knows there'll be riots, Joe Biden maybe doesn't know, but he doesn't know anything, Kamala Harris, but almost every Democrat knows there'll be riots. We all know it. We all know. There was a reason businesses were boarding up in November 2020, and it wasn't because they were afraid that Trump would lose and Trump supporters would burn down their businesses. We all know it. We know. Yeah, France knows that's absolutely right. If the right wing wins, the left wing's shock troopers get to go out with near impunity and cause damage and violence. We know it. We all know it. And they'll say things like, well, maybe the FBI investigated. Well, maybe people got convicted. Maybe, we don't know. You don't know what's going on behind the scenes. We all fucking know it. We all know it. Every one of us know it. And all of a sudden, those that talked about Trump inciting violence and the evil right wing and how they're terrorists and they're anti-democratic, all of a sudden, you'll hear nary a voice saying, wow, I think that the Democrats and Biden incited this violence. Nary a voice. And Democrats will say, this election was fraudulent. It was stolen. Russia helped them. Trump cheated. This happened. That happened. And all of a sudden, all the talk about not accepting elections, it'll go away again. How many examples do we need to see? They don't give a shit about democracy. Democracy to them means our side's morally right and therefore fuck you, and whatever keeps us in power is democracy. That's it. That's what they mean. Period. End of story. Court did something we didn't like. Get rid of Alito. Get rid of Thomas. Pack the court. Pisco said he's for packing the court now. Okay, let's say it doesn't happen though. Let's say they don't pack the court, right? And Biden loses. And then Trump's in there. Is Pisco going to say, if Trump comes out like his first month in office and say, by the way, let's say Republicans win the House and Senate and Trump wins the presidency. And Trump says, yeah, we're going to add 9 more justices. And they point people to the right of Thomas, 9 of them. Bam, bam, bam. Is Pisco going to say, well within his rights? Absolutely. Yep, Trump and Republicans are well within their rights to do so. You think he's going to say that? You think the rest of the Democrats that are suggesting packing the court's going to say that? No, of course not. This is incredible. This is stealing the country. It's authoritarianism. The courts in this country have been responsible for what I would say was creating law that they did not have the right to do in ways that most conservatives are appalled by. For example, Roe v. Wade. Creating out of thin air the right to an abortion. Now, most conservatives, myself included, were appalled by how unconstitutional that was, that it was basically the courts acting as legislators. and how it basically results in killing babies. Show me one time that I've ever suggested packing the court to get rid of Roe v. Wade. But they did get rid of Roe v. Wade. Not during Trump's term. Not during George W. Bush's term. Not during George H.W. Bush's term. Not during Reagan's term. There may have been a handful of people, but there was never a credible movement of people being like, yes, it's time to pack the court. All right, George W., pack the court. Let's get rid of Roe. Didn't happen. But when the Democrats don't get their way, pack the court. Let's do it. Let's pack the court. They don't give a shit about democracy. They don't care about norms. Oh, we didn't win. We didn't get what we want. Then fuck it. Change the rules. Change it till we win, no matter what. It's the same thing over and over again. They didn't like that Trump won in 2016. Fuck it. Lawfare the whole time. Special counsel. Impeach. Have every institution, the media, social media, the intelligence agencies, the State Department, all go out knives for Trump. Great. Do whatever you can to stop him. We must stop him in 2020. Can't let him. Do everything we can to prevent him from doing it. Hell, we won't even leave him pass a border wall. We'll say it's racist. We don't have the money. We don't have $47 billion. As they send hundreds of billions to Ukraine. We don't have it. We don't have it, they said. Did everything. By the way, they brag about that. Don't you love that? Now, screw the Republicans that went along with Biden's agenda. But when they talk about the successes of Biden, one of the things they'll say is, got bipartisan legislation that he signed. Right. Think about that. The Democrats' argument is, when Trump's there, we won't sign anything ever. Fuck him. And when Democrats are there, Republicans are like, okay, we'll cave in. And they say, see, that proves Democrats are better. See? Which, gamesmanship, they're right. Biden's giving an address about an hour. I suppose I can cover it. They amphetamine him up right now, huh? They don't give a shit. Trump should be kicked off the ballot. In Colorado. Remember that? And all these legal experts. Oh, yeah. Yep, absolutely. Yep, it's sound legal theory. 9-0. Overruled in a 9-0. Oh, there's no chance. Presidential immunity. 5-3, basically. Remember when Trump would criticize judges and the Democrats would be like, you can't do that. You can't do that. That's anti-democratic. That's hurting our system. You can't. It's dangerous. Look at what the Democrat. By the way, they knew this was coming, which is why they've been attacking Thomas and Alito. Look at what they've been doing. Remember when Chuck Schumer said Kavanaugh would reap the whirlwind and then there was an assassination attempt on his life? Am I going to cover the Chevron ruling too? I already talked about it the other day. I don't have much to say on it in that I didn't look at it specifically. I didn't read. I've been busy, but in general, any ruling that's for giving legislative power back to the legislature. Right now, I feel that the Congress is the weakest branch of government, and it should be the opposite. Congress basically does nothing. So much is done through the executive bureaucracies. This is why I liked Vivek, because Vivek correctly outlines that the biggest problem is that we have these unelected bureaucrats that really run our country. Absolutely, that's what's true. So any court decision that limits those bureaucracies and gives more power back to the legislator is good. And that's basically what the Chevron decision's doing. Now, with the Chevron decision, the case specifically, and I read about this, it's absolutely crazy. Basically, it was this. You had this local fishery that was sort of a private business, like not a huge corporation. There was new inspections that, whatever it was, the EPA or what, demanded. But the EPA didn't have money to fund those inspections. And so the private businesses had to pay $700 a day for these inspections that needed to take place. And this fishing company was like, listen, we don't think we should have to pay this. Like, the EPA shouldn't be allowed to. And I read a guy that was saying, it's like, this would be the equivalent. Let's say that your local police department said, like, hey, we need more money so that we can protect and serve everyone. So we're literally going to, at the red light, we're going to be standing there with a basket and you have to pay us $50 every time you drive past the red light. It's the law. You have to do it. You would say, whoa, what? What law? Well, we're the police and we're allowed to. Chevron deference basically meant that these rules, which are tantamount to laws, could be created by these agencies, and you weren't allowed to sue. So what happened was this private company sued and said you can't do that. And Chevron was used by the lower courts to say, nope, they're allowed to do this because of Chevron deference. And the Supreme Court said, no, that doesn't apply. That's what the case was about. Yeah, Hassan will get you. He'll radicalize you. I'd love to talk to that guy. That'd be a productive conversation. So that's where we're at today. And you see, and again, now the next thing I want to talk about is, you remember for years, I briefly mentioned this earlier, one of the things I've said over and over again, right? I want to be clear here. Let me go off on a little bit of a tangent here. I was talking to a guy today who happens to be, it's weird when you have, like, it's almost like you could, you get a sixth sense for when someone sort of agrees with you politically. So I was talking to this guy, just someone that it was someone from public, in the medical professional that I was dealing with. And I was talking to them and I started to feel out they felt like they were conservative. And we're talking, and he starts to bring up, like, you follow politics much? I'm like, yeah. He's like, see that debate the other night? I was like, I did. And he's like, what'd you think? And I was like, I think Biden didn't look so hot. And he's like, I know, right? And then we started going off about it, right? He was talking about how he's a big Trump supporter, and I was like, oh, me too. I was like, but I don't love everything about Trump. And he's like, oh, no, Trump's great, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, oh, don't get me wrong, I'm voting for Trump. I was like, but here's what people don't understand. I was like, for me, I feel like our government doesn't care about us. They don't care about you. They don't care about me. They don't care about the black guy in the inner city. They don't care about the atheist. They don't care about the Muslim. They don't care. They care about entrenching their own power and those that support them in their caste system. The haves and the have-nots. They care about the haves and maintaining their own power and getting more power. That's what they care about. So they don't care. And they'll pretend to care about the people, but they really don't care. They don't. They'll tell the people in the inner city, oh, it's those evil white MAGA people that are the problem. They'll say, Trump said black job. Remind me to talk about black jobs. We'll talk about that tonight, too, because I got a lot to say about black jobs. But they don't care. And I said, my argument's been that there's these sort of unelected bureaucrats that are running things, and they don't want an outsider, which is why Chuck Schumer said, when Trump was criticizing the FBI, he's stupid to do that, they'll find 6 ways of Sunday of getting him, which is exactly what happened. So my vote for Trump isn't because I think, oh, I've never criticized Trump or I think he's perfect, which is evident to anyone who follows me, seeing as how he was my third choice for president this time, behind Vivek and DeSantis. Still would feel the same way. If Trump would decide tomorrow to say, you know what, I've decided for whatever reason I don't want to run. You know, I want to become Barron's manager. Barron's going to become a baseball player, could become his manager. Whatever. If he would decide, I would actually like that. And Vivek or DeSantis, it'd probably be DeSantis at that point, would be the nominee. I'd be okay with that. I'd be like, okay, sounds great. It's not going to happen, but I'm supporting Trump, don't get me wrong. Legends Reign, thanks so much for the sub. Now, you might agree or disagree with me. You might be MAGA Trump all the way. The point I'm trying to make is my calculus was quite simple. I want this game of we are the people in charge and we don't give a shit if we're voted for or not. And the top level Republicans and the top level Democrats not giving a shit about the people and maintaining their power. I want it to end. I want that corruption to stop. And when their response to a potential outsider was, we're going to become even more corrupt and go after them as hard as possible, that to me was a signal that we need to do even more to go against that corruption. It vindicated me. And these people that are defending that corruption don't give a shit. Because they've either bought into Orange Man bad, he's Hitler, blah, 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 or they like that corruption because they like that current system. I don't. Now, that's not to say that the current system doesn't benefit people. Of course it does. Right now, the left thinks it benefits them. people that are Democrat voters think it benefits them. And it may. Many of them think it benefits them, but it doesn't. But the point is, it's purely on whim. Because as soon as it becomes productive to throw away many of these groups and lips, for example, if polling tomorrow would show that 90% of Americans are tired of all of this trans shit in Pride Month, just like that, they would drop this shit. Which you started to see a lot in Pride Month this month. Didn't hear much about it, did you? Not near as enough, or as much as in the past. They don't give a shit. They don't care about democracy. They don't care. They don't care about the people of Ukraine. They don't care. Dylan Burns probably legitimately cares about the people of Ukraine. The Biden administration doesn't give a shit. They see it as a way to fund the military-industrial complex that's their allies and part of the establishment, to fund the reconstruction of Ukraine eventually from groups like BlackRock and Halliburton, to funnel money to their allies, and to win political points. As soon as that calculus changes, fuck Ukraine. Just like Libya. That's what happened there. They don't give a shit about the people of Libya. They don't care that it's went from, a country ran by a dude that wasn't a good dude in Gaddafi, but the standard of living was pretty high for Africa, to now open air slave markets. They don't give a shit. You never hear them talk about Libya. Whatever. It's the same thing they'll do. Whatever political group they claim to care about, they don't give a shit. Oh, they care about women. Well, now trans people are more politically beneficial to them, so fuck women. Oh, you're upset that men are joining your spaces? Too bad. Shut up. And it's not just the United States, it's all around the world. We want African migrants. We want migrants from these third world countries. Oh, they're gang raping women? Shh, quiet women. Wasn't it Germany? They just left a bunch of migrants basically off with a slap on the wrist for sexually assaulting a woman, but they threw some woman in jail for posting on social media about it? They don't give a shit about women. They don't care. That's the point. That's the corruption that I'm talking about. I understand some people think, yeah, it's on our side, blah, blah, blah. Now, that's my bias. So I'm going to look at stories that I think exhibit corruption, and those are the stories that I hyper-focus on. Things like Joe Biden getting away with the Burisma scandal, using $1 billion tax dollars to force a quid pro quo and force the firing of a prosecutor that, at least on paper, was looking into his son's company. It's a big deal. Especially when, that's a big story anyways, but especially then when the FBI completely turns on its head and the political apparatus is completely turned in 180 when it's like, oh, now go after Trump. Trump's looking into that? No, now that's criminal. But when you see them weaponizing, when finally there's a guy that's like, hey, look at that, the first guy I ever voted for that won, Trump. First guy I ever voted for president that won. He's a potential outsider. And when I see how he's targeted, and how every step of the way they said, that's not happening, it's 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 not happening, and then you find out it was. As was evident from even me and many other people, I was talking about it in October of 2017, how it was the biggest political scandal in the history of this country if the FBI used unverified opposition research to spy on Trump's team, which is exactly what happened. No, it's not happening, said all the people I talked to on the left. Nope. They wouldn't do that. They'd never use that opposition research. Okay, they used it, but it wasn't paid for by Hillary's team. Okay, it was paid for by Hillary's team, but they verified the information before they used it. Okay, they didn't verify it, but they would have got the warrant even without that. Okay, they wouldn't have got the warrant without it, but still, it's not a big deal because the accusation was so important because actually colluding with Russians would be so significant. Okay, Hillary's team colluded with Russians more significantly, but it doesn't matter. No harm, no foul. It's not that big of a deal. It's not happening, and if it is, it's okay. That's their motto. And they gaslit you for years. Rob's a conspiracy theorist. He's wrong. Step by step, every day I was talking about this is what happened, this is what happened, this is what happened. No, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong. Okay, you're right. Oh, well, no big deal. That was a long time ago. Remember one time I was debating Destiny, you said that? That was a long time ago. Right. Deny it when it's occurring in real time, and then once it comes true, say, well, it's not that big of a deal anyways, and it was a long time ago. Time to move on. Tainted Holy, Super Chat 499 says, the left proves more and more they don't actually believe in the Constitution. They only believe in power. Absolutely. Couldn't agree more. So I've said over and over and over to almost every lefty that I've been on a panel with, that I've streamed with, etc. I've said some form of this. And I'll tell you the most common answer I get. I'll say, if Donald Trump would get opposition research from a suspected Russian, Chinese spy, whatever, hostile country, and then his FBI, or maybe not Donald Trump, let's say DeSantis, let's say Trump wins, and now DeSantis is running in 2028. And it's clear that DeSantis is chummy with Trump and he's the heir apparent. And he gets opposition research from Russians on his opponent. Let's say it's Buttigieg. From Russians, gives to the FBI. Trump's FBI decides, yep, we're not going to verify it. We're going to spy on Buttigieg's campaign. The Democrats would go absolutely fucking insane. They would go insane. And the most common response I get is, that's not true. How dare you put words in my mouth? How dare you? How dare you put those words in my mouth? You don't know me. Don't you tell me what I would do in a hypothetical. The same people that say that are losing their fucking minds today because of this court decision that basically says you can't lock up Trump. That's it. They're losing their minds. They're like, time to pack the court. Time for Biden to order an assassination. Time for Biden to order the jailing of Trump. Time to cancel the elections. They're going this insane over this court decision. Imagine how much more insane they would have went if Trump did what I mentioned. And they'll sit there with a straight face and tell you, no, I would have thought it was a big deal. No, I wouldn't have thought that was a big deal. No. How dare you? How dare you say I would have liked laws? I'm very even-headed. I'm an even-keeled person. I would have lost my mind about that. And look at them today. They're full of shit. Again, it's the same people that told you, I don't see evidence of Joe Biden's cognitive decline. Nah, I don't see that. He's lost a step. He's a little old, but I don't see. He's had a stutter. It's a stutter. He has a stutter. That's what it is. This is gaslighting by the right, claiming he's too old and he has cognitive decline. That's gaslighting. That's what they told you for 4 years now. That's what they told you. Those same people were also saying, no, if Trump used his FBI to illegally spy on, I wouldn't have had a problem with it. It would have been fine. No problem. Now they're out there freaking out today. Pack the court! Pack the court! Trump's God, Emperor, King, no! Viv Frey, I saw his video. He was talking specifically about Clarence Thomas basically put an addendum on that said, basically the appointment of Jack Smith itself is unconstitutional. That Jack Smith is a private citizen and had no authority to be appointed, and therefore the entire case should drop anyways. That's what I saw Viva Frey. But I think he also agrees with the decision. That's who the left is. Now, someone said, why do they gaslight? Because they don't care about the truth. It all stems from this. They feel they are morally superior to you. That's what it stems from. They don't think, and again, the old cliche, the right thinks the left is stupid, the left thinks the right is evil. So when you're a right-winger, you're like, yeah, they're dumb. They don't know what they're talking about. We will get into power. We'll make good decisions. They're stupid. And the left's like, you're evil. And so their calculus is the ends will always justify the means to stop evil. Trump's Hitler. Is lying to stop Hitler okay? Of course it is. Why? Because Hitler will gas his enemies and start World War III. So it's okay to lie to stop him. It's okay to use lawfare to stop him. It's okay to blatantly mislead people. It's okay to lie about his opponent's mental health. It's okay to kick him off the ballot. All of it's okay because he's evil. I would say Biden's stupid. I think Biden's immoral as well. But in general, the argument's like Biden's bad. He's stupid. Do I think it's okay to just keep him off the ballot? No. Do I think it's okay to just use lawfare to lock him up? No. I don't. That's what it's about. Now, I want to stress something out. I previously mentioned this. I challenge one person to show me ever with the history of court, and not just me, right? How many right-wingers hated Roe v. Wade? Show me them suggesting packing the court for years while Roe v. Wade was on the books. Show me. There may have been some, but it was nowhere near what we see with the left. I never have. When we talk about these political cases, I've been quite vocal. I don't think Hillary Clinton should have went to jail for mishandling classified information. I don't think Joe Biden should have went to jail for mishandling classified information. And I don't think Donald Trump should have. I think that if Manafort, either he doesn't go to jail for FAR violations and Podesta Group doesn't, or Manafort does go and Podesta Group goes. That's what I wanted. I called for the equal application. The same people that say, all you do is make excuses for MAGA, you just kiss their ass. I'm literally calling for equal treatment under the law. That's what I'm calling for. Their argument is almost always, no, Trump should go to jail, and Trump people should go to jail, but not the people on our side. They shouldn't. Nope. We should pack the court when we're there because it's morally imperative, but you shouldn't be allowed to pack the court. Now, who's more consistent? The 37 lies, remind me, we'll see if we can get... Who's more consistent? How could you give anyone integrity that's out there today saying, yep, time to pack the courts? And then tomorrow they're going to say, it's important to vote for Biden for democracy. By the way, those same people, if they feel, and many of them do, that Biden's hindering their chance and he should be replaced, they would be absolutely fine with removing Joe Biden and putting in another candidate, the delegates picking a candidate at the DNC convention, which is anti-democratic. The Democrat people, the Democrat voters, have voted for Joe Biden in their primary. That's okay. They don't give a shit about democracy. They don't give a shit. It doesn't even factor in when all of the Democrats you have, and it's probably the smart thing for them to say, we need to get rid of Biden. None of them give a shit about the will of the Democratic voter. They don't give a shit. They don't care. And yet they'll act to you like, oh, protecting our democracy. That's what this election's about. And I said this, I saw someone mention this earlier. I'm the moderate. Trump's actually moderate. If you leave my channel right now and go to my friends at the Crucible, you go over to Andrew Wilson, who do you think's more right-wing, me or Andrew Wilson? Me or the Crucible? Who do you think's more willing to say, yep, let's use government force to achieve our goals? I argue against them. I agree with them on 95% of stuff. I agree with their cultural interpretations. I think that we need to be heading in that direction. But you've seen me debate Andrew Wilson many times on these subjects. I'm trying to explain to people on the left, can't you see where this is going? You keep fucking around, and you're going to get right-wing Franco. That's what's going to happen. And the people will clamor for it because they're getting tired of the shit. They're getting tired of the blatant two-tier system. They're tired of being told they're crazy when they see Joe Biden being a human fucking vegetable and all of the supposed experts and people on the left and streamers on the left and commentators on the left and average Democratic voter are saying, nah, I don't see it. I don't see any cognitive decline. No, I don't see it. They're tired of it. And eventually they're going to say, we don't give a shit. We want someone who will use that sort of force against the left. That's what's going to happen. I'm going to lose. The more moderate position, me, I'm going to lose. I'm telling you this. I know I'm going to lose. It doesn't mean I'm not going to keep fighting. And I would prefer that world of the right wing weaponizing government to the current world we have of the establishment and the left wing doing it. I'd prefer the right wing world. That doesn't mean that I'll think it's right and that I still won't advocate against it. But my life would be far better. You think the life of my wife and my son wouldn't be better under that world? Of course it would. Of course it would be better. But I'll still argue against it on principle. Because I am someone who is arguing on behalf of what I think the principles should be. And I believe in the principles of liberty and freedom. And I don't want my government saying we are going to, through fiat, demand Christian values being taught in schools. That Christianity be taught in schools. That gay marriage be outlawed. That the act of homosexuality be outlawed. And some of my audience disagrees with me on some of these positions. That's okay too. But I'm trying to tell these people. And they're like, Rob's the most unhinged. You'll see. I pale in comparison to what's coming. I've talked to people that say they don't think gay people should be allowed on television. I couldn't disagree more. I'm tired of all the LGBT shit being shoved down our throats. Fucking tired of it. Completely agree. But I don't think someone who's gay in real life should be allowed to be on TV. Or I don't think there should be allowed to be a character on an adult show that's gay. No, I can't go that far. But that's the shit that's coming. Because the pendulum's going to swing back. Now, I'm not sure what side will ultimately win, but there will be less and less of us that are more moderate. That's what's going to happen. But they don't give a shit. They keep playing. Fuck it, pack the court. Fuck it, lock Trump up. Fuck it. Remember when they said Trump, oh my God, if Trump wins again, he'll never leave office. Literally, I'm watching left-wingers, not just random people, like left-wingers that are blue checkmark type people before you could even buy it. Saying, you know what Biden should do? Suspend the election until the court cases are heard. Pack the courts. It should push you towards Jesus. That's something that absolutely should be done. That I agree with 100%. And make no mistake about it, I'm not saying this to shit on Andrew Wilson or Christian nationalism. Again, this is how I explain it. The libertarians, the Christian nationalists, what do you want to call me? Libertarian conservative or populist conservative, libertarian adjacent, the paleocons, the traditional Republican voters, fiscal conservatives, constitutionalists. We all need to head in this direction. It's somewhere we're going to go down this direction so far and we'll start to split off. But we need to head in this direction so far. I'm for all the allies we can get. So you ain't going to hear me arguing. I'm going to talk to Fabian Liberty. Fabian Liberty is going to have so many different opinions, not only than me, but way more than with the Christian nationalists. But we all need to go in this direction because things are getting so crazy in the opposite direction. But I'm trying to explain to these people, like, you don't understand. It's so obvious. And again, as obvious as Biden's mental decline is, that's how obvious it is the weaponization of the government to go after Trump. Well, you see, they just happened to completely change the law in the E. John Carroll case. They changed the law specifically to go after Donald Trump, then found him guilty of sexual assault from a woman who basically remembered nothing, that said nothing at the time, on the flimsiest of accusations. Galil, $20 super chat, thank you so much. He says, thank you, Rob, for fighting the fight for those of us not skilled in verbal jiu-jitsu. Thank you, I appreciate it, man. They're going to say basically that Mar-a-Lago's worth $30 million and he valued it at more than that, even though experts say that it's hard to put a value on it. It could be worth anywhere from $500 million to $1 billion. Doesn't matter. Fuck that. Even though there was no harm, that the bank didn't lose money. Fuck it. He owes $500 million now while he's running his campaign. Oh, we're going to say that, even though the FEC said that didn't find that Trump violated federal election laws, we're going to use a legal theory that's never been used before in New York to say that Trump did do that by altering the election, trying to affect the election through other underlying crimes. Even though Hillary Clinton's team did violate the FEC and had to pay a fine for violating, we're going to say Trump's looking at 37 felonies. Everyone could say, we're going to have the FBI spy on Trump's campaign for Russia collusion, and then it turns out to be illegal. Oh, well, it's too late. What can we do about it now? It's blatant. And they'll gaslight you, just like they gaslit you about Joe Biden's cognitive abilities. Same shit. It's obvious. They'll still pretend. I don't see it. What are you talking about? That's outrageous. I read this article. I should have saved it, and I don't think I did. It was very interesting. It was from someone that I don't think I'd agree with on much. But he talked about, how did he phrase it? the common knowledge game. And it is very interesting, and it's an intelligent way to put this. I think the best example he uses is Harvey Weinstein. Now, everyone in Hollywood knew Harvey Weinstein was a scumbag. Everyone. It was joked about on shows like 30 Rock. Everybody knew that it was basically casting couch stuff. If they didn't know he was an actual sexual assaulter, they knew that he was a scumbag, and it was like, hey, young starlet, you're going to have to do sexual favors for me. Everybody knew it. Everybody in Hollywood knew it. They still worked for him. They still praised him in their Oscar speeches. They might have grumbled behind the scenes a little, but publicly, Harvey Weinstein, great man. But they all knew. The media knew. Yeah, they gave him awards. They all praised him. And they all knew. But it wasn't till basically Rose McGowan came out and said, listen, this is what this guy does. And what was his name? I forget the name of the journalist that broke it. Then all of a sudden, it was like the emperor has no clothes when the girl says the emperor's naked. Everybody knew the emperor was naked. In private, they knew it. But it wasn't till it was made common knowledge that you knew that everyone else knew now, that everyone was like, oh yeah. Same with Harvey Weinstein. Then all of a sudden, overnight, it became different. Oh, Weinstein's gross. That's disgusting. Now, they knew. They knew what was going on, but it was private knowledge. It wasn't commonly accepted. The moment it became commonly accepted, all of the people that knew for years are like, oh my God, I'm shocked. Yeah, Rowan Farrow, that's it. It's the same with Biden. We all knew. Everyone connected to Biden's family knew. The Obamas knew. Everyone in Biden's administration knew. All of the media people knew. We knew. Anyone who was watching Biden with any frequency knew. Everybody knew. And yes, there were people like me that were speaking up, but it doesn't matter. I don't understand where he gets this term, but he calls like Rose McGowan a missionary. So he says it takes a special type of person with enough juice that's sort of an insider to say, look, the emperor has no clothes. Before people, someone like me isn't going, if I yelled, the emperor has no clothes, they'd say, shut up, you're an idiot. You're a liar, you're biased, you're corrupt. Go away, you're tinfoil hat wearer. So there were many of us shouting, the emperor has no clothes, but it didn't matter. You know who the missionary was this time? You know who was the person that announced the emperor had no clothes? You know who it was? Who was it? Who was it that showed that Joe Biden has cognitive decline? It wasn't the mainstream media. The mainstream media is just like all of those actors in the mainstream media with Harvey Weinstein. Once it became common knowledge, then they said, but who was the person? Wasn't Rose McGowan or Rowan Farrow? That's right, Roland. It was Joe Biden. That's who did it. It was Biden himself. Donald Trump could have said it. No one would have gave a shit. I could have said it. No one would have gave a shit. Steve Bannon could have said it. No one would have cared. RFK could have said it. Nope. Joe Rogan could have said it. Nope. Hell, there could have been whistleblowers within the Biden administration that said it. No one would have cared. But Joe Biden himself showed us all on national television with millions of people watching that the emperor had no clothes. He basically came out and said, look, I'm buck naked. Now it's all there for everyone to see. And all the people that pretended, that knew in private that that was true, were like, oh, wow. Oh, my goodness. And they knew about it. They absolutely knew. But it was within their self-serving interest in maintaining power, not in being journalists, not in doing what was best for the American people, but their own political interest to cover it up, to lie, to gaslight. Because they feel morally justified, and it entrenches their power. Oh, that's exactly what I'm saying. If the mainstream media could have covered up for Biden, they would have. And some are still trying. But the problem was it was Biden himself that showed his cognitive decline. That's what happened. That's the same thing with the weaponization of government to go after Trump. If 5 5 years from now, let's say Trump wins or loses, whatever. And then let's say tragically dies of natural causes. He's old. You don't want to talk about, I don't want to talk about Joe Biden dying. I don't say that with any joy, but just hypothetically, people do die. You get to that age, right? Let's say Trump loses or he wins and 4 years goes and we're in the 2028 election and it's 2029 now, Republican wins or Democrat wins, whatever, and Trump passes away. And we move on, there's now other problems, an asteroid's hurtling towards Earth, or, there's a new pandemic, or whatever it is. There's a new story of the day that's the big thing, and people aren't really looking back to Trump. They're not looking back to 2016 to 2024. They're just done with it, okay? And let's say Merrick Garland would come out, and he writes a book, and he's like, yeah, we totally weaponized to go after Trump, but we felt justified by XYZ. People would be like, oh, we didn't know. Oh, it's interesting. Well, it's evidence of a conspiracy. How could it be incompetence? That's what I'm talking about, peer review. It is evident. It was evident to anyone with a cursory look. Anyone who had a television, who paid any amount of attention, knew that Biden's health was on the decline. Every single person. So you don't think that the DNC that has daily interactions with him didn't know? How could it be incompetence? They obviously knew. The incompetence would have to be of such a magnanimous level that these are amongst the dumbest people that have ever existed. And I'm not even saying as a joke, oh yeah, they are dumb. I mean, literally, they would have to be a stupidity level that they couldn't feed or clothe themselves. That's how bad it would be. It's corruption. They'll lie and lie and lie and lie and gaslight you until you don't believe the truth. They're going to tell you. For example, let me give you an example. I wish I had the clip in front of me. If someone knows where to find this clip, I saw a clip one time of Destiny right after January 6th talking to Pisco, like when it happened in January 6th, 2021. And Pisco was basically like, oh, this is violent and blah, 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 and they're trying to overthrow the government. And Destiny's stance was like, come on, dude. There's thousands of people there. They outnumbered the guards. If they really wanted to overthrow the government, they would have been doing a lot more. That was basically Destiny's take. Come on. It's clear that's not what happened. It was a riot, got out of hand. They were there. He said that in a panel with me? I don't remember that. But that's what Destiny's take was. Now Destiny's like insurrection, or I don't know what he calls it, but it's a big deal. I don't know if he uses the word insurrection. What changed? Even if you're like, well, now I know that the Proud Boys behind the scenes were saying X. Yeah, but that's still not the bulk of the people that were there. The Electoral College voting fraud. Okay, let's say that's true. How does that change his original argument that if these people were really trying to overthrow the government, they would have done way more? That argument still stands, saying, oh, but now I know Trump was trying to get alternative electors. That doesn't change the behavior of the people there that day at all. How isn't that argument that Destiny said that day, which was basically this, dude, they won, they overwhelmed police force. If they were really trying to physically harm these people and physically stop them from certifying the election, they would have done it. I'll be interested to see this aftershock. I don't know that I have. I'll play this clip here, 1 second. I don't know what this says.
This is going to make a lot of people mad. I'm sorry, but you need to understand something about numbers of people, okay? If you think the majority of the people there were actually trying to do that and all they managed to do was like kill, like one woman got shot by the cops, you're fucking delusional, right? If all those people were there to overthrow the fucking
hang on, how many, what percentage of them have to be trying to do that? And how do you know what's in those people's
what
heads?
percent? Well,
yeah, what do you think they were there for that?
From what I've heard, right? I think most of the people probably showed up to protest because they were fucking mad and then shit got riled up. They were probably, almost for sure, I would say, some genuine bad actors there that had fantasies of invading the fucking Capitol and shit. Now, I think I heard from the FBI that it was like 5% or less had some plan to do something. Even that number sounds a little bit high because 5% of however many thousand people. There's a lot of people. But I don't think every single person who went there, their goal was to destroy the White House or destroy the Capitol building and take it over. But because if they were, we would have saw way more shit. Much the same, if we back up more macro, when we talk about like, oh, these militiamen, they're only going there to oppose BLM and shoot protesters. If that was true, you'd see way more motherfuckers dead. You'd see so many more people dead than just the 2 people that Kyle shot in self-defense, not over defensive property.
Yeah, I mean, that's basically saying the same thing. I forgot that clip existed. The January 6th riot was just a smokescreen. That's absurd. It was just a smokescreen. So that implies that Trump knew that it was going to be a riot. That's absurd. There's no proof of that. He told people to go peacefully. There's no evidence whatsoever that he instructed people to riot. It's absurd. And that still wouldn't mean that the people that were there, unless they had direct communication with Donald Trump to, okay, I want you to go there and facilitate a riot as a smoke screen for alternate life. What's that even mean anyways? What's the plan here? How would that help? All right, let's assume that thousands of people were involved with Trump with this, right? And Trump's plan to thousands of these people is, I want you to go, and I'll say be peaceful, but really don't, and go and start a riot and get in there, but then don't actually do anything, just sort of mill about. And that'll help me have alternate electors? What is the theory? Let's assume that's true. Let's assume that it was fraudulent. Again, I don't think it was fraudulent. We've argued that previously. Supreme Court seems to strongly suggest that it wasn't criminal, what Trump did, or that he can't be charged with it. What does it matter, people? But let's accept the premise that he fraudulently told people that there were alternate electors and the Electoral College was stolen from him. Okay, let's assume that's true. What does that have to do with the statement that Destiny just made there, that we're talking about? What's that have to do with it? That it's clear that the vast bulk of these people weren't there for some insurrection, because if they were really trying to overthrow the government, they would have done way worse, right? Then when I bring that up, you say, well, it was a smokescreen for the alternate electors, which goes back to, what does the context matter? Okay, so now your theory is Trump knew that this was going to get out of hand and cause a riot, and he thought this benefited his plan to have alternate electors. Can you explain why? What's going through Trump's head? I know. If a bunch of people go in and then don't really do anything, just end up getting arrested, and they mill around until 5 p.m., and they clash somewhat with police, that'll help my alternate electors scheme. Can you explain to me even hypothetically how that was supposed to work? Can you explain that? How was that supposed to work? What was he thinking? Trump was thinking, I know, I'll take an action. I'll inspire thousands of people to riot at the Capitol, but then really do nothing. They're not going to do anything. If they wanted to take things over, they wouldn't. They're not going to do that, right? They'll clash with police a little, mill about, take a lectern. That's what they'll do, right? That'll piss off everyone. People are going to be... Because the one thing that Trump supporters and Republicans had was, well, the left riots over and over and over again. We don't do that. We'll take away that moral high ground, which we know predictably will piss off a lot of people in this country. That'll help me with my alternate electors scheme. Okay, if the idea was to stop Mike Pence, then why didn't they go in to stop Mike Pence? Which gets back to Destiny's argument. Why didn't they breach the hall? Take the microphone from Mike Pence, not allow the confirmation, which was what Destiny's argument originally was. That was the argument. If they wanted to do more shit, they would have, but they didn't. They clearly had the numbers. There clearly wasn't enough security, but they didn't really do anything. That's his argument. If your argument is, well, the plan was Donald Trump intentionally set this up, which you have no evidence for, that these thousands of people would do that. You have no evidence he had communication with them, that he wanted them to riot. There's no evidence of any of that. But for the sake of argument, we'll say that happened. He communicated with enough people to set this up as a smokescreen with the intent of stopping the confirmation. And Destiny's argument is, basically, if they wanted to stop the confirmation in the counting, they would have. Because there was enough of them, they could have done more, but they didn't. So explain to me how that works. How'd that work? Why wouldn't Trump say, if Trump set this up, now you need to get in there and fuck shit up? Why didn't he say that? Why did he set up this plan to basically just have them mill about and take camera shots and fight with police a little? Why wouldn't he instruct the mob to do more in private, which allegedly we're saying he did? It makes no sense. Now, you could say, okay, that wasn't an insurrection. That was a riot that got out of control. Or technically that was an insurrection, but so was Black Lives Matter many times and blah, 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 blah. But this was said to be this seminal moment. The way the Democrats and the January 6th committee put this was the gravest attack on our country since 9/11. It's bullshit. As Destiny's original argument holds true. And there's nothing that's came about that's changed that. That this was a riot that got out of control, that maybe there was a handful of people that wanted to LARP and think they were doing something, but the vast majority of people was just a riot that got out of control. Absolutely true. That's exactly what it was. Now say, and you could also say, but I also think Trump's alternate elector scheme was illegal. Those two things could exist simultaneously. I don't have a problem with that. But the alternate electors does absolutely nothing to change the facts on the ground of January 6th. The entire time. What part of the indictment that has came out has changed Destiny's opinion on his original stance? Again, you can't get around that. The question is quite simple. If your argument is that Trump secretly was in communication with the intent for people to go riot to cause a smokescreen, then why didn't they instruct him, because they wanted to stop Mike Pence counting the vote, then why didn't he instruct them to stop Mike Pence from counting the vote? Imagine that. I want Mike Pence to stop counting the vote. I know. I'll inspire people to go right to the door to win the battle, to be able to literally breach and stop Mike Pence from counting the vote, and then tell them no, don't. Why would he do that? That's the worst of both worlds. Now he gets all the negative press for there being a riot that he inspired, but he didn't even have them go through with what they needed to go through to potentially help him in any way whatsoever. It didn't stall the vote. How long was the vote stalled? How long was the vote stalled? Hours. Right. Not even a day. Correct. So his big plan, so now you're saying this is, here was Trump's nefarious plan. Publicly tell people to be peaceful, but in private, he had set up that he was going to inspire this mob to attempt to be a smokescreen for his alternate elector scheme because he really needed Mike Pence to delay the count for 2 hours. How'd that work out? None of this makes sense. There's so many holes in this story, it's absurd. First, we have to believe that Trump was telling people to be peaceful, but that was part of some ruse that all of his audience understood. Then we have to believe that he had secret communications, which has never been divulged, to huge amounts, or at least key members of the people in the mob, that they knew what their job was to get in there and to stop Mike Pence. Then we need to believe that he also had communications with them, that they were supposed to basically get to the door but do nothing. Then we need to believe that the reason he did that was, even though if the goal was delay, it would have been much more effective for them to actually go in and stop Congress people. Instead, he only wanted the delay for a couple hours. Then we need to believe that somehow he would believe that a delay would be helpful to him anyways. What was the theory here? Okay, let's say it successfully delayed it for a day. Then what's the theory? Is his thought press really this? Is this what it is? Mike Pence would be physically assaulted, but not beaten terribly, just physically assaulted, or afraid that he would be physically assaulted, and then Mike Pence would say, you know what? Now I'll go with the alternate electors. Now I will. That's what I'll do, since I was physically assaulted. Of course Trump put pressure on Pence. No one denies that. It's irrelevant to the question. Your scenario is that he was instructing the mob to take the actions they took as a, quote, smoke screen. Because you're in the enviable position, if you're defending Destiny's statements, of his quite clear and true statements that if this was really about an attempted insurrection, that they had the numbers. They'd basically breached. They were able to do what they wanted and chose basically to do nothing. So how do you square that with this was an attempted violent overthrow of the government? How do you square that? And you square that by saying, it's because the mob's intent was never really to violently overthrow the government. The mob's intent was to purposely be a smokescreen, that Trump had communicated to the mob to be a smokescreen. And when I'm like, but that doesn't make sense. How would this smokescreen help? Well, it was to cause a delay. But if they were to cause a delay, why wouldn't they go in? Why wouldn't they actually go into the hall and stop Mike Pence and stop the Congress people? Well, because they only wanted to delay for a couple of hours. But why? What was that supposed to do? Well, we don't know. Eastman, show me Eastman saying Trump intentionally wanted the mob to go do that. Show me. I'm willing to read it. You're telling me John Eastman has testified Trump secretly was communicating with people in the mob that he wanted these people to riot and to cause a smokescreen. Show me that. Go ahead, show me what they said. I'll watch. I'll read. Go ahead. Peer review is about, I'm willing to change my position. If your argument is there is testimony from John Eastman that he said Donald Trump, I was witness to Donald Trump communicating with the mob, telling them to be violent, to cause a smokescreen. Yeah, I wear a hat most of the time though, critical rad theory, but I'm balding. It's not a good look. It probably shines in your eyes. Go ahead, show me the document. I'm willing to wait for peer review to show me. I'm betting he's full of shit. It's not a straw man. That's what you're saying. Or is what you're saying this? Trump did want there to be a delay. Trump was putting pressure on Pence. No one disagrees with any of that. Yes, of course. Trump, if it was up to Trump, he would have talked to Mike Pence for days on end saying, no, trust me. No, trust me. Hear me a little more. Of course, no one's denying that. It is your theory that he intentionally instructed the mob to be violent despite publicly telling them to be peaceful, but there's no evidence whatsoever that we have that he talked to anyone in that mob and told them to be violent. Despite the largest FBI investigation into history, we don't have shred one of that evidence. And his master plan was to go in and, as Destiny said, not actually be destructive or actually go in or anything like that, but to just mill about. That was his masterful plan, because that would give him 2 more hours to talk to Mike Pence, and Mike Pence would then change his mind and say, you know what, I'll go with the alternate electors. And my point is, why would Donald Trump do that? If Donald Trump wanted this mob to cause a delay, and you said, well, the legal theory was if it delayed for more than 1 day. Okay, then maybe constitutionally it couldn't be certified. Let's accept your argument there. Then why wouldn't he instruct his mob to make sure it was delayed 1 day? You know, like by breaking into where Pence was? Instead, they chose not to. Instead, they chose to take photos and walk around with lecterns. Why? If Trump was instructing the mob, why wouldn't he say, now, you're right there. It's like what you're basically saying is Trump had this master plan, and he instructed the mob to get the ball to the goal line and said, fuck it, don't cross the goal line. Never mind, we'll let it all go up in smoke. That's your argument. Peer review says it's not about a mob. Focus on the Electoral College vote. Has nothing to do with the idea that we've been told by Democrats that this was the most violent attack on our country since September 11th. The argument is Destiny's comments there originally were what everyone with their own eyes could see, that this was not a serious attempt by a mob to overthrow the government. There was never ability for them to overthrow the government. It was a riot that got out of control. It wasn't this nefarious insurrection. That's all bullshit. The alternate elector schemes is a separate issue completely. You're making the argument that I can talk about the alternate electors, why I don't think it's a big deal, etc. But the idea that this was an insurrection is nonsensical. And Destiny had the exact opposite position back then when he said clearly this, if it was going to be that, if that was the intent, it would have been way worse. We could clearly see that it was not that. It was sort of a mob that got out of control. And you have no way to argue against that. None. So now you're trying to deflect. Yeah, but what about the Electoral College shit? Right, of course, we could talk about the Electoral College. I already said, you could be of these two things. You could say, clearly this wasn't some nefarious attempted insurrection, but I do think that the alternate elected schemes was fraudulent and criminal. Separate debate. You could have that opinion, that's fine. But the idea that somehow Destiny's argument doesn't stand when he said this was a mob that was intent on overthrowing the government, they would have done way worse. That argument stands true. It was not an insurrection. The mob was... Does everyone see? Now, the only way you can make sure they delay it a day is to literally force the evacuation of Mike Pence, which means they would have to go until Mike Pence is evacuated. That's what I would, if I was setting up this scheme, that's what I'd have said. I'd have said the only way to cause a delay for at least a day is to force Mike Pence to leave the building. Right, progressive victory. Someone told me once, the one guy debated, they had projectile and piercing weapons. I said, what was that? Cell phones and flags. You could throw a cell phone and stab someone with... Yeah, Imaginarium, yeah. Does everyone see, though, what peer review did? Does everyone see it? Do you see how that works? Do you see the clever shell game there? So from defending, Destiny's changed his mind because of the Electoral College, and then showing but this makes no sense. Look at all the hoops we have to jump through because he has to argue it's a smokescreen. And now he's just saying, well, the real threat was the Electoral College. The real threat was the alternate electors. Everybody see that? Everyone see how that shell game, how we switched that? Why isn't that the Democrats' message? Can you imagine if the Democrats came out and said, look, January 6th was clearly just a mob that got out of control. And yeah, there were people that engaged in violence and they need to be charged, but most of it was just tempers flared. And we understand that there's certainly been many left-wing instances of mobs that got out of control, but it wasn't this big nefarious attempt to overthrow the government or anything like that. However, see, Trump had these alternate electors, and that's the big thing. It doesn't really have the punch to the American voter, does it? No, they have to be like, this was the darkest day. We need to have a committee that's produced by a television producer. Doesn't really have the same bite and the punch. The American people are going to be like, wait, now I'm supposed to believe that this potential legal theory of alternate electors, that's the real subversion of democracy? Not what I've been told for 4 years, that there was a violent insurrectionist mob. And it has nothing to do with incompetence. It's actually smart. Right? Like, for example, take my perspective of it. If I could theoretically, let's say my side, the populist side, controlled the majority of social media, entertainment industry, mainstream media, etc. I think the proof of our democracy being subverted are things like the weaponization of the FBI to go after Donald Trump. So like a lot of the Russiagate, the illegal FISA warrants that was used to spy on Trump's team. But that's hard to sell to the American people. It's the truth, though, and it's certainly what I talk about because it is the truth, right? So when I try to sell that to my neighbor, he's like, yeah, it sounds bad, whatever, right? But if May 31st, 2020 happens and there's a bunch of left-wing people with actual lethal weapons under like the January 6ers in the form of Molotov cocktails that burned down a guard station, injured 47 officers in an attempt to break into the White House. If all the mainstream media and the entertainment industry and social media was like, this was the worst attack on our country since 9/11, and if there was a special May 31st commission and Republicans and Trump people were out there every day going, Democrats did this, they're connected to this, this was an attempt to assassinate the president, to overthrow our country, my neighbor's ears would perk up to that. Oh shit, yeah, I saw the footage. Holy fuck, they had Molotov cocktails. They're trying to assassinate the president. Democrats may have been involved in this. Holy shit. It doesn't matter if it's true or not. That would optically be way better. Jojo Geeker, 11, man. It's my brother, Jojo Geeker. He's my brother in real life. Also a streamer. Please check out his Twitch channel. Doesn't do political commentary like me. He usually is playing different games, has more of like a social community. And I gotta say, man, that's quite the achievement, man. 11 people. I'm not joking at all. That's fucking awesome, man. I know you've been grinding like crazy, so congratulations. Just had your anniversary of streaming here a couple weeks ago, so I'm proud of you, man. I hope you keep growing. Hopefully you'll outpace me. That would be fantastic. But no, give his channel a check out. Even though he might not talk a lot of political commentary, I assure you, he has similar political beliefs to me. He's not some rabid woke guy. Just got done doing a long 7 days with Twitch integration, man. Yeah. That's funny. See you. Take it easy, Jesse. Yeah, please go over there and give him a follow. If you like him, consider giving him a sub. Good guy. Yep, no problem, Jojo. So, but that's what I'm talking about. And I'll give peer review this. And again, I disagree with you on the alternate elector things. I already talked about it. But I completely, and I think you're full of shit that this was orchestrated by Trump January 6th as a smokescreen. I think you're full of shit. But I respect someone who would say, look, I think the Democrats are full of shit that are making this sound like this horrible attack. They should be focused on the alternate electors. I find that to be far more reasonable. And actually, even though I disagree, I think a far more honest, because I think an honest person can have significant problems and potential think it's legal for the alternate electors thing. So I will tip my cap to you for that much. But that's not a winning argument. You understand why that's not going to inspire a lot of votes. Oh, that's it? This alternate elector scheme? Particularly because it now looks like there's a significant chance that that won't even be allowed to be a potential crime against Trump. And even if it is, it's probably not going to result in being adjudicated before the election. So, to answer your question, peer review, that's why they're not focused on that. And instead, they're focused on January 6th was an attack on our democracy. That's why they focus on that. Because it's easy to understand. It's the same propagandists that were corrupt and lied to you about Joe Biden's mental health. They don't give a shit about the truth. Well, that's fair, peer review. That's the way it should be. Anyways, that was that clip. Black voters, or black jobs. Let's talk about that. By the way, when's this Biden speech supposed to start? 8 p.m.? Where's that going to be? If anyone has a link, let me know. Thanks, Critical Rad Theory. Black jobs. Trump said black job. I love this, right? So Biden dies at the debate. And so once more, our attempt is to go to racial division. When Trump said black jobs, that's clear. What's a black job? Okay, big question out there. Everybody wants to know, what's a black job? I'm going to tell you what a black job is. Ready? It's a big mystery. What's a black job? Jobs that black people have or would like to get and be qualified for. Ready? Jobs that black people have or would like to get and be qualified for. That's a black job. You might use synonyms like black employment. Might be a synonym. Do you understand what black employment means? Yes, you understand. If I said black employment, would that be a racist dog whistle? No, because we're not idiots and we understand that. But for some reason saying black jobs. Now what they're trying to imply is Trump saying, black people are only qualified for certain jobs like picking fruit or working at McDonald's. And that's what Trump's concerned about, black jobs. Well, no. When Trump's talking about illegal immigration, what he's talking about is them competing for black jobs is as follows. 1, the question was specifically addressed about black Americans. So it was not Trump that made it racial. It was CNN asking an intentional racial question because they, like the Democratic Party and like many in the Republican Party, understand that they need to pander to minority voters. Because unfortunately, if you're black, thank you so much, Ross Lewis, for the subscription. Unfortunately, if you're black, you're not treated as an individual human being with your own thoughts like, say, a white person would be. You're treated like a monolithic group that only is concerned about your racial group. And so there have to be specific questions about your racial demographics and their employment, which is okay. It is what it is. So if I was on the stage and I was asked about How will you work to improve black employment? How will you increase the number of jobs or the quality of jobs that black people get? I would have probably played the game as well. It's sad that the correct answer should be like, why does it matter? I'm working to make life better for all Americans, including black people. Why didn't you ask me about Asian jobs or Hispanic jobs or Jewish jobs, etc., or white jobs for that matter? Or why didn't you ask me about male jobs or female jobs or employment or Christian employment? Just black? That's what we're focused on? But of course, we don't live in a society where you could do that right now. And if you're trying to win, sometimes you have to play the game. So my go-to strategy would have been to say something like this. It's clear that Trump had certain threads that he was hammering on with every topic. One of them was illegal immigration. Another was disastrous foreign policy getting us into wars with Joe Biden. So when he's talked about a domestic issue, it's clear that he's rightfully going to tie it to illegal immigration. So he's right to point out that when it comes to the alleged job growth of Joe Biden, including black jobs or black employment, the vast bulk of the jobs that Joe Biden is touting about creating have gone to people that were foreign born. That's true. So a lot of people during the pandemic, employment went way down, and now jobs are being created, but almost all of those jobs are going to foreign-born people. That means that the jobs you're touting aren't benefiting people that are black that were born in this country. So if we're talking about black voters that presumably if you're voting, you were born in this country, the vast bulk of them, unless you came here legally and are now a citizen, you're not getting those jobs. Furthermore, what this signifies is the Democrats' ability to virtue signal about an issue that they actually don't give a shit about. Let's assume that I was black and I really am concerned about my community. I have no problem with that, by the way. As someone who primarily focuses on rural America, that's my in-group preference. I don't give a shit if you're rural American and you're white and you're black or you're atheist or you're Muslim or you're gay or you're straight or you're man or you're woman. I feel that my in-group preference is rural because I feel that there aren't a lot of people advocating for this group that I grew up in. However, seeing as how I'm admitting that I'm tribal, I would have to be a massive hypocrite to deny other people the ability to be tribal. You might be tribal wanting to talk about men's issues, or wanting to talk about Christian issues, or wanting to talk about gay issues, or wanting to talk about black issues. All of that's fine. I don't see a problem at all with any of that. I might agree or disagree with what you think the issues are and what the solutions would be. I don't think there's anything immoral by saying I have a group that I identify with and I would like to focus on the issues that affect us. And not only free speech, obviously we agree with that. I don't think it's immoral at all, to want to advocate for a group that you have an affinity for. I don't think that's bad at all. Completely reasonable. So that's fine. Let's say I'm black and I'm concerned about, hey, I see black communities struggling. Fair. No problem. Okay. And CNN decides to focus on that particular group. Fine. Great. If I saw that the numbers suggested, geez, employment-wise, a lot of these jobs created aren't going to people in my community. They're going to foreign-born people. And then if I saw, wow, illegal immigrants actually, most studies show, including Democratic-led House studies show, that illegal immigrants tend to directly compete disproportionately with black men for employment, that would be something that would be upsetting to me. And that is the case for two reasons. One, whatever you think of the reasoning, it turns out illegal immigrants are usually competing for what we call low-skilled labor, which unfortunately, because disproportionately education levels for black people happen to be less than most other racial groups, that means that illegal immigrants are disproportionately competing for jobs that many black people apply for. Thank you so much, Lavin. I appreciate the sub. Now, you might say, well, that requires a broader conversation as to why aren't black people attaining higher education levels. That's fine. We can have that conversation. But in the immediacy of helping black people right now, it's completely fair to talk about the fact that illegal immigrants tend to take jobs away from black people. Not only do they take jobs away, because they're increasing the pool of workers, they tend to depress wages for those jobs, which means that the more competition you get for work, the less demand there is, which means that the wages decrease. Secondly, illegal immigrants tend to go to migrate to urban areas, which tend to disproportionately be where black people live. So, for example, where I'm at in rural America, we don't have a lot of illegal immigrants here. So the illegal, even if I'm low skilled, which I am, my job, before anyone accuses me of some sort of elitism, I don't even think I need a high school diploma. I have a master's degree. The job I currently have, you could have with a GED. I don't even know if you need that, if I'm honest. The requirements for my job are basically like to be able to pass a couple simple tests. Thank you, Caps and Raids. Appreciate the cheer for 500. Like, you have to be able to get certified to pass medication. You have to pass a federal background check that you haven't done anything heinous to people. You have to have a driver's license because you drive. That's it. I don't know that you need your GED or high school diploma. Nonetheless, it would be qualified as low-skilled labor. But there's not a lot of illegal immigrants here. So they're not competing. If all of a sudden 10,000 illegal immigrants moved into my community, then they would probably be competing more for my job, which would mean I would be less likely to get hired at my place, or I would have a lower wage. See a peer review? Yep. So in other words, there is a real problem that's undeniable that disproportionately illegal immigrants compete with blacks for employment. You could come up with every reason in the world why. Well, that's because of systemic racism. That's because of poor schooling. That's because of historic, redlining. Whatever the reason you want to come up with, it's irrelevant to the fact that it's true. That's the way things are right now. So you might say our plan is to invest money into schools in the black community, K through 12 education, and to give money for university options for blacks. But all of that might be great. I might agree or disagree. Whatever. It doesn't matter. How does that help the black guy right now that's trying to get a job? How does that help him pay the electric bill next month? That's the issue. That's what competition with black employment is about. That's why it is a concern right now. Biden's speech. Is he on now? Okay. Oh, it's over? This was his big speech? It's done? All right. We'll watch it in a minute. I was going to watch it live, but it was only 7.5 minutes. Go figure. So we'll check it out here in a bit. So imagine that Trump, you might be a black guy and you hate Trump, you're going to vote for Biden, or you're open to hear him, or you love Trump. Whatever. Your mileage may vary. Fine. But you're Trump and he says something that's basically true. Illegal immigrants are competing with blacks disproportionately. He's not as articulate as that. It's depressing wages. It's hurting their jobs. Does it mean Biden's moved to Burisma? No, for two reasons. One, because Biden wasn't president when the Burisma stuff was occurring. And secondly, because it would be outside the scope of official action, right? So again, official actions have guaranteed immunity. So something like pardoning power. If Joe Biden pardons Hunter Biden for his own personal benefit, because he's afraid that Hunter Biden will rat him out, you can't criminally charge Joe Biden for that. He has the right to pardon anyone for federal crimes for any reason. Period. So he has complete immunity. However, he does not have immunity for unofficial actions. So if Joe Biden kills a hooker, he doesn't have immunity from that, even if he's president. However, there's this third gray area, which were duties performed by the president that aren't necessarily, that it could be seen as official or unofficial. That's where Burisma type stuff would fall in. But seeing as how he's vice president, it doesn't matter anyways. He doesn't have immunity. John Kell, super chat for $1.99. That's a long time for a lot of men, Rob. Thanks so much. Yeah, absolutely. So your mileage may vary if you're a black man and you're watching Trump say this. But if you're like, well, it is true, illegal immigrants are disproportionately competing with black men. Democrats, what's your response? And Democrats go, racism. He said black jobs. Racism. What's that mean, black jobs? Racism. That's racism. Oh, he's implying low skilled. Racism. How's that help you as a black man? Now, it's one of the things I always talk about when we talk about these things. Here, let me give you some uncomfortable numbers. Black people are roughly 13% of the population and commit 50% of homicides. Wow, I must be a racist for bringing that up. I must hate black people. To the contrary. You could say, why are you so focused on black perpetrators? Let me turn the question to you. The vast majority of the homicide victims of people are from people of their own race. The vast majority of victims of black perpetrators' murders or homicides are black people. So why aren't you concerned about black victims? The truth of the matter is, if you live in an area where there's not a lot of black people, or an area like where I'm at, where not only is there not a lot of black people, but culturally, almost all the black people that live here are very similar to me. Like, there's not a lot of gang behavior. There's the black guys I know around here, many of them are more conservative than me, wealthier than me, more, I seem like an uneducated, redneck compared to some of the fine people, But when you have like an urban situation where there's a lot of poverty and a lot of people living in a concentrated area and there's a lot of gangs and that leads to a lot of violence, those happen to be black areas. And there's a lot of cultural pressures and other things. My question, when you say you can't talk about that, that's racism, how does that do any service to like great people that live in the inner city black community that are victims of this shit, that are victims of gang violence, that are victims of violence at school when they're trying to get educated? When you say you can't talk about that, that's racist, all you're doing is a disservice to those victims. That's it. Instead, if you had a real conversation, why is this occurring? Some of it may have to do with systemic racism. Could be. There could be a litany of other arguments. But instead we're told certain arguments are taboo. You can't talk about it. Okay, then what happens? Well, people don't talk about it. They just say you can't talk about it. It's racist. And as a result, you could have a weekend in Chicago with a bunch of black homicides and no one gives a fuck. No one talks about it. Oh, well. Some white girl gets killed. Oh, my gosh, national news. And everyone bitches about that. Why didn't you care when the black lady died or when the black guy died? Well, because the perpetrator was probably black and we're told we can't talk about that. We only talk about it if it's a white perpetrator, which is rare. Black job saved my life once. I believe it. So the fact that Trump brings up a real point, look, an open border is disproportionately hurting black people. It's taking black jobs. And the Democrats, instead of their argument being like, no, let me explain why actually illegal immigrants are good for the black community, or it's good for black employment. Instead of saying that, they just go, racism. You can't say that. And so, if you're a black man who lives in, say, Detroit, and you lost your job to an illegal immigrant, or your wages are depressed by an illegal immigrant, the Democrats' argument is there's no help coming for you. In fact, if anyone tries to address your problem, we're going to call them a racist. That's the Democrats' argument. That's the argument. Oh, you're a racist. So there's no help coming for you because if someone tries to address the problem, they'll scream racism. Okay, then we won't address the problem. Okay, the non-racist thing to do is to not talk about the problem and leave black employment plummet. That's the non-racist thing. Nope, it'd be racist to discuss it. White girl dies, bro, never on the news. White girl kidnapped or goes missing. How about that? That's better. You hear about that? Yeah, that's right, Captain Reigns. And it doesn't have to just be black. For example, there's a reason why, I don't know if this is true, but I read this and I'd have to look into this. Some of the staunchest anti-illegal immigrant people by percentage are Latino Americans that are legal migrants or that are citizens, second, third, fourth generation. Why? If it's racist to do, well, because many of them see we did this the right way and now we're losing our jobs or our wages are being depressed by illegals. We don't like that. And yet you're called racist if you discuss it. It's absurd. Facts aren't racist. You could use facts to be a racist, but facts themselves aren't racist. And if you say certain facts are racist and therefore you can't talk about them, then you have 0% chance of ever solving the underlying problem, which, by the way, is the entire Democrat agenda. They don't want to solve the problem. They don't want violence in the black community to go down. They don't want employment numbers in the black community to be great. Because if they become great, then maybe they will have to stop pretending they're perpetual victims and pandering to them for votes. That's the truth. Instead, they want to scream racism. So I saw this. The reason I bring this up was I saw this like TikTok guy, black guy, was like, "Oh, Trump said black jobs. What's black jobs?" And he says these illegal immigrants are taking black jobs. And this is what he says. He goes, "Well, that's not true because for almost every job you need like a social security card and ID, and almost all illegal immigrants don't have that." And I just commented and said, "Okay. How's that jive with the typical Democratic argument of, oh, these illegal immigrants are hard workers?" Because this guy just said, no, they can't be taking black jobs or jobs from black people, if that sounds better. They can't be taking them because they can't get jobs because they don't have a social security card. Okay, then how are they surviving? Here's a fact. Robnoerr snorts copium on the daily and sees like the grifter he is. You can call me a lot of things. I think it's quite evident I'm not a grifter. If I was a grifter, I'd Hunter Avalon and become left-wing, and you would say, Rob's a great debater, I'm glad he's on our side, and I'd rake in a bunch of money from fucking idiots like you that can't make an argument yourself, so you need some sort of champion that can make the arguments that you're not articulate enough to make. So clearly I'm not a grifter, because I've been doing this for how many years, and I make almost no money streaming to about 100 people. So that's incorrect to start with. Next, I'm not snorting copium. That's what the left's doing today, is they're melting down because the Biden debate and the Supreme Court decisions. You can go back and see videos of when Republicans have lost, and I've blamed myself. I've blamed Republicans. Say, totally understand the left making fun of me those days. So actually, I cope very little. But, hey, other than being wrong about everything you said, I guess you got my name right. Spelled it right. Good job, Sam. Anyways. Eventually I'll do the TikTok invasion. So anyways, question is, if it's true, if what this black TikTok guy is saying is true, oh, no, illegals can't compete with blacks for different jobs because they can't get those jobs because they don't have identification, then how are they living? I mean, they're eating. They have shelter. If they're unemployable, what's going on? To which the obvious answer would be, well, government welfare. Right? But the Democrats tell us that's not the case. They say, actually, illegal immigrants are good for the economy. They're hard workers that are doing a lot of jobs. But how can that be? I was just told they can't do jobs because they don't have identification. So which one is it? Identity stealing. Right, breaking the law. Okay, if they're stealing identity, then they could compete with blacks. Again, remember, this guy's argument is they can't compete with blacks for employment because they don't have ID. Well, if the argument is, well, they could steal the ID. Okay, then they could compete with the blacks for jobs. If the argument is, well, no, they're not working. Okay, then they're on welfare and they're a drain on the system. Well, no. Okay, so then where are they working? Because you just said they can't work because they don't have employment paper. They don't have Social Security. So now what? And of course, what do you think the response was to that? I don't understand what you're saying. Can you explain what a black job is? Again, the same fucking type of people that we're telling you. I don't see any evidence of Joe Biden's cognitive decline. Same type of people are pretending to not know. All right, let's watch Biden's awesome speech here, right? Let's do it. I have no idea what this. I know it's supposed to be about the court decision, but I don't know what he says.
There are no kings in America. Each of us is equal before the law. No one is above the law, not even the President of the United States. With today's Supreme Court decision on presidential immunity, that fundamentally changed. For all practical purposes, today's decision almost certainly means that there are virtually no limits on what a president can do. This is a fundamentally new principle, and it's a dangerous.
It's not true. It's not true at all. They specifically say any unofficial act you can take, you have zero immunity for at all, right? So it's just complete garbage. He knows that, but I know the volume's low. I can't turn it up.
Precedent. Because the power of the office will no longer be constrained by the law, even including the Supreme Court of the United States. The only limits will be self-imposed by the president alone.
It's not true, as we can see. First off, even if you accept this, it's still constrained by the legislator that can impeach. Second off, again, I can't stress this enough, nothing has really changed. Again, we had a president, a Democratic icon in FDR, that literally, without reason, locked up Japanese Americans just because they had Japanese heritage for committing no crime, literally locked them up. He didn't go to jail. Joe Biden literally subverted the Supreme Court with the forgiving student loans. He didn't go to jail. Barack Obama literally ordered an assassination that resulted in... No, I can't repeat what he's saying. I'm not going to do that. Is it so... John Kell, is the volume so low that you can't hear, literally? I mean, oh my God. Is that how bad it is? I guess someone tell me, because I could go in and try to monkey with audio settings if people find that to be the case. Can someone let me know? It's fine. Okay. All right. Thanks. Yeah, because it's just, I don't know. Anyways. So, again, not much has changed. This is more hyperbole. Also, I have a question. If Joe Biden has nothing to do with these cases against Trump and he's completely outside of it, why is he giving this speech today? I'm sorry, John. Yeah, nope, it's not your fault. I know it's quiet. I'm shocked how quiet it is, too, but... Why is Joe Biden weighing in? He knows this is exclusively about Trump being charged, right? So if he's not involved in, it's clear that he's doing this because he understands his number one strategy in trying to win election is Trump going to jail, Trump being convicted.
This decision today has continued the court's attack in recent years on a wide range of long-established legal principles in our nation.
I thought that it was inappropriate to attack the court. That's what I was told under Donald Trump, but...
From gutting voting rights and civil rights, to taking away a woman's right to choose, to today's decision that undermines the rule of law of this nation. Nearly 4 years ago, my predecessor...
Now, I'd like to hear, then, what part does he disagree with? Does he believe that core duties of the president should not have immunity? Is that what he believes? Is that his claim? So, for example, like someone said earlier who was a fan of Donald Trump being charged, he was at least consistent and said he feels that Joe Biden should face criminal prosecution because the Supreme Court told him he could not go through with his student loan forgiveness plan. Because that was ruled unconstitutional, he should be criminally charged. Just a Mile Reviewer says, "Hey, Rob. Heard about the decision today, so left-leaning independent, but I think liberals are freaking out over a reasonable ruling. Official duties of the president are defined in the Constitution. Makes sense. The president should be immune from the prosecution within that scope, but not other acts." Yeah, that's basically what I said. Again, my take before this ruling was I thought it would be appalling if the court ruled, and I'm saying this as someone who's voting for Trump and thinks there's been weaponization against Trump. I thought it would be an appalling decision for the court to say there is complete immunity for anything a president does. I thought that was a bad idea. I said so. I thought that it also would be bad to say that the president has no more immunity than the average person, because predictably what that would lead, as the court ruled today, would be that you could have one attorney general in a state that would indefinitely prosecute and hold up president once they're out of office for anything they did that they felt was unconstitutional. They would try to hold them criminally liable. I think that that's a bad precedent. And so what they needed to do was say, basically, sure, there are acts which clearly are prosecutable of a president, like you went out and you drunk driving or, murdered a hooker, but the threshold's very high for things that could theoretically be part of your duties as president. And that's effectively what they said. And so for Biden, it's one thing for left-wing streamers to be hyperventilating, but to see Biden gaslighting the people, again, I would wonder if he gets his wish and the Supreme Court would have ruled the way he wanted, and then as soon as he's out of office, if, say, an attorney general in Alabama says, we think that Joe Biden's handling of the border was criminal, we're going to charge him with the murder of Laken Riley because he criminally refused to hold to the Constitution and to enforce the acts of the legislator, or we're going to hold him criminally accountable for forgiving student loans when the Supreme Court said that was unconstitutional, etc. Would that mean that Joe Biden would say, absolutely, I should be criminally charged? No, I didn't see Destiny stream today.
Predecessor sent a violent mob to the U.S. Capitol to stop the peaceful transfer of power.
He did not send a violent mob. Peer Review was just on here and was talking about how he thinks it's strange that this is the tactic they're using because they know the tactic of the alternate electors isn't that good. And of course, he's going to hyperventilate about this.
We all saw it with our own eyes. We sat there and watched it happen that day.
No, what we watched was a mob that got out of control. There was a lot to it. Be happy to talk to anyone about January 6th and what happened that day. As Destiny said, though, as we've talked about earlier, clearly we saw with our own eyes that there was enough people that overwhelmed the law enforcement that if they were really trying to overthrow the government, they would have did far more. Instead, they just basically milled about after fighting with police a little. Now, what we did see with our own eyes for years was Joe Biden's cognitive decline, which, okay, maybe you don't blame Joe Biden for not admitting it because, after all, it's him, and he has cognitive decline, so how the hell could he admit it anyways? But we saw it with our own eyes for years, and we were gaslit by Biden and his allies that that wasn't the case.
Attack on the police, the ransacking of the Capitol, a mob literally hunting down the House Speaker, Nancy Pelosi.
Didn't hunt down the House Speaker, Nancy Pelosi. Meanwhile, on May 31st, 2020, we saw a mob of left-wingers use actual lethal weapons to burn down a guard station, injure 47 officers, hunting Donald Trump, trying to break into the White House. Afterwards, Joe Biden, several days later, made fun of Donald Trump and said he should, quote, go back to his bunker. Now imagine if Donald Trump would have mocked Nancy Pelosi and said, cry harder and hide under your desk after January 6th. Imagine what Joe Biden would say. Imagine what the Democrats would say. But when violent left-wingers tried to hunt down Donald Trump with lethal weapons, he found it appropriate to make fun of Trump because he had to be moved to a bunker.
Gallows erected to hang the Vice President, Mike Pence.
The gallows were clearly a joke gallows. They were nowhere near big enough to actually hang someone. We'd seen dozens upon dozens of examples of Trump in effigy being burned, stabbed, shot. It was quite frequent all over the place. In addition, speaking of those gallows, isn't it odd, despite the fact that we have umpteen evidences of video images of the people that were erecting those gallows, none of them have been caught? Isn't that odd? Just like the pipe bomber. It seems strange that the seminal moments that were used to exhibit the most fear by Democrats, the people that did those things somehow are the only ones that seemingly can't be found or charged. Similar to the case of Ray Epps, when we finally have one guy on tape multiple days telling people to breach the Capitol and being at the front lines while it occurred, he's the one guy that gets off and doesn't have much trouble. But the blue-haired grandmas that were walking through the Capitol peacefully, we'll throw the book at them.
I think it's fair to say it's one of the darkest days in the history of America.
I think it's fair to say that's a joke. One of the darkest days in the history of America continues to be every day that we're gaslit that this person is capable of being president because it's clear that his cognitive decline meant that he was never capable. I think one of the darkest days in the history of America is when Joe Biden's administration decided to weaponize the government to go after his political opponent in such severe ways. I think one of the darkest days in the history of this country was when the FBI decided to illegally spy on a presidential candidate and then later presidential administration. All things which were cheered on by Joe Biden and the Democratic apparatus.
Now the man who sent that mob to the U.S. Capitol is facing potential criminal conviction for what happened that day. And the American people deserve to have an answer in the courts before the upcoming election. The public has a right to know.
What he's really saying is, due process be damned. The things shouldn't occur as regularly occurs. For example, we could see that the Trump trials have been expedited. There are January 6 people still that have been charged years ago that are still waiting for their trial. And yet they tried to conveniently time the trials of Donald Trump to fall right within the time frame of the election because it was never about actually seeking justice. It was actually about interfering with the 2024 election to try to help them to maintain power. So when Biden is doing here is gaslighting you, saying the American people have the right to know. What he's really saying saying is, it's our political strategy to use lawfare to go after Trump to try to help us win the election. And it's a shame that the Supreme Court seemed to suggest that that may have to be delayed because there are constitutional questions that need to be answered before we could just lock up our opponent.
The answer about what happened on January 6th, before they asked to vote again this year. Now, because of today's decision, that is highly, highly unlikely. It's a terrible disservice to the people of this nation. So now the American people have to do what the courts should have been willing to do, but will not. The American people have to render a judgment about Donald Trump's behavior. The American people must decide whether Donald Trump's assault on our democracy on January 6th makes him unfit for public office in the highest office in the world.
The assault on our democracy continues to be by those that use unelected bureaucrats in order to use lawfare and weaponization to go after their political opponents. By the way, not just Donald Trump, but parents at school board meeting, pro-life protesters, etc. While those same people allow the people that are aligned with them, such as left-wing protesters that turn into rioters, Palestinian protesters that break into places, etc., off the hook. The two-tiered justice systems that they use is what's an actual threat to our democracy. Trying to keep Donald Trump off the ballot in Colorado was a threat to our democracy.
The American people must decide if Trump's embrace of violence to preserve his power is acceptable.
Trump didn't embrace violence. He told people to go be peaceful. There was no evidence whatsoever that he said that he embraced violence. Contrary to Democrats that engaged in active violence over and over politically, many riots that occurred in the summer of 2020, many riots that occurred when Trump was elected in 2016. And make no mistake about it, every one of us know that if Trump wins, we will see the return of those left-wing rioters that will occur over and over again. This is embraced and called mostly peaceful, or the language of the unheard, or there are bail funds promoted by people like now VP Kamala Harris that endorse these acts of violence that occur. And yet Democrats are never made to be held responsible. In fact, they say that Trump's rhetoric was responsible for what happened on January 6th, despite the fact he said to be peaceful. However, one of his chief opposition, that of the Democratic Senate leader Chuck Schumer, said that Brett Kavanaugh himself reaped the whirlwind and would face repercussions for overturning Roe v. Wade. And then there was an assassination attempt after people illegally protested outside of Brett Kavanaugh's home. And yet Joe Biden nor any of the Democrats said that Chuck Schumer was responsible for inciting that violence and that attempted assassination attempt. It is evident for everyone to see that if they really cared about these principles, then there would be an equal standard. And someone like Joe Biden or someone like, what's her name that I'm thinking of? The lady that was outside George Floyd that said, if you see Trump people in restaurants, you go after them. What's her name? Why can't I think of her name? People know who I'm talking about. These were direct calls to harass people in the Trump administration who were then harassed, who were chased by mobs. Direct calls. Maxine Waters, that's right. Yeah, sorry. A little brain fart there. It would be more palpable to say we blame Trump for inciting violence January 6th, and we blame Kamala Harris for promoting this bail fund, and we blame Maxine Waters for the things she was saying, and we blame Chuck Schumer. Thank you, Max Power, for the follow. I appreciate it. Then you might say, even if I disagree, at least those are consistent positions. This language is coming, again, if you look at things, if our media would have gaslit the American people in a different way and told you that May 31st, 2020, when left-wingers attacked the White House, burned down his guard station, threw Molotov cocktails at police officers, injured 47 police officers, if we said that was an insurrection and a violent attack on the country, and then you knew that Donald Trump, the Secret Service took it so seriously that they removed him from the White House into a secret bunker, and then several days later, Joe Biden came out and made fun of Donald Trump for having to be moved to that bunker, all of a sudden listening to this man talk about, inciting violence or embracing violence seems very different, right? Yeah, I don't know why I couldn't remember any.
Perhaps most importantly, the American people must decide they want to entrust the president once again, the presidency, to Donald Trump, now knowing he'll be even more emboldened to do whatever he pleases whenever he wants to do it.
What might he do? What is it that Trump's so emboldened that he might do? Get opposition research to have his FBI legally spy on his opponent? Oh, wait, that's what Democrats did. Might he use his attorney general to appoint special counselors or to investigate his opponents? Oh, wait, that's what the Democrats have done. Might he have his FBI go after traditional Democrat voting blocs like, I don't know, say, groups that are pro-immigration? and say that the FBI is going to spy on them, or like he did to Catholic groups and to parents at school board meetings? Might he go after people and send the FBI after people that are pro-choice protesters that vandalize a church or something like that, having the FBI raid them in public displays? Might he lock up Democratic podcasters and people like Steve Bannon and Peter Navarro? All of this has occurred under the Joe Biden administration or Democrat administrations. All of it. Again, they accuse you of what they themselves do. Imagine if Trump and his administration would have locked up Jim Acosta or Rachel Maddow. Yep, that's what they'll do to Steve Bannon. And you might say, well, that's because Steve Bannon violated a subpoena. Imagine that they would have subpoenaed Rachel Maddow in the first place and the outrage that would have been. Furthermore, imagine that they arrested people for violating a subpoena, and then when their own people, such as Merrick Garland, violates a subpoena, they say, no, but we're not going to arrest them.
You know, at the outset of our nation, it was the character of George Washington, our first president, to find the presidency. He believed power was limited, not absolute.
That's true. He probably did believe that. That's like he would have been against Chevron doctrine. Remember, that simultaneously this week, these are the two arguments that we hear. Donald Trump's a threat to democracy, and now the Supreme Court's a threat to democracy because, one, they overruled Chevron deference, which means that the legislators and not unelected bureaucrats now get to decide the law. And second, because Joe Biden now, we know, is a vegetable, and he's not running his administration, so it's unelected bureaucrats that are running the administration. Both of that is antithetical to the idea of democracy and the people we vote for actually running our government. And yet they make this argument simultaneously about democracy while there's serious conversation about many Democrats of ruining the process of democracy by replacing Joe Biden at this late hour with someone that wasn't voted on by any Democratic voter in the primary.
And that power always resides with the people. Always. Now over 200...
They tried to keep Trump off the ballot. And now he's talking about the power resides with the people.
100 years later, today's Supreme Court decision, once again, it'll depend on the character of the men and women who hold that presidency that are going to define the limits of the power of the presidency.
Did Joe Biden call for the locking up of FDR, and what a sham it was that he wasn't locked up for interring Japanese Americans? Did Joe Biden call for, when he was vice president, did he call for the locking up of Barack Obama for the bombing of an American citizen? Did he call for that? Should Joe Biden be criminally prosecuted for signing off on bombing of what ended up being a U.S. ally and interpreter and his children that he called ISIS-K? Should he be locked up for that? It's very interesting to hear Joe Biden give the rationale for why he would have no problem with a litany of right-wing attorney generals in states criminally prosecuting him for acts he would say, but wait a minute, those were presidential acts. Oh, you mean to tell me there are certain acts that would be criminal for the rest of us, like ordering the bombing of someone, that aren't criminal for the president? But you seem to suggest that's not the case, that no one's above the law.
Because the law will no longer do it. I know I will respect the limits of the presidential powers I have for 3.5 years.
He did not. He hasn't respected those limits. For example, quite simply, we could see forgiving student loans that the Supreme Court said couldn't do.
But any president, including Donald Trump, will now be free to ignore the law. I concur with Justice Sotomayor's dissent today. Here's what she said. She said, in every use of official power, the president is now a king above the law.
Again, if Sotomayor's right, then she's implying that presidents can be held criminally liable for official acts that they take. So why isn't Sotomayor lamenting the fact that that Barack Obama isn't being charged with the bombing of an American citizen?
With fear for our democracy, I dissent. End of quote. So should the American people dissent. I dissent. May God bless you all, and may God help preserve our democracy. Thank you. May God protect our troops.
Why does this go on for 3 more minutes? Look at that confident shamble back into the... Is that it? Yeah. So he said nothing. Just hyperventilated like the left-wingers that you've seen. Their entire strategy, you understand this, their entire strategy is to spread, even if you watched Biden in the debate, despite the gaslighting that you got that Biden told the truth and Trump lied over and over again, it's clear right out of the gate that Biden's strategy is to repeat the very hoaxes that have been debunked over and over again. Trump said to inject bleach. Trump said Nazis were good people. Trump said soldiers were losers and suckers. Horseshit, horseshit, horseshit. That's it. That's what their strategy is. And then to use lawfare. January 6th was the darkest day, and one of the darkest days in this country. It was an insurrection. Trump incited this mob. He embraced violence. If it's true that Biden's administration is doing such a bang-up job, like they claim, why would you be resorting on blatant hoaxes? Why would you resort to lawfare? What does it matter if the citizen is a terrorist? If the president has no authority above the average person to be above the law, if someone's a terrorist, may you kill them? No, of course not. If he was a terrorist, then he was entitled to a trial as an American citizen. An enemy combatant, for example, wouldn't be if you're not a foreign citizen. But as an American citizen, you're entitled to due process. You're not allowed to be extrajudicially murdered, even if you're a bad person. That's our system. This is it. And Aftershock's right. You love it because it shows they don't have any new plan to make. They're just going to scream as many lies as they can so people are already hurt. Yeah. Now, don't worry. There'll be more scandals that come out. Yeah, that's exactly right. You see acts of left-wing violence all the time. We're told, just like with Joe Biden, there's no cognitive decline. What do you mean? Left-wing violence where? I don't see it. What are you talking about? Sorry, just got a couple messages there. Biden didn't field any question. No. Really? So I'm willing to talk. Again, I'm going to stick around because at 10 o'clock I'm going to be streaming with Aircraft Sparky. Something else we could talk about today. It's not quite as interesting, but a little Twitter spat I had, or X spat I had with Pisco and some other people. Destiny. It started with Destiny, right? Where he said Joe Biden would never have his Department of Justice go after political opponents. It's interesting. First off, he is. And the argument is, well, that's not Biden. Now, I want you to think about this for a second, right? Think about this argument. And I've had this debate or this argument with people on X several times since Thursday, since the debate. The people that are at least trying to feign honesty and saying, oh yeah, I saw evidence of cognitive decline. Now listen, it started off there was a lot of those, but now you're seeing that there's a lot of voices going the other way. It has nothing to do with the truth, by the way. You might say, what's the difference between a Democrat supporter in the media, Democratic politician, commentator, streamer, poster on X? What's the difference between the Democratic ones that want Biden removed and are admitting that he looked really bad in the debate and has cognitive decline versus those that want him to remain and are saying his cognitive decline is not that bad? What's the difference? There's only one difference. The only difference is what those groups think is politically expedient to help them win. That's it. It's not that one group's more truthful than the other, or one group's more moral or has more integrity. They don't, because both of those groups have always known that Joe Biden had that cognitive decline. They knew that, and they lied to you. And now, half of them feel the lie was so obvious that they need to jump ship and get rid of Joe Biden, and the other half of them feel, no, we can continue the lie. That's it. It's not that one group has more integrity than the other. That's all it is. The only difference is one group thinks the best chance we have to win is get rid of Biden, and the other group says, no, the best chance we have to win is to keep Biden. That's it. It's the only difference. So don't think, well, the ones that are telling the truth now about Biden, they're more reasonable than no, they're all unreasonable. All of them. That's it. They're trying to appear more reasonable, but they're not. They knew. How do I know they knew? I knew. You knew. It was easy for everyone to see, and they told you over and over when they saw the same thing as you. No, that's edited. That's a cheap fake. That's not true. I don't see evidence. And many of them, particularly those that matter in the media, in the Biden administration, etc., they had way more access to Biden than you did. So they saw what he was like, and they knew. They know. So it has nothing to do about one group being more truthful. Don't let them gaslight you again and saying, oh, now we didn't know. But trust us, we're honest people. They're not honest. They're not. That's right. They didn't just lie. They called you stupid for thinking he was declining. They're gaslighting assholes. Absolutely true. And it's almost the entirety of the Democratic Party and their supporters. Almost every one of them. Now, it is true that there might be people that vote Democrat and sometimes comment that don't really watch that much. Those people I can forgive. But none of the people you're dealing with or I'm dealing with on a daily basis that's posting on X all the time. And you know what I mean? Because we forget. Those of us that are like watching me right now, me who's streaming about politics, or you that's watching me stream about politics, we're probably more interested in politics and consume more politics stuff than the average person. So if the average person's just like I know dudes like this in rural America that are like, I'm union, I vote Democrat, I don't really follow the news. I don't blame that person necessarily for not understanding Biden's cognitive decline because they're probably not watching a lot of media. They're working on a farm or some shit or, pipe welder or something. I get it. No problem. No hard feelings. Got that. But those that are commenting and understand, they know. Right? So, just so we've cleared that up, right? But the idea then, that you hear from half of these people now that are basically saying it, and there's a lot of them. I don't care if Joe Biden has cognitive, because the obvious question is, forget about the election. No matter what, unless he resigns or, God forbid, something worse happens, like he goes comatose or something, and he's, or medically, 25th Amendment, whatever, unless something happens, Joe Biden's president till January. That dude's the president. And so the obvious question becomes, who's running the country? So I'll put it in the words of Conor, counterpoints. He said, his cabinet, you moron. That's what he said. Obviously. And that's the argument. Destiny seems to be like, well, I don't care. I'd trust the people running Biden's campaign more than his administration, more than Trump. In other words, it's people that you didn't elect. They're running it, so don't worry. And it's doing good anyways. They'll gaslight you about that too. The economy's doing great. Border's good. Foreign policy decisions excellent. Most successful president ever. You can't afford groceries. The border's wide open. We're on the cusp of World War III, but most effective president ever. And trust us, he didn't have cognitive decline until Thursday, says these people. Mm-hmm. So that's what they tell you. So let's think this through. And I hope to debate Destiny on this and hopefully someone else and run through this. Is there anyone that's willing to play devil's advocate? Put on, maybe you are a left-winger. Maybe you're a Democrat, you're in the chat. Or if not, if I could get anyone who wants to respond to try to play devil's advocate here, if you're not a lefty, and try to answer this question. Why would it be a problem if the president asked his DOJ to go after his opponent? If Donald Trump asked his Department of Justice to go after his opponents, can you explain to me why that's a problem? Now, I know this is like, it's so obvious, but seriously, I want to hear. Why is that a problem? Anyone, just give me an answer. I'll give you what I think my answer would be. But I'd like to hear if someone else has similar thoughts to me. So imagine that you hate Trump. Because it places a distrust in our institutions designed to protect us. But why? Why does that place a distrust, but the DOJ on their own investigating wouldn't? What is it uniquely about the president asking? For example, we absolutely know that Biden's DOJ is going after Trump, but that seemed to not be a problem. The problem is Trump asking the DOJ, which then didn't go after his opponent. That's the problem. There's a unique problem with Trump asking the DOJ. The appearance of impropriety. Why wouldn't there be an appearance of impropriety with the DOJ? What is it specifically? Yeah, I just watched Biden's speech. What is it specifically about the president asking? Why is it a problem for the president to ask the DOJ to look into his opponent? It's a political quote. Not really. It's election interference. No. None of that. All of that, you could say all of that with the DOJ themselves. They'll say false equivalence. Biden's not going after Trump, but Trump brought this on himself. Let me see if I give an answer and you all think it's acceptable. Because Trump is the one with power, and he is the president, and he is using that power to go after his opponent. So he's the guy who could say, I have control, it's my decisions running this country, and I will take this DOJ and I will use it to attack my opponent. That's why it's a problem. Whereas, if the DOJ itself decides to go after, that's not the guy with ultimate power going. That's not the guy going after his opponent. That's independent. That's the DOJ. They're not the ones with power. So the problem is, Trump's the man, he's the politician, he's the one running. His opponent is Joe Biden. And so asking the DOJ to go after his opponent is bad because it's his opponent, because it's his administration and his attempt to win. Does everyone agree? That's why it's different for the DOJ to go after, so say the lefties, than Trump. That's true, 2024. Yeah. That's right. I think I'm right on that point. Just Kidding says not 100%, since technically the DOJ is under direct purview of the executive. You can do one-stage removal and appoint a person who is biased. Right, theoretically you could do that, but their argument from the left-wing perspective is going to say one-stage removal is fine. That's what they're going to say. Zero-stage removal is better, or not as good as one-stage removal. That's going to be their argument, right? Here's why that argument doesn't work. If Biden's not running his administration because he has cognitive decline, and your argument is, well, it's actually his administration that's running things, then it's the DOJ going after their political opponent. That's what's happening. Destiny's argument's this. Well, I prefer Biden's not running the show, but I prefer his administration to Trump. The people that are actually running the show with Biden, I prefer them to Trump. And one of the reasons he gives is, I know Biden won't go after his political opponent. But Biden, why does that matter? Biden's not running shit. You've conceded. Biden's just an empty suit. Picture it this way. If you say Biden's an empty suit, he's not running things, but insert Kamala Harris, hypothetically, is running things. Okay? And then Kamala Harris says, I want the DOJ to investigate Trump. Isn't that the same problem, effectually, as Trump saying, I want the DOJ to investigate my opponent? It would be the same thing, right? Because Biden's just like this, drooling. They wheel him out in a wheelchair, he's just drooling. Kamala Harris is the one doing everything. She just grabs Biden's hand and signs the papers. And she says, I want the DOJ to go after Trump. It'd be the same issue, right? She's the one in charge. Okay, but it's not Kamala Harris in charge. It's the administration itself. It's Merrick Garland. It's Ron Klain. So if Merrick Garland's one of the people running the administration, and he's going after Donald Trump, how is that any effectively different than Trump asking the DOJ to go after his opponents? For example, if you found out that Bill Barr was actually the one running the entire Trump administration, all of the policies and everything, and Bill Barr said, I'm going to go after Joe Biden because I want to maintain in power, wouldn't that be the same problem? Biden's not running the administration, it's his people. One of the reasons I'll vote for his people is that Biden won't ask his DOJ to go after his opponent. But Biden's not running it, his people are. And his people are asking the DOJ to go after Trump. Again, they worry about Trump suggesting or hypothetically doing what we see the Democrats currently doing. I go back to that Ari Melber clip. His problem with Elon Musk hypothetically buying Twitter was, what if he decides to kick one of the major political parties off that he doesn't like? What if they shadow ban people with certain political messages that he doesn't like? Which is exactly what Twitter was doing. They banned Trump. They were shadow banning and censoring conservatives overwhelmingly. Trump supporters. His fear isn't, oh my God, we're doing this bad shit, that's bad. His fear is, what if someone else comes in and does that bad shit to us? That's exactly what if Trump comes in? So I just want to be clear. If Trump comes into office, like let's say Trump right now never says another word. Doesn't say another word at all, right? Not one more word. Just like, not saying a word. I'm just going to leave Biden talk. Doesn't say a word, no communications, nothing. Wins the election. Comes out after 2 months, whoever his attorney general is says, we're investigating Pete Buttigieg. Now, I've never heard Trump say to investigate Pete Buttigieg. You'd think for a second Democrats would be like, totally reasonable. The DOJ's investigating Pete Buttigieg. We don't have evidence of Trump specifically asking for that. Of course not. 2024 says, Rob, I appreciate your passion for this art, but let me repeat, the voters don't care. That's fine. What you could do is go watch a different channel while I talk about this stuff. One, it's this sort of corruption that I think is the most important issue. The voters will never care if someone doesn't talk about these issues. Second, it is the Democrats' number one strategy in going into this. They're using lawfare, so I'm specifically talking about their most effective strategy and why it is something we should not prefer. Three, one of the reasons that people think that Trump shouldn't be preferred is because of his personal feelings. They're weighing personal feelings of Trump's behavior versus the terrible policy decisions of Biden. So speaking back against the idea of the personal failings of Donald Trump, such as the lawfare going after him and things like that, is actually important defensive work on the issues that people would be concerned. Fourth, it'll be easy to win the arguments about illegal immigration. Should I spend my time talking to people that already know what a disaster illegal immigration are and spend my time saying, hey, I'm here to remind you the legal immigration is a disaster, and they'll say, yes, we know that already. Instead, what I should be doing is saying, you already know the disastrous policies of Joe Biden. Now, what are the offensive positions that Joe Biden has against Donald Trump? Well, those offensive positions are that Donald Trump is a corrupt politician who inspired an insurrection, etc., etc. If you're right that no one cares about this and it's just a question of illegal immigration, economics, etc., then Donald Trump will be leading the polling about 80% to 20%. However, there's an awful lot of voters that will tell you that they don't like Donald Trump's character. They think that Donald Trump's a threat to democracy and things like that. So being able to talk about these things, particularly in a day when we see that Joe Biden just gave a speech that said that the Supreme Court of the United States has been weaponized, and it is absolutely clear, as everyone here could see, that the strategy going forward, at least for the next few weeks, is going to be to attack the Supreme Court and claim that this makes Donald Trump a God king and try to gaslight the American people into thinking that they need to be hesitant to vote for Donald Trump because they're afraid if Donald Trump comes into office that he'll be a dictator that could do whatever he wants and lock people up that disagree with him. I think that attacking that line of attack, particularly when it is the line of attack that is the most significant one the Democrats are making right now, seems something that's worthwhile to do. Now, I don't understand why someone who supposedly is interested in fighting back against this corruption and against the Joe Biden presidency would so heavily be invested in telling me that I shouldn't be talking about this. Instead, I should spend my time saying, once more, illegal immigration's bad. This would be like two ships passing. And what will happen is Donald Trump will inevitably lose because no one pushes back against this obvious corruption, and it's allowed to be painted that Donald Trump is a dictator in waiting that's going to come in and destroy democracy. There are enough swing voters that may potentially vote by that because they would be able to say that, like, well, no one pushed back on it. It must be true. I haven't heard word one about pushing back. And then when we'd look at someone like 2024 Gay Odyssey and say, but that can't be true because 2024 Gay Odyssey was quite confident that voters won't care about that whatsoever. As long as I keep saying illegal immigration's bad and repeat that every time, that would be enough to swing the pendulum to go that way. I don't think that's sound strategy, but that's just me. But you're more than welcome, if you would like and you have a problem with this, you're more than welcome to start your own show and be as articulate as you like on things like economic decline or legal immigration, which I talk about quite frequently here. I've done debates with people like Destiny. I've done debates with economist Noah Smith. I did a debate about a week ago with Alex Kirsch. I did a mock debate with Andrew Wilson. Almost all of those debates talked very little about the corruption of Joe Biden and actually talked about things like economic policy, foreign policy, the border crisis, fentanyl overdoses, and things of that nature. So I talked about a lot of those issues. The idea that today, when the Democrats' number one strategy is to use lawfare, which everyone could agree that's their number one strategy. The idea that today, when the Supreme Court came out and weighed in on this, and now the Democrats are literally almost in unison gaslighting that it's obvious their strategy today is going to be to say Donald Trump's a dictator and this makes him a God king. And you're saying, yeah, but no one cares about this. You shouldn't be talking about it. I find to be nonsensical. I hope that clears it up. So, hopefully you'll enjoy the rest of the program and think to yourself, geez, I wish Rob was still talking about illegal immigration, but it's not meta. Meta would be like when I'm talking about Burisma. That gets meta. I fully admit. It's a topic that I like to talk about. I think that I'm correct, that it illustrates the corruption, but I talk all the time about, yeah, I understand why that doesn't resonate with my neighbor. I get that. I still like talking about it because I talk about it. It's what it is. And I think it's an important topic that I wish more people cared about. But it is my failure that I've been unable to move that ball across the goalpost and making that a mainstream story with legs. There's been some attempts, but it is what it is. But it's not meta to say, this is our opponent's number one strategy. Let's talk about it. That doesn't seem meta to me. That seems to be quite topical. Just my feelings. Anyways, furthering this conversation then. So that's number one. The second thing is, why does no one talk about what happened with Mike Flynn when it comes to the idea of DOJ prosecuting political opposition? Now, the argument seems to be something like this. Trump was weighing in on what the DOJ should do going after political opponents. And I've said this from the get-go. It's clear that Democrats have no problem with administrations going after their political opponent because we see, quite frankly, from the Obama administration, in many ways they were going after Donald Trump. Now, granted, he wasn't running again, but it's clear that Hillary Clinton was his heir apparent and Donald Trump was his opponent. They went after Donald Trump in a litany of ways, including illegally getting FISA warrants to spy on his campaign, and then later administration. Democrats don't have a problem with that. They said, well, it's okay. You can go after your political opponent as long as there's reason to. And you shouldn't announce it, your DOJ should. So then we get to the question of Mike Flynn. Mike Flynn's the incoming national security advisor. Why did James Comey attend a meeting with Barack Obama, Joe Biden, Susan Rice, Peter Strzok from the FBI, discussing how to proceed investigating Mike Flynn? If Obama and Biden had nothing to do with the investigation, why would the FBI come to them? And once they did, once James Comey walked in the room and said, hey, we're going to talk about how we're going to investigate the incoming national security advisor, shouldn't Obama and Biden been like, whoa, 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 we don't want involved whatsoever. That would be inappropriate. Right? But okay, let's steel man the position and say, hey, they didn't suggest to be involved. That's on James Comey. Okay, fair enough. And maybe you'd say, well, once they hear that he's going to be investigated, they have reason to want to know that because maybe they say, hey, should we be sharing information with him? Fair enough. But certainly that wouldn't justify giving the FBI pointers on how to proceed. And yet that's exactly what Joe Biden did. According to Peter Strzok's handwritten notes, he wrote that it was Joe Biden himself that suggested the Logan Act. Now, the Logan Act is an almost never used law from the 1800s that says that a U.S. civilian cannot talk to hostile foreign nations about government businesses. You know, like John Kerry talking to Iran. But he wasn't investigated for the Logan Act. Don't worry about that. Now, it's quite usual for incoming administration, because remember, Trump had already won, so they knew that they were coming in. It's quite common for the people in his cabinet to get to work. And some of that includes talking to their foreign contemporaries, even hostile foreign countries, which is exactly what you would want, which, by the way, is exactly what happened with the Biden administration coming after Trump. They had people like John Kerry that were reaching out talking to foreign contemporaries, which is absolutely what you want. You don't want the incoming administration to come in on January 20th and be like, okay, we know nothing, we haven't talked to anyone. It's nonsensical. And yet only Mike Flynn, out of all the administrations that have done this, only Mike Flynn do we know that the Logan Act was suggested in pursuing. Why is that? So I bring this up. If Biden's not the type of dude that would be involved in suggestions of prosecuting political opponents, why did he suggest going after Flynn with the Logan Act? Yeah, I just watched the Biden reaction. Yep, just watched Biden's response. Yep, it's like 5 minutes, we saw it. Now I bring this up, and of course the usual characters of Hutch and Pisco get involved. And I can go through the thread, but you'll just have to take my word, or you can go to X and read it yourself. Of course, they have no problem with this. Now, one of the things that Pisco brings out, and here's the problem. Here's the problem with someone like Pisco. He's so bad faith. I'm still good faith, so I'll make concessions when I'm wrong. I was pretty sure after reading the IG report and other things, which granted it's been a long time since I've refreshed my memory by reading through the IG report, that the Logan Act was used as the precursor for investigating General Flynn. Turns out that was not the FBI's argument. The FBI's argument was, actually, Crossfire Hurricane was the reason. So a counterintelligence investigation about Russian interference. And so they were interviewing Flynn to see if he was involved in illegal Russian counterintelligence. Blah, blah, blah. Now, there's two main lanes of argumentation to counter this. One, all of that is irrelevant to why I made the comment about Flynn, which was the idea Joe Biden would never be involved in targeting his political opponents. It doesn't matter if they use the Logan Act as justification or not. He suggested it. Why would he be suggesting it if he's not interested or attempting to investigate political opponents? Then what's he doing suggesting the Logan Act? Now, I suppose the argument could be made even in 2016. Joe Biden had dementia so bad that he was sitting there drooling on himself and people were just talking and he goes, Logan Act! Could be. I guess that could be your argument. But it seems to be a little nonsensical back in 2016. Maybe you buy it in 2024 with Joe Biden's dementia. So what was he talking about the Logan Act? Secondly, I concede. I said, yeah, you're right, Pisco, actually. But it doesn't change what was going on with Joe Biden, my comment about to Destiny. One of the arguments, the sub-arguments we were having, though, was whether or not General Flynn lied. And they asked General Flynn, did you talk about expulsions? He says, no. Did you talk about getting them to change your vote on this resolution? No. Did you talk about anything? Well, I don't think so. Did you talk about anything about changing their behavior? I don't recall that could have happened. But it wasn't like, I don't think it was a long conversation and I wouldn't have said this. Okay? Now, it's long been my argument. That's absurd. A guy saying, no, well, I don't recall it could have happened. That's not a fucking lie. If it is, how many times did Hillary say, I don't remember? That's not a lie to say, I don't recall it could have happened. Even if you're sometimes saying, like, if you ask me, like, Rob, did you eat pancakes for breakfast? And I'm like, no. And then a little later, you're like, did you eat pancakes for breakfast? And I'm like, I don't think so. And then later, they're like, did you eat, like, any fluffy, round, starchy products that you put syrup in? And I'm like, I don't think so. It could have happened. But no, I don't think. That's not a lie. It's not. And Pisco says, oh, when he said I don't remember, I can't recall, he was just talking about expulsions. So in other words, they asked, did you talk about people changing their vote? No. Did you talk about expulsions? I don't recall that could have happened. And so Pisco gets smug, as he always does with fun. And he's smugly like, oh, perhaps you didn't know, Rob. He was only talking about expulsions. Care to change your mind? I was like, well, no, that's not what he was talking about. Because it said, did you talk about expulsions or anything about changing any position at the request of the upcoming administration? And he says, I don't recall that could have happened. And I said, maybe you missed that, Pisco. Maybe you were unaware. So I've already admitted, you're right. Technically, it wasn't the Logan Act. I'll concede when I'm wrong. I don't think it changes the underlying argument, but I will concede that point. Now, will you concede you're wrong? What do you think the chances were that Pisco conceded he was wrong? If you had to take a guess, what do you think the chances were? Go ahead, take a guess. Can you guess? Now, it's in black and white, and actually I am going to show you just because it's hilarious. And this is the type of shit I'm talking about. It's so bad faith. It's absurd. Let me see. It takes forever. I'll just show you real quick. Dude, why do you keep acting like you know anything about the Flynn prosecution? You do realize he was indicted for making multiple false statements, including definitive statements. You're pretending you know stuff is really cringe. The official reason for him leaving was lying to Pence. I say, I do understand the Flynn prosecution. I understand Strzok's notes say it was Biden who brought up the Logan Act, which was used as a precursor to investigate Flynn. I understand the Logan Act's almost never used, even John Kerry's talking to Iran. I understand that almost any incoming administration has their team talking to foreign counterparts. They aren't investigated for the Logan Act. I understand that the FBI 302 Flynn statement show he was asked multiple times about the conversation. I also noticed you conveniently left out that the last time he was asked, he said he didn't recall it could have happened. Why did you leave this part out? They say, the interview asks if he recalled any conversation with Kislyak which expulsions were discussed where Flynn might have encouraged Kislyak not escalate the situation, to keep it reciprocal, or to not engage for tit for tat. Flynn responded, not really, I don't remember. Then they said, the agents asked Flynn if he recalled any conversation with Kislyak in which Kislyak told him the government of Russia had taken into account the upcoming administration's position about the expulsions, or where Kislyak said the government of Russia had responded, or chosen to modulate their response in any way to U.S. actions that resulted in a request by the incoming administration. Quote, Flynn stated it was possible that he talked to Kislyak on the issue, but if he did not remember. I said, why'd you leave that part out? Here's what he says. That was one example. The expulsions, which you were referencing. I raised another example, the UN votes. There was absolutely positively, definitively statement that was also charged. You must not have been aware of that. Care to acknowledge this is new for you? I said, well, that's not entirely correct, is it? He didn't just say he couldn't recall it may have happened regarding conversations about expulsions. He also said that in response to the question if Russia had, quote, chosen to modulate their response in any way to the U.S.'s actions as a result of the request by the incoming administration. Care to acknowledge this is new for you? Now, again, elsewhere, I admit to him, like, okay, I was wrong about something. Here's his response. No, dude, read the last line. He specifically denies saying he was telling Russia not to do something when he was. I say, notice how you're incapable of ever admitting that you were wrong. You said this statement was only about expulsions. You were wrong, in black and white. Now you're deflecting. I've answered this point as well. I never said the statement referred only to expulsions. That was shorthand to refer to that statement, which started regarding expulsions, and in contrast to the UN vote lie, which was not about expulsions. In that statement, Flynn claims he doesn't remember. I say, you're a liar. Here's what you said, saying he couldn't recall. You said it was about expulsions. That's wrong. He specifically says when asked, do you recall conversations about them modulating behavior? He says he doesn't recall. Remember, here's what he said. That's one example, the expulsions. Just straight up gaslighting, lying. Straight up. The other problem is, I accepted his interpretation, actually, that the IG report showed that it actually wasn't the Logan Act that they were going after, but in fact it was the counterintelligence investigation, Crossfire Hurricane. Now, even if that's the case, again, none of this addresses the reason I brought this up. And the reason was, it was Joe Biden suggesting the Logan Act, which was considered by the FBI. So it's clear that Joe Biden's willing to try to help the FBI go after his political opponents. Clear as day. No dispute. They can't argue that. However, one, it's still absurd and corrupt for them to use Crossfire Hurricane as a reason to go after. One, it shows the absurdity of how broad Crossfire Hurricane was, and Hur talks about this. Yes, the threshold for opening a counterintelligence investigation is basically nothing. You heard a rumor. Oh, we'll check into that rumor. Russia is working with Trump's team. Sure, we'll check into it. The problem is the actions you take during the investigation. The FISA warrants, the spying on people, the interviews with people like Mike Flynn. That's the problem. So just because we're told the reason that the Russia collusion investigation started, Crossfire Hurricane started, was George Papadopoulos got drunk and talked to an Australian diplomat named Alexander Downer and said, hey, this one time I talked to this Russian and he said they got emails on Hillary. Therefore, 7 months later, let's investigate Mike Flynn. That's the argument. That's what we're told. Well, that's why. Now, here's some other things that you may not have known. They had looked at Mike Flynn for months and recommended closing the investigation into Mike Flynn. Peter Strzok, the guy that talked about the insurance policy, said, no. The people on the 7th floor, in other words, the top of the FBI field office, they don't want it closed yet. Interesting. Now, the reason that we're told is because they have the transcript of Flynn's call with Kislyak. But nothing in that transcript suggests anything whatsoever that Mike Flynn's a Russian asset or working with Russian spies. In fact, it's quite a benign conversation that you would expect. Incoming dude like, hey, don't do anything to harm the United States. We'd like to try to talk this out. That's it. That's why they interviewed Flynn after they were about to close the investigation. And then, furthermore, and I'm going to screw up the names. I don't have them in front of me, whatever. But it was like Bronte or something like that the IG report specifically says, who was the acting, he took over after Sally Yates as the acting Attorney General. Remember that guy was only there for like a little bit? His notes, would you be shocked to find out what his notes suggested regarding Flynn was? There was one specific crime that was brought up in regards to the investigation of Flynn. Anybody care to take a guess? Remember, I conceded. Oh, you're right. They claimed it wasn't the Logan Act. It was actually the counterintelligence investigation that was the reason. So the interim Attorney General, he had notes on this, and it said it was looking at potential investigation into Flynn, and it cited one specific law that they were concerned about him breaking. Care to guess what that law was? Care to guess? Just take a hunch if you've been following. What law, or maybe I'll give you a little help, what act might the notes have suggested was being looked at? What could it be? It was the Logan Act! Shocking! So yes, although the phony, and then by the way, I think it was John Brennan's notes, I think it was Brennan, I could be wrong, but another person's notes that was involved was like, what's the deal here? What are we trying to do? Because keep in mind, this isn't some like hostile foreign spy. This is the incoming national security advisor. Now, James Comey later admitted, he laughed about it in an interview. He was like, yeah, we went after him. We didn't tell him to have his lawyer there. It was amateur hour. We knew the incoming Trump administration was too trusting, basically. So we sat down and pretended to be buddies with Flynn when really we were investigating him. Great. Awesome. They have the transcript of exactly what Flynn said. So it's like, what are you accusing this guy of doing? You know the transcript shows no wrongdoing. So what's the point of the interview? What are you doing? Are you trying to get him to lie so you can charge him with lying? But that's a perjury trap. That's it? That's what you're doing to the incoming national security advisor? Why? What's the whole point of this? And John Brennan asked that in his notes. He's like, is the point to try to get him to lie? Are we going to tell him we have the transcript? Is the point to get him to admit that he violated the Logan Act? So yes, The reason for the investigation, for talking to Flynn, that ultimately was decided on by the FBI is, well, it's just part of our Crossfire Hurricane. And so therefore, Pisco's like, so the fact that Biden suggested the Logan Act means nothing. Well, what do you think the people in charge were talking about, what law he potentially broke? The Logan Act. So again, I, being good faith, concede when reading what Pisco offered, like, oh, you're right. They do say it wasn't the Logan Act that was the reason for the interview. It was a counterintelligence investigation. I'll admit when I'm wrong. Pisco can't admit when he's wrong. He can't say, you're right. I said it was only about expulsions. That's clearly not the case. Can't admit when he was wrong. And then when I dig further, it's like, well, Pisco's sort of true, but he's giving you a version that leaves out the context that shows actually the Logan Act was still a key part. At least the two of the people in charge thought. And then by the way, just so you know, you're aware that Peter Strzok and the other agent that actually sat down, and again, this is something I harp on a lot, and I hope at least, even if you're a Democrat, I hope that you could, if I could change something that I think Republicans and Democrats should both be on board for, why does the FBI not audio or videotape their interviews? In a world where I would guess that 90% of Americans walk around with a cell phone capable of recording, why in God's name does the FBI not record their interviews? Instead, they rely on the handwritten notes of the agents, called 302s. If you're someone like me that's distrusting of the FBI, what would happen if that FBI agent intentionally writes something down inaccurately that's then used as the official record to prosecute? He said he did do this. What if that guy says, I never said that, I didn't say I did do that, that's what the 302 says, how would you prove your innocence? But even if you're not like that and you don't think, what if they accidentally write something down incorrectly? If you had it taped, you could go back to the tape and see what they said. But no. Yeah, you know that's right. John Kell's like, you know why? Right. Because they want it to be where they could be corrupt or we could spin things the way they wanted. To give themselves a way out and capacity to fraudulently modify. That's exactly right. There's no good explanation. But okay, now, let's talk about transcripts for a minute. Again, it's something that I talked about the other day, but there was one big account on X that said, well, I read the transcript of the debate of Trump versus Biden, and when I read the transcript, Biden did way better. And Mark, this might be the absolute best. Mark Cuban's like, I put the transcript of the debate into ChatGPT, and it said both Trump and Biden had good and bad points. Great. First off, ChatGPT so left-wing it's a joke. Second, what the hell does that prove? If you take out all the stuttering and how bad Biden looked, he didn't look so bad, I guess. It's a joke. But why would they focus on the transcript? Now, most of you saw the debate, right? Most of you saw it. If I was to tell you, well, the transcript, if you just look at it, actually Biden looks very strong, what would your reaction be? One, bullshit, and second, that's why you shouldn't just rely on the transcript. The transcript doesn't tell the whole story. You could leave out things in the transcript to make it sound better. It doesn't show tone, it doesn't show inflection, it doesn't show mental capacity in many ways. But let's say you disagree with me. Let's say you say, no, I think that's fair. I think having the transcript's fair. And I think reading the transcript of Joe Biden, he did much better. Okay? Now that's going to be an argument. Will you at least agree with me this? There are some Democrats that will make that argument. I've seen them on X. Let me repeat. They'll say, no, the transcript, forget what you saw, the transcript reads differently. And reading the transcript, oh boy, Biden looked like a winner. Okay, let's assume that's true. Let's assume that's an argument people are making. Okay, one, wouldn't that be reason that we should see the her audio tapes? Because if there could be that big of a difference between a transcript versus the audio visual, shouldn't we hear the audio? Because there's probably a big difference right? If there's a big difference in the transcript of Biden versus the audio in the debate, why wouldn't there be a big difference in his conversations with her? That's number one. But number two, if that's possible, then how would an FBI 302 transcript correctly convey the tone of an interview? Because the problem is this: the FBI agents that sat in the room with Mike Flynn told their superiors, we don't think he's lying. Now, they have the transcripts. They say his recollection was not correct. It was not. However, by looking at his facial features, listening to him, he didn't look like he was lying. We believe him. We believe he's telling the truth. He's just wrong, but he's telling the truth. That's not a crime. That's not a crime to be wrong. Lying means you're intentionally not telling the truth. You're intentionally giving misinformation or factually incorrect statements. So who would you trust to determine whether or not Flynn lied? The people in the room with him that said, we saw his body language, we heard him talking, we're aware that the things he said does not match up with the official record, however, we don't think it was intentional. Or the people reading the transcript that said, no, he's lying. We know he's lying. When the Democrats will tell you, well, actually, if you read the transcript, it could be different than the audio. It could be different. Okay, well then wouldn't that imply the people reading the 302 didn't get the full picture? They didn't get the full picture of what Flynn was saying. And the other thing I want to make quite clear, let's say that again, the position of people like Hutch and Pisco and others are, Rob is so clearly full of shit, it's right there in black and white that he lied. When the agents were like, look, it was clear that he was saying sometimes definitively no, and then he was saying like, I don't remember, it didn't look like he was lying. It was looking like he legitimately didn't remember. Which is my take on reading it. It's not clear cut. So their argument, and this was one of the interviewing agents was Peter Strzok, not someone who had an agenda to help Trump and his allies, clearly not. He was looking for, quote, an insurance policy to stop them. So how in God's name can you with such, oh, Rob's so full of shit, this is an obvious lie. Then why didn't the only two people in the room with Mike Flynn think he was lying? Why didn't they think he was lying? If it's so obvious, they knew what the transcript said of his phone call with Kislyak. They knew it. They didn't think it was a lie. So you can't say, well, it's because they didn't have access to the full amount of information. Untrue. They did. They still didn't think he lied. Instead, Mueller's team decided to pressure Flynn by saying, if you don't plead guilty and cooperate with us, we're going to throw the book at you and your son, which is what happened. By the way, doesn't that show something else? Remember when they investigated Hillary's team, where they gave everyone immunity and then said, okay, do you want to cooperate with us? And they said, no, nothing happened. I did it all myself. I deleted those things myself. I had an oh shit moment. And I said, that's not how investigations are done. How come is it every time they're going after Trump, they literally throw the book at everyone and then say, okay, now if you cooperate, we'll lessen the charges. But when it comes to investigating Hillary's team, or for that matter, Joe Biden, whatever, they give everyone as light as possible. They give them immunity. And then say, oh, do you have anything to say? Oh, no? Right? Why is that? Everyone knows why. Everyone can see the double standard. That's what was happening. So Mueller's team ultimately overrode the actual FBI agents that said, we don't think he's lying. Yeah, we know he's lying, they said. And the last thing I'll say about this is the same people that are saying, yep, throw the book at Mike Flynn, obviously lied. Even if the FBI agents that were in the room with them didn't think so, still lied. These are the same people that are like Pisco that says, I just want you to look at this. And it's not just Pisco, so please don't take it the wrong way. He's illustrative of basically the very people that decided to do these charges or declined to charge. On one hand, Mike Flynn saying, I don't know, saying, nah, I didn't say that. Maybe I said that. It could have happened, but I don't recall. That's a lie. Even when the agents that were the ones that sat in the room and the only ones that saw and heard it, everyone else relying on a transcript, they said, we don't think it's a lie. Even then, nope, charge it. That's a lie. That's one side. And the other side is, well, when Jabal Momin said, I don't intend for that alarm to go off, that's not a lie, because what he really meant was, I do intend for that alarm to go off. That's not a lie. And it's not just Pisco that believes that, because law enforcement declined to charge Jabal Bowman for that. Or when Hillary said, oh, I thought the classification markings were alphabetical order. And an FBI agent said, that defies credulity. In other words, no fucking way. So the FBI agent there was like, no way, that's a lie. But they decided to say, no, we're not going to charge. Don't charge that. Or when Cheryl Mills in Aberdeen said, we had no knowledge of a server prior to her tenure as Secretary of State. When we have emails from way back in 2009 showing them talking about the server. Cheryl Mills claimed she didn't even know what a server was. And yet we have emails with her discussing the server. Blatant lie. Not charged. Well, someone like Pisco would say, well, you know, none of that's charged. But Mike Flynn saying, I don't recall, that could have happened. An FBI agent saying, no, we don't think that's a lie. Charge him. Charge him. That's the argument. That's how absurd these people are. Same people that told you Joe Biden doesn't have cognitive decline. Same people that told you January 6th was a violent insurrection that almost overthrew the government. Same people that will tell you there is no weaponization of the law enforcement system. Same people that will tell you, oh yeah, Donald Trump, he sexually assaulted E. John Carroll, that's all in the up and up. Same people that will tell you, it didn't matter if Trump wrote the wrong thing that resulted in paying more in taxes. That's still a tax violation. That's totally normal. They don't give a shit. Yeah, you're right, John Kell. They don't care about lying because they feel morally superior. It's okay to lie. Or they convince themselves. They're so brainwashed that they convince themselves. Oh, it's not a lie. It's clear. Flynn and Hillary, you seem stuck. Says a guy who's probably voting for Biden, whose entire strategy is what Trump was doing in 2020. Don't you love that? The entire Democrat strategy is to be like, here's what Trump did in 2020 and how it's criminal. Oh, he needs to be criminally charged for what he did in 2020. Then when you bring up the double standards, they go, you go way back to fucking 2018, 2019. Come on, dude. 2018. We're talking about 2020. Super chat from John Kell for $2. Thank you so much. Says facts. Absolutely. That's exactly right. Flynn was the first existential threat as an NSA with complete oversight and wasn't a diehard loyalist. That's exactly right. That's true. They just don't care about that. They want an economic or social policy. If anything gets in the way, it's justified stopping it. That's right. And they'll completely change their positions one day after another. It's all about protecting democracy. It's all about pack the court. Lock up Donald Trump. Assassinate Trump. Send SEAL Team 6, they'll say. But wait a minute, I thought it was about democracy. Shut up! Remove Joe Biden. Put someone else in. But wait, that's anti-democratic. The people voted for Joe Biden in the primary. Doesn't matter. But you just said democracy. Shut up! I know, 2018 isn't that long ago. He's clout chasing most of it, is what it is. But it's not just speech. Again, I get tired of, even thinking about it. Do they believe the bullshit they say, or are they intentionally lying? Does it matter at the end of the day? It is entirely possible to believe something so fervently that Donald Trump's an existential threat, that you're able to convince yourself of obvious bullshit? Does it matter to us at the end of the day when we're looking at their opinions? Like, if you could hook Destiny up to a lie detector test and say, Destiny, you said several times following January 6th that it's clear that it wasn't like an insurrection attempt to overthrow the government because there were so many people. They basically just milled around. And if they were really trying to overthrow the government, they did way worse. But now you're basically saying the opposite. You're saying it's a big deal. You could hook up to a lie detector test and it might show, yeah, he's full of shit now. Or it might say he's not. Does it matter? Because we from the outside could see it's a bullshit argument. So I'm tired. I don't really give a shit if they've convinced themselves or if they know it's a lie. It's irrelevant to me. Bush invaded countries. Yeah, but that didn't matter. It wasn't illegal. It's okay. Bush is a good guy now. I can't wait for that with Trump, right? Like, hopefully I live long enough, like 16 years from now, there could literally be like a Republican candidate for president. And Trump will then get the Bush treatment. Where there's so many Democrats now, it's like, well, Bush wasn't that bad. You know, Bush was all right. It's like, dude, you guys like wanted to throw him in Guantanamo Bay. You wanted him locked up forever. I remember that. Bush lied. People died. And now, well, he's not that bad. Well, it'll be funny 16 years from now to be like, you know, I don't know who it'll be. Vivek, he's a radical. You know, Trump was crazy, but he was all right, you know, in retrospect. Well, I mean, that's the question, right? Like, again, I challenge people, the people that say that I'm, like, show me once ever suggesting packing the court. Show me once ever suggesting SEAL Team 6, Trump should send SEAL Team 6 after his opponents. Show me ever saying that. Show me saying, I think Trump should intentionally get illegal wiretaps on his opponents. I have said it should be reciprocal behavior. I have refused to answer the question to people like Pisco that had no problem with it. But you've heard me all say to you over and over again, no, I don't want that. I would condemn it. I have no problem with Trump's administration investigating his opponents that deserve it. But certainly I don't want evidence to be fabricated or anything like that. The reason we can't get better, I don't disagree with that take back, Ali Burrito. I didn't. Like, for example, at the debate, it's funny, but it's not funny, depending on how you look at it. You know, we had the two candidates getting a 2-minute argument about who has a better golf handicap. Two octogenarians talking about who has the best golf. I mean, it's pretty fucking sad that that's what it came down to, right? Now, I don't hate Trump, but I understand. I don't think he's the most qualified person to be president for what I would want for a president. But like when I argued with Jeb Tan, there's a reason that it's Trump. It had to be Trump. It had to be him. It had to be Trump in 2016 because it takes a unique type of person to be outside, theoretically, that two-party system. They wanted it to be Bush versus Clinton or Biden or Obama or Romney's or right. That's what they wanted. They were happy for that to continue going forward. Chris Christie and Marco Rubio and, you know, Elizabeth Warren, and they were happy. Heads I win, tails you lose. Pro-establishment person on either side. Oh, two people that agree about funding Ukraine, and which basically Trump does. They agree about bailing out the banks. And they agree that, you know, we have to have immigration, and that's what they wanted. And that's the way it was my entire life. Someone like Ron Paul, no chance. Hell, even someone like Bernie Sanders didn't give a chance. He spent years selling out, but third parties, no chance. That was the deal. The only way to break through that was someone that was going to be charismatic and basically independently wealthy. That was the only way that there was going to be a potential outsider. And I voted for Trump in 2016 for two reasons. Because I knew if a potential outsider got into office, it would force the corruption to become transparent, even to the casual observer, which it did. It was evident that all of our institutions, to the point where Chuck Schumer announced on national TV before Trump was sworn in, the FBI was going to find 6 ways from Sunday at getting at Trump because he criticized them. And that's exactly what happened. The media was all in it. Academia was all in it. Our economic experts like Paul Krugman told us we were going to immediately be in recession. Every institution in this country was anti-Trump. There were riots. The media said, oh, it's not that big of a deal. Hoaxes, leaks, generals refusing to listen to Trump, impeachments, all of this shit. It was obviously bullshit. Obviously. Then Kavanaugh gets nominated. He's a gang rapist. He's this, he's that. Evident to anyone watching, like, holy shit, they're losing their mind. The other reason I voted for Trump was to do something about the corruption. He did a pretty poor job. So he exposed it, but he didn't do much about it. And it bit him in the ass in 2020. Now it may bite him in the ass in 2024. We'll see. Maybe not. But the reason it had to be Trump, even though I pushed for Vivek or DeSantis, the reason it had to be Trump was until the corruption is dealt with, people aren't going to let it go. The people that see it, they're not going to let it go. They see how corrupt it is and they're going after Donald Trump, the establishment, and they're like, nah, fuck that. We're not going to go back. There are tons of criticisms of Donald Trump that he's not really a conservative. He's probably more left-leaning than many of your John Casey's or your Chris Christie's. But they're not going to do anything about the corruption. On the important issues, they're going to agree with the Democratic Party, the funding Ukraine, all of that stuff. We want someone that will end this corrupt two-party system, the way it's been managed. Vivek had the best arguments, I thought, but he didn't have the name power, whatever, he's new. And DeSantis didn't do almost anything on that. And even if DeSantis was good, the fact that they went after Trump sort of got him the sympathy vote for the people that understand it was corrupt. This is who the Democrats wanted to go against, Donald Trump. Same thing in 2016. They thought, yeah, we could beat Trump easily. We'll see. We'll see. But that's why they did the lawfare of Trump. They wanted Trump to be picked. Then they waited until Trump was the nominee, and then bam, now we'll set the hook. Yeah, Clarence Thomas. So that's the point. And so if you're a fiscal conservative, you have to understand that until this corruption's solved, you're not going to get the most capable statesman. Ron DeSantis, I think, is a better statesman than Donald Trump. Before you could build something, you need to tear down the crumbling building. And our system's a crumbling building. We need a demolisher. You need someone to take a wrecking ball to it. That's Donald Trump. DeSantis might be that someone. He might. But I think DeSantis would be a better builder than Trump. I think that's undoubtable to me. I think he would. I think he would have more sober policies that would be designed to achieve end goals. But as far as taking on that corruption, I still think Trump is more of that demolisher. And so I sympathize with people that say this is the best we have to offer. I get it. This guy saying grab him by the P word, just, let's talking about his fucking golf handicap, bitch about Rosie O'Donnell. This is it. Guy shoots himself in the foot all the time. Totally agree. Totally agree. Trump just used the Republican Party for his own benefit. He may have, let's say theoretically that's true. He did a poor job of it. There is no doubt Trump's quality of life has diminished significantly since he became president. In fact, I would go as to say the mental pressure that he's under on a day-to-day basis has to be extraordinary. He's got to be like a sociopath or have such an incredible mental... Imagine knowing that you and your entire family will be targeted with potential imprisonment for the rest of your life just because you're running for office. He's lost an incredible amount of wealth. He went from most of the powerful people in the world thinking he was this quirky, interesting guy. He's going on SNL. He's on WWE. He's doing meetings with Jesse Jackson, getting celebrated by all these celebrities, to now the most hated man in the world amongst those people. So if this was his attempt to personally benefit, it's a very poor job of it. But you could say, well, he attempted to and he miscalculated. Maybe, but I don't think so. I think Trump actually believed that he could do good for the country. I think Trump wanted to be liked. I think Trump's not a guy that's ideologically very strong. I think Trump's the type of dude that thinks this is how you solve problems. We get a guy in that thinks one thing, then we'll get a guy that thinks another. Then we'll have him hash it out, and I'll say, okay, we're going to do kind of some of that next. Businessman type shit. That's what I think he is. We need someone who's willing to fire bad people. You're fired. You did a shitty job. Bring someone else to it. And I think Trump thinks, as a successful businessman, that same premise will apply. But I don't think Trump is like, I'm a staunch Second Amendment defender. I'm a staunch fiscal conservative. I'm a staunch I don't believe that. I don't believe he's an ideologue like that. If a bunch of people tell him to do one thing and he thinks they're smart people, he'll say, okay, I'll do that. He wants to be liked. He wants to be celebrated. But he did think he could do well. I honestly believe that's the truth. Would he have made personal sacrifices for the country to do well? That I don't know. He might have said, hey, I can help and benefit myself. It could be true. Could be true, but you don't think that's the case with Kamala Harris or Pete Buttigieg or Gretchen Whitmer or Josh Shapiro or Gavin Newsom or all the people that are suggested to replace Biden or Biden himself or Jill Biden? Of course. They see personal benefit themselves and enriching themselves in running for president. Gobert, Schwarzenegger, yeah. I don't know, Caps and Raids, yeah. I think we're going to talk about Cope Day version 2.0. About this court decision. Could be true, back alley burrito. What's that have to do with anything? Do you really believe Trump doesn't think he's a successful businessman? It doesn't matter if he is or not. The question is, what was his motivation in running? I believe Trump thought he could... I don't think Trump thought, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. It'll probably be a disaster for the country. But oh well, I'll make some money. I don't think that was his calculus. I think Trump's arrogant. I think Trump thought, yeah, fuck yeah, I could do this job. Sure. I believe that. What court decision? The decision on immunity today. That basically is the only thing everyone's talking about. Sure, you can show up in chat and heckle me and Sparky. The Gorka versus Destiny. I haven't seen that. What else someone told me? Vosh versus Dave Smith I should watch. I have to check that out too. I know, I don't get time to watch a lot of these debates. Yeah, the immunity. Chevron we talked about a little, but yeah, the immunity one. The only problem with streaming this long is I haven't read any of the Cope for the past couple hours. Stephen Miller says basically what I said. The president that bragged around going to SCOTUS rolling on student loans is now worried presidents can do whatever they want. Yeah, that's exactly right, which is what I said. Oh, I would love to debate Destiny on Tim Pool's show, but I did not get a comment back from either Destiny or Tim Pool. So, what can you do? Oh, thank you, Roland. Yeah, I don't know how to manipulate the algorithm. I suck on that shit. But you're probably right. I just put Cope Day 2.0. Let's see what else we got here on X. You know, Cernovich says this 36 minutes ago. Trump spent over $100 million fighting false charges, not including the money and judgments in his civil cases, which were like $500 million. Bannon's in prison. Navarro jailed. Freedom isn't freed. We are occupied by communists. If Donald Trump and the people around him are purely running to enrich themselves, they're doing a really shitty job. Thanks, Burrito. Yeah, no, I'm not way off, just a little off. Thanks. But no, thanks. Yep. Talk to you soon. Yeah, I don't disagree with that about Dave Smith, but in a sense, are my policies surface level? I guess I would say I think I share a lot of similarities with Dave Smith in this. I'm just a regular fucking guy. I'm not going to sit here and bullshit you and tell you like, I'm a philosophical debater that understands the philosophical principles of my economic theory. That's not really who I am. I think I'm a good debater. I think I'm a reasonably intelligent person, but in a very mainstream type of way. Like, I'm not some fucking genius. I'm not someone who's sitting here babbling about, Austrian versus Keynesian economics. I know surface level shit on that. But I have good instincts. And I think that's where Dave Smith's at. I don't think Dave Smith's the best person for having a deep philosophical conversation on political ideology of libertarianism versus Christian populism. So he didn't come off that great in his debate with Andrew Wilson. But Dave Smith's more of a type of person that's just pointing out things in a way that is interesting and intelligent that we see on the day-to-day ground. And that's more of what I try to do. Destiny did reply to Tim that he would come on the show to... Yeah, but he didn't respond to me. Yeah. Andrew has an open invite with Poole. He could certainly take Rob with... Oh, that'd be great. Yeah, I know. Me and my morals. Yeah, I'm a big Ron Paul. He's a good call, Ultra Fatty. My favorite politician ever. Do I think Dems will threaten Biden's family over foreign business dealings to get him to step down? I don't know. It's certainly a possibility. If they choose to say, Biden, it's time to go, they'll let it known to Biden, we will sabotage you and your family. They will. I don't know at this point. I put it 50-50 that they ask him to step down. The only calculation is, do they think they have a better chance with Biden or not? That's it. That's the only calculation. And so there's still a chance that they think at this point, optically, it would look so bad to get rid of Biden. It would look so bad. And whoever the incoming person is, who's it going to be? And there's going to be political infighting within. So that would look bad. But Biden's a train wreck. So maybe it's worth it. So they would exploit Biden like that. And make no mistake, Biden would eventually say, yeah, I'll step down. And he's not, people keep saying, well, it would look bad because if Biden steps down because he's not mentally competent enough to be president, that would be a bad look, right? That would be bad look. Then they'd have to put Kamala Harris and then argue why Kamala shouldn't be the person running in 24. But that's not how it would work, right? He'll have a physical injury. Thank you, Fatty, for the follow. Or he'll say, I need to step down to be with my family. They're not going to have him admit, I'm not competent enough to be president. It's not happening. Yeah, he sticks to his principle with Ron Paul's framework. He took Milton Friedman's Chicago econ and applied it to our society. Yeah, all great people. I mean, two of my heroes, Ron Paul and Milton Friedman. But I'm not going to sit here and tell you, here's Milton Friedman on economics, and here's me. That's just the truth. I understand some of the principles. I talk about it, but I'm not going to bullshit you that I'm in that level. I think Dave would say the same. But, Again, I'm a simple guy. I am. I think I talk about, I think that's one of my advantages. I think oftentimes I'm able to talk about things in a way that average people can understand. I'm not going to go into it a lot. Last time I was streaming, I was talking a lot about debate with my friend Cutsley. But one of the reasons that I was a good debate coach was I was one of the best coaches probably in the country at being able to explain difficult concepts in debate to average people. And you have to understand, I'm in this university, this little state school, Clarion University. There ain't no fucking Einsteins coming through here. It's people like me, rural people, that couldn't get into better schools. Either because, like me, I was smart and I had a decent SAT, but I was fucking lazy. I never worked, so I went to Clarion. That's where I could get in. So you get people like that, or you get people that just, their grades weren't that good, or their tests weren't that good. So you're not getting a bunch of geniuses. And no, debate coaching paid like shit. Terribly. But I was really good at explaining difficult principles about politics or about debate theory to average people in a way they could understand. And I had I was a really good novice coach. New people coming into debate. I was a great coach for them. I wasn't that great with the people at the highest level because those people knew close to what I knew. Where someone my debate coach, he was really good at talking like I was to people that weren't very good, but he was also really good at talking to people that were really good. My coach was phenomenal. He could coach anyone. I was best with the people that were kind of newer. I wasn't that great with the people that were, But I think that translates into what I do here. I think that I'm able to interpret, I think of things a little differently, and I think that I'm able to explain them to ways that average people understand. Like going over this court ruling today. Should you prefer someone like Viva Frey or Robert Barnes? Yeah, they're going to have a more in-depth look, and they'll be able to go directly to the Constitution and to prior cases and, case precedent, and they'll be able to say, what's going on here. But I think the way I'm breaking it down is truthful, and it's in an easy to unpack way. Basically, the court said there are duties that are we know are the duties of the president. You're immune when you take those actions. There are duties that you take that are have nothing to do with duty, so things that are just totally unrelated, you have no immunity from that. And then there's shit in between. Arguably, some of it was an official duty and some of it was maybe independent stuff you did. We'll give you the presumption of innocence or the presumption of immunity, but there are thresholds that could be crossed that you could be charged. That's the gist of what happened. Now, I'm not sitting here to tell you exactly what those thresholds are, and I think there is an argument even parsing through that there's how do you determine what those thresholds are, et cetera, et cetera. Well, that's going to be the rub, isn't it? That's what the courts will decide. The impetus is on the prosecution and the courts to say that that threshold has been cleared before you could go forward with a case. Old Joe says, last time I checked, small college debate coach was $200,000 per year average. Same with my junior high basketball coaching position. Well, I'll tell you this. I was a debate coach 2006 to 8 or 9, 2006, 2008 or 9. I did not make $200,000 a year. I probably made close to $20,000 a year is probably what I made. First off, I wasn't the head coach. I was an assistant coach. Second off, the school really didn't have a budget. In fact, the reason for me being an assistant coach was more as an employee, I wouldn't have to pay tuition, which was actually the big benefit. I just had to pay like activities fees and stuff. But yeah, I was not making $200,000 a year. The head coach at our school was only being paid whatever the salary of a professor was. If I'm recalling, our debate coach, if you got hired as a professor at Clarion University, I think you were obligated to teach like 4 courses. I think being a debate coach took one of those courses away. So he only had to teach 3. But he made no extra money as far as I know for being a debate coach. So he just made like $70,000 a year to be a professor. And I'm not shitting you, like, I can't say enough nice things about my debate coach. If I put in 40, 50 hours a week in debate, my coach easily put in 80 hours and taught full time and was a married father. So, I mean, he, not to talk too personally about him, but eventually he realized he was putting in so much time, it was difficult to spend time with his family and realized it was time to move on. So he's still a professor, but he's done with debate because he was, and I think a big part of it was he liked those of us that were on the team and really wanted to help us win. But I think he wouldn't mind me saying this. A big part of it was he was a competitive asshole like me and he wanted to win. Once you're out of eligibility, what's the next best thing? Fuck it, I'll coach someone else to be a badass. And he did. I would not have been 1/10 the debater I was if it wasn't for my coach. He was phenomenal. Not only was he a phenomenal coach, he was a phenomenal card cutter, researcher. He just, all the success that Clarion University had as a debate team when I was there, and there was a lot of it. We were very successful at the lowest levels, novice and JV. Our team was awesome for a state school. Varsity, we had limited success. I mean, we qualified for the national debate tournament. That's a huge achievement. Yes, the debaters were important, but at least 60 to 70% of that was just based on the sheer talent and energy of our coach, who's a shitty left-winger, if he would ever be listening. But he's a good guy. I think he's one of the biggest influences on my life, my debate coach, and he taught me a lot. Not just about debate, about being a good person, too. So, I don't know. I never really say that shit to him, so he probably doesn't know I feel that way, but I do. And you want to know what the shitty thing is? He lives like 10 minutes away from me, and I rarely see him. So, I should reach out to him. That's probably something I should do. Yeah, I think Cutsleeve has potential to be a good debater. I really do. Good for him. All right, we're just stalling now. We got like 9 minutes till we're on with Sparky's show. Now, full disclosure, I have no idea if anyone else is going to be on Sparky's show. So it might just be me and Sparky. It might be others. I don't know. But it'll be fun either way. Carl Bernstein on CNN right now. Multiple sources tell him that there have been at least 15 occasions in the last year and a half where the president has appeared like he did at that horror show debate performance. Bernstein reports that in the last 6 months, sources have told him that there have been marked incidents of cognitive decline. He says that sources have gone to Ron Clayton last year to express concern about the president losing his train of thought and not having the ability to pick up where he left off. Bernstein mentions a fundraisers at the Four Seasons restaurant in New York in June of 2023, where the president became very stiff, almost like a kind of rigor mortis. Bernstein notes, as he's heard from sources, that Biden is very sharp in his national security briefings and he has full command of the facts. Amazing. People are picking on Biden because they're saying he looked orange in his speech there, which is funny. Oh, wait, let's listen to this. Does Biden say end of quote at the end of this? Let's hear. This is funny. I didn't catch it, so we'll see.
I concur with Justice Sotomayor's dissent today. Here's what she said. She said, in every use of official power, the president is now a king above the law. With fear for our democracy, I dissent. End of quote. I concur with.
Yeah, that's not that bad because he was quoting something. I don't think that's that bad. I'll be honest. Give the dementia patient his due. Yeah, I know he didn't say start a quote, but all right, you're gonna lose me visually here for a minute. I'm gonna see if I could join Sparky's. He did say 10, so. Now listen, I streamed like a lot today, so later in the week I'm not gonna stream as much. I'm trying to put my time in. I am, but I think people could be a little forgiving of me. It's my birthday this week, so. But I knew I had to stream today. This is a big.
Down, and she doesn't want to start issues. What's up, brother? How you doing?
Hey, did you start streaming yet?
No.
Okay, good.
We got five and a half minutes.
Now listen, I'm
it's
streaming.
Kieran's dad.
I'm streaming, so keep the slurs.
Yeah.
You know,
it's not really our thing, man.
We've got to keep the crudity to a minimum, is what you're saying.
Yeah, why not?
I'll see you. I'll see you on Wednesday, Sparty.
Mm-hmm. I get my ad for only $50 there. No shit.
Hey.
True story.
Let's go.
Did you ever go to one of these restaurants? I see them a lot in diners around here. Well, they'll have like a lacquered table with like local ads under it. So it'll be like, Bill's Tree Services. Have you ever seen that?
Yeah.
So me and my roommate had this idea in college that we were just going to take a picture of us and be like two single gentlemen looking for female companionship and just like put our number. But then we quickly realized that we would just get exclusively dudes calling, screwing with us the whole time. So we were like, yeah, probably a bad idea.
I would have done that.
Yeah,
no,
exactly. I would do that. Yeah.
So when I was about 19, I was playing in a band, dude, just living the nightlife all the time. It was a great time, and my lead singer, he came up with this idea. He wanted to get a billboard to advertise our band.
Okay.
And so they had a picture of me on the beach, and I was wearing like a boonie hat, and I was just staring off into that. Just one of our PR people took the picture, and they took that picture and they superimposed it's 2 a.m. Do you know where your wife is?
That's great.
Yeah.
Dude, it got me so many bad freaking looks, I swear.
When I was 19, mate of mine, he had this thing he did, and pub or a nightclub or whatever, he'd walk out with a girl that he wanted. You know what he used to do? He'd go up to a girl, he spot a girl, right? And he'd go, right, I'm off. And he'd go up there, just take a drink out of her hand, put it on the bar, look her in the eyes and go, date or what? 9 times out of 10, he'd be slapped, right?
Yeah.
But she always started talking to him.
Well,
and once she started talking to him, he had her.
Dude has a gift of gab, right?
Oh yeah, but it was the initial thing that got it.
So here are some epic pickup lines. Me and my my friend did one time. I walked up to these girls. We used to have a contest so you could have the worst pickup line. So I walked up to these girls, and I was like, hey, have you ladies ever played Sudoku? And they were like, yeah. And I reached in my pocket, and I pulled out. I was like, I just learned today, and I'm already on the medium puzzles. And I showed them the puzzle I had. That did not work. So then my friend, I'll have to admit, he won. He's like, you girls hungry? And they're like, no. And he reaches in his pocket and pulls out a receipt from the local grocery store. He goes, I just bought all this food today with my food stamps. And that was also, we were 0 for 2 that night. Did not work out very well for us. But
one that I had that worked, especially if I got a girl who's sense of humor, I'd sidle up to her. I don't know. Hey, baby. Yeah, with that voice. Yeah, hey, baby. You know my other buddy's Kurt Russell.
God. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, I think there's an art into making yourself look as bad as possible. But if you do find a lady that's into it, then you're good.
Yeah,
that's my wife. She asked me like the first time I met her. Her friend was dating my brother, and she was like, "Oh, you know, someday I'll make a good wife. I'm an awesome cook, and you know, blah blah blah. What would you bring to a marriage?" And I was like, "A good backhand." And she laughed. I was like, "Oh, all right." That's the first line I ever really said to my wife. So I knew it was like, "Oh, here's a cool lady." Like she laughed at that shitty joke. So,
God, the last relationship I was in, girl asked me, "Yeah, I'm bringing looks, my style, my charm." This relationship, what you bring, it's all the hard work.
That's good. That's good. Now let me ask you, Furry, you're British?
I'm English, yes.
Okay. Are you watching the Euros? Because I have a friend that's huge into what you call football, but we call soccer.
Well,
and I watched that game.
It is football. It's because it's a game you have to be played by controlling a ball with your foot.
Yeah, but it's also played by women, so soccer, sounds
good
but
too, what you call football is played by sissies who are playing rugby but need armour to protect themselves.
That's just because if they didn't have it, they'd be too muscular, and all of you rugby players.
Have you seen? I've actually seen American football players have a try at rugby. They never go back.
Listen. The reason is because they're getting paid hundreds of millions of dollars to play football instead of like a ham sandwich, whatever these rugby players are making.
Yeah, rugby players get paid a lot. I mean,
I know. Rugby's interesting. It's actually.
Do you know why they wear those leather helmets? Some of them wear those leather helmets.
Why is that?
And I'm not joking here. It's so that other players won't grab their ears and pull them off.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Anyways, the Air Force.
The reason I brought it up was I watched
the Euros.
I watched England versus Slovakia. What'd you think of that? I mean, pretty exciting in a 5-minute period.
Actually.
You didn't see it? Oh man!
I don't watch TV, and it's on TV.
Oh well, there you go. Big mistake. So, what do you listen on the radio or?
No, just don't. I mean, I don't watch TV because I'm not paying a TV license.
Oh yeah, right. TV license job.
I'm one of these people who wants rid of it.
Yeah.
All righty. It's showtime. Okay. Let's do it.
Quiet. Yep.
Okay, I'll shut up. I'm not one that has to keep talking. Some fellas just have to keep their mouths flapping, but not me. I was brought up right. My pa used to tell me shut up, and I'd shut up. I wouldn't say nothing. One time darn near starved to death. Wouldn't tell him I was hungry.
Welcome back, everybody. It's your boy Aircraft Spark with another edition of No. Today is Cope Day number 2. Eclectic Boogaloo. The left is melting down, and you know what? We're going to joke and smoke and just BS about it because why the hell not? With me, as usually, from across the pond, the Dark Knight in a fursuit for some reason, the Catman, UK edition. How are you doing tonight?
You love a boy.
Yes, I do. He is called my son. And all the way from parts known around Steeler and Pirate Country, the man, the myth, he is the ultimate boss conservative big boss when it comes to debate on the interwebs. Robnoerr, how you doing tonight?
Good. I'm disappointed that your production values smoke mine. Like, what an awesome intro. Kicking ass. Like, doing great. I'm happy to be here. It's a good day. Cope day. Oh, I'm coping now about my production. Cope day, always good. You know, most holidays you have to wait a year to come back around, but it looks like we're going to get a Cope day every 2 days now, so I'm all for it.
You know, I'm looking forward to Cope month. I mean, we did just leave the holiest month of Hamadan, and now we are progressing into MAGA month. You know, let's make America great again. And of course, last what was it? Was it Thursday, Batsy, or Friday?
Thursday.
We covered we covered the debate.
Friday for me, Thursday for you. I live in the future.
Yes, you do. About 6 hours. And well, it was a dismal showing from Joseph Raisinette Biden, the potatoes himself.
The cadaver in chief.
Yes. And well, we had some beautiful cope come across Twitter and all over social media over that. I'm sure y'all have seen some of the memes. We'll be reviewing memes at the end of the show, so get your memes over in show chat over there at the Discord. Join our Discord if you haven't. And
Zio, if you're going to do that, no anime memes.
You know what? Look, Rob has heard every fat joke just like I have.
I've heard Rob's name a few times. I've just never met him before.
Well, dude,
I'm here.
You were meeting unknown internet royalty.
Right. In certain circles.
Kind of reminds me of. I can just picture him. Rob, can you put your hands on your hips and go, Dan, Captain Chaos?
Oh, you know, I used to have people tell me, like, insert your favorite fat comedian. And people be like, oh, you remind me of Jim Belushi or you remember me of Chris Farley. And I would always say, you know who I hear? Brad Pitt. That's who most people say I look like. So
I could see it, man.
Yeah, right? You know, it must be the abs.
Is that the Brad Pitt from this alternate universe where he never got famous?
Yeah. And
well, you know, he is from Oklahoma, so he could have went the way of the Okie.
Right. Imagine that I was in Snatch and Brad Pitt's instead sitting here yelling about, you know, the walking corpses, Joe Biden being president. That'd be a fun alternative universe, you know.
So, with today's Supreme Court ruling, it is now official. Joe Biden will be the next president in November. All he has to do is activate SEAL Team 6 and have his political opponent assassinated. Justice Sonia Sotomayor alluded to such in her dissenting opinion, where she screamed and prattled on about how we no longer have a president. We now have a king. Batsy, you'll be happy to know America is now a monarchy. Yes, we are a constitutional monarchy.
We're a constitutional monarchy, though, which basically means that the king doesn't have the king or the queen doesn't have much to do with actually running the country.
Well, I mean, that's completely fair because
they just provide all the land that the government gets money from.
But Joe Biden himself doesn't even run the country, according to many left-wing commentators. Rob, did you know that we elected a cabinet to run?
I heard. Hell, it's worse than that if you listen today. Apparently, Trump's the emperor. I thought finally Democrats have came around to Trump won in 2020 because apparently, if you listen to him, he's God, King, Emperor right now. The way they're talking. Now, isn't it great though? You talk to all these people. It's the line now. You see over X all these moronic left-wing people we debate all the time. They're like, well, Biden's cabinet. They're the ones. Obviously, they're running things and they're doing such a great job. I mean. The idea that they're doing a great job, laughable on its face. But remember, these are the people concerned about democracy and that have said I wear a tinfoil hat because my central argument is unelected bureaucrats run this country. And their counter to me is like, you're a crazy conspiracy theory. Now shut up and vote for the unelected bureaucrats, you know, that are really running the show.
Well, and a debate opponent / partner Counterpoints has been pressing a lot of these talking points recently. I don't know if he's getting them from Destiny or maybe Progressive Victory because he's about as sharp as a wet noodle.
Brianna Wu's personally sending him his talking point.
Oh my goodness. If you're getting your talking points from Brianna Wu, you are touching the bottom of the barrel.
That's the woman who thinks you could destroy the Earth by throwing rocks at it from the moon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you know she was involved in Gamergate? I don't know if you knew that, you know.
I heard that she received death threats that
my goodness.
were really just videos of a guy who rolled his car.
Oh, is that what it was? Look, death threats are never cool, but isn't it interesting how selective that always is? The same people. What was the name of the lady the other day that was like shut off, the Trump advisor? I'm not going to leave you talk crap on Jake Tapper. And then you look back at her feed and she said it was her favorite story when Rand Paul got beat up. That's these people. Like, they don't care like all the death threats Trump gets or people like us get, but oh my gosh, you know.
Trump probably does the death threats he gets what I do, the death threats I get. Read them and laugh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Except Trump's are like coming from the CIA.
From the state, yeah.
Yeah,
because usually I tweet back, with my home address and the words, well, I'll leave the door unlocked if you give me a time.
So I've actually gotten Conor to agree to sit down and talk with me about his conservative values and about how, he's all about democracy and how he doesn't understand how American civics works and everything. And that'll be happening this Saturday. If there was anything, Rob, that you would want pressed upon him, what would you, Rob Noerr, do?
Well, for me, the thing that this is a little long-winded. I'll try to be brief, which isn't my strong suit. I liked a lot of videos Conor did when he's definitely more centrist than me, and he clearly thinks some of the stuff I think's too far out there and conspiratorial. That's fine. But he was doing a lot of videos arguing with left-wingers about sort of the corruption of the Biden family, particularly when these IRS whistleblowers were coming out, which basically he was trying to convince left-wingers, like, look, these whistleblowers are basically saying that the Biden administration is covering up investigations into the Biden family. How is it that all of the sudden, as soon as he gets started to be paid by Progressive Victory PAC, all of a sudden, one gun charge for Hunter Biden, good enough for me. All of a sudden, all of that, these institutions that were corruptly covering up for Joe Biden's family that he talked about for months on end, all of a sudden it's no longer a talking point. Right around the same time that he started to get paid by Progressive Victory. And the central point that I make to Conor is I don't say that you have to vote for Trump if you're conservative. There are arguments to be made that Trump's not the most conservative person. You could even believe erroneously that he's a threat to democracy or whatever. I think that's garbage, but fine. Let's say you believe it.
He's a free speech absolutist, I know that.
Right. But the question I have is, the problem I have is this: how can you call yourself a conservative and get paid by a group whose mission it is to beat conservatives at the ballot box, to help Joe Biden win, and to help the Democrats become more progressive, which is the complete antithesis of conservative, and you're taking money to help them win? Like, now he's trying to play this game, like, online, where it's like, oh, well, yes, clearly Biden's lost his marbles, and I knew that. I've always made fun of him. Dude, you're taking money to help him win. That's what you're doing.
I can answer your question. It's easy how you can call yourself a conservative after all of that. You lie to yourself.
Well, there's that, or he likes money more than he likes being a conservative.
So I think, honestly, his principles can be bought around the tune of around $3,000 a month.
Is that what it is?
So I've heard that it's around $500 to $5,000 a month payment. And since he is a mid-tier creator,
I've got to admit, £5,000 a month would buy my principles.
Yeah, I was going to say, Brianna, give me a ring. Shit. This Joe Biden guy ain't looking so bad.
I find it interesting. And Conor has always been a different entity in the debate space. During the times of the hippy dippy, I remember being on multiple panels with him. Rob, me and you have been on panels with him together, and it turns out we were the only conservatives on the panel because about 5 seconds into the debate, Conor starts throwing Democrat talking points out. It's just kind of like
the whole political stance is interesting to me because I think most people are the same as me. When you were younger, when you're like in your teens, you're first noticing politics, you tend to be left-leaning.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, my first vote was for the Labour Party. I voted all that way up until after Tony Blair got in. You know Tony Blair, yeah, green hair, white skin, red lips, fight Batman. But after he got in, I started to question myself, and over the years I've become more and more right wing. I'm even applied to Hugo Boss to get my clothes made now.
There you go.
You'll at least be sharp dressed.
Yeah. Well, let me defend Conor for a second, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart. I have no reason to have apprehensions about the view I get that Conor seems like a pretty cool husband and dad. And I mean from the bottom of my heart, to me, that's way more important than what we talk about on here, politics.
Definitely.
Conor's someone that I think's a likable guy that I would enjoy being friends with in real life. Having said that, I'm friends with people that are just straight up super left wing. So I could disassociate political views from personal relationships. So I wish no ill on Conor. And a lot of the shit I talk on Conor is because I know he could take it. So the panel I was on the other day where I'm talking shit on him, Tiberius, and Jebtan, we're men. We could talk shit, and I don't have to pull my punches, and I know he could take it, unlike most lefties.
Tiberius probably sobbed into his pillow that night because that's just who he is.
He stayed silent 90% of the time, so I guess he didn't get the brunt that much. But I will say this. I truly believe, this is just my gut feeling. I'll tell you what I think happened with Conor, right? I think he hated Trump, which is fine. I think he thinks Trump's bad for the Republican Party in the country, which is okay, fine. Entitled to that opinion. I think he probably doesn't like Democrats or Joe Biden at all either. And he's offered a decent amount of money to work with people that I think he wants to associate with and that he likes. I think he likes Destiny. I think he likes being a Destiny orbiter. And so I think he said, you know what? I don't have to change my beliefs that much, just sort of amplify talking about some things, about how I dislike Trump, and de-amplify talking about some things like I don't like Biden, and I'll connect a nice fat paycheck to help my family. And if he would just be honest and say, you know what, I don't like either of them, but sure, I'll take money to get paid to go for one side because I don't give a shit. Of course, he can't say that because then he'll probably stop getting the money.
There's an indictment though associated with that, because with him being a family man, with him being someone who actually talks about how degeneracy is ruining things, he's actively supporting someone who has been credibly accused by his daughter via diary of some not so wholesome things. He has been indicted by his son, who happens to be a crack addict, recovering. Good. I hope, Hunter, you stay on that wagon. But he is known as Pedo Peter in his own phone.
Pedo Joe.
Is that true? I've heard that. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
That was from
FBI sources.
Often makes me wonder how much of Hunter Biden's substance abuse problems stem from his childhood.
Yeah, I mean that is true.
Tara Reid.
Oh God, Tara Reid looks like something Dracula wouldn't put up with these days.
Well, no, the Tara Reid we're talking about is someone who is not really one in the public light. She supposedly was molested by Joe Biden when she was an intern, Rob?
I think it was something like that, and it would be qualified. I'm not going to go into details of, but it would definitely, indisputably, if her accusation is true, it's sexual assault. Mm-hmm. Indisputably, that's not, because there's a lot of accusations of inappropriate sniffing and shoulder rubbing. In fact, you can see a lot of it. But this is a step beyond that even. Yeah, I mean, Conor will say this. Yeah, well, Trump's bad too. He's immoral too, right? But I think there's an argument to be had. It's like, it's one thing to say I'll pinch my nose and vote for someone, and I think he's immoral, but he's better than the other guy. It's another thing to take money to help them, right? Isn't that different? That seems to be like you're taking money to actively help. And I don't get it. Like, I mean, I'll steel man Conor's position. Conor's position is going to be like, screw all of that. You got to pick one or the other. Trump's immoral too, so I don't really have a choice in it. I think Trump's uniquely a threat to democracy. I think he's more of a threat to democracy than Joe Biden. That's it. That's going to be his position. And he talks a lot. I think it's ironic because one of the arguments he'll make, because I've had this discussion with him, he'll make this argument about cabinet and the team. And he'll say, look at how many people in Trump's team turned around and hated him, right? And so that's proof to me that he's a bad, evil man. But it's like, conversely, you're willing to vote for a guy in Joe Biden whose entire cabinet knew that he's basically a walking vegetable and said nothing. Well, so if you're interested in the cabinet, how can you go with the cabinet that has gaslit and lied to the American people for 4 years?
Interesting thing about Joe Biden and what's wrong with him. You know that Secret Serviceman that got that they say was bitten by one of Biden's dogs?
There's like 13 of them.
It wasn't Biden's dog that bit him, because if you notice that Secret Serviceman disappeared. That's because they had to shoot him in the head because it didn't get to him in time to amputate the arm.
No, wait. You're saying the service agent or the dogs got shot?
The service agent, yeah.
The service agent got shot in the head is what you're saying.
Yeah, because he got bit by Biden.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say this can't be real, right? You had me for a second. I was like, shit, I missed this news story. Like, it's like, did you ever see Norm Macdonald on The View? Right? Yeah. It's one of the greatest things ever. Where he's like, way back when Clinton's running against Dole, and he's like, "Hey, you get murder out of the White House." Yeah, but Clinton killed that guy, and they're like, "Stop it, stop!" Like he's like, "Oh, I thought it was a matter of record." It's awesome.
They talk about stuff like that. Did you ever see that video? I forget who did it, but it was George W. Bush addressing the press on the White House, and they got this journalist asking questions about zombies, and Biden's on about Bush Jr. is talking about zombies and how they should get rid of them and all this. It's a fabricated video, but it's hilarious.
There's real dude. I had a buddy that was obsessed with like Reagan, and there's this real like speech that Reagan gave about like a unifying force from an alien attack being necessary to bring together like the world and the U.S. and the Soviet Union. That shit's real. That's a real like Reagan going off. He cut it into a weird techno song.
The thing is, Reagan was right though.
It's a plot
to unify the planet, you need an outside threat. Yeah. Without an outside threat, the United States falls apart, right?
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah. Today we got to see.
Just look at Scotland. I mean, without England, when we leave Scotland alone, they end up trying to kill each other.
Who would have thought they were more masculine in dresses?
Yeah, believe me, they're not.
They're worse now than when they were wearing that traditional shit.
Yeah, that traditional shit only started occurring, I think, in the 18th century. 18th century, yeah.
Isn't that weird? Yeah, that's. I saw someone post the other day on X. Like, you think of like the cool like Chinese dresses, like the floral patterns. Those didn't start until like 1950. But you would think like, oh, that's been around since like the 1400s. No, there's a lot of shit like, especially as an American, we're the fucking worst. We don't know anything. We're the greatest and we're the best. So who the hell do you have to know about?
Press X to doubt their mind. I mean, I had an argument with this. It's one I always use against these arrogant Yanks, not Americans, arrogant Yanks. This guy, we kicked your ass in 1776. True. What have you ever invented that's changed the world? And that's quite simple. We invented America.
That's true. And bangers and mash, right? Fish and chips. I mean, that's all good.
Well, what's really funny is, Batsy's been around long enough to remember when they could truthfully say the sun never sets on the British Empire.
Actually, no, I haven't. But my dad was.
Yeah. Well, it's not going so well now.
My dad was one of the last British soldiers out of Egypt.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I love England. I do. It's sad what's happening there, but I mean, who am I to cast stones? Look what's
I don't recognise the country. I know. I mean, I was born in 1964, so I've seen the country change, and up until recently, that change has been gradual, and it's fit with the nature of the United Kingdom. Now it's just being dragged quickly, and it's unrecognisable.
It's unreal. Yeah, I mean,
it's frightening.
I think it's accelerating faster than the United States, but we certainly have our share of problems here. I'm not going to
because it's smaller.
Yeah, I think so, and I think there's other factors, but yeah, I mean,
I think it's fear,
French.
Rob.
It's fear.
It's the French.
Yeah, it's fear. Because think about it. There's this harsh right wing faction here in America. We're all armed. I mean, we're crazies with guns that are
It's only the white people, though.
That's true.
Yes. But
white people, anyways.
White people still overall majority. So
went to
scary.
Sparky, this guy, musician. His name's Tyler Childers. I think he's phenomenal. I don't know if you ever heard him. He does like kind of like folky type country stuff. He's done.
Oh yeah, you've played some of his music on your stream before. Yeah,
he's said some woke stuff. We're not gonna get into that. Anyways, went to a show last night. This dude opens up. He's all right, playing. I forget what his name was, but he's a solo act playing guitar. And first he starts. He's like, "I'm from South Carolina. I'm a white man. You know, there's not many white men that did good things in South Carolina." I'm like, "Here we fucking go." Then of course he took the time to announce he was non-binary, because when I go to my folk country music shows, I can't wait to hear the gender preferences and preferred pronouns of the musicians on stage.
Basically, he's analog.
Yeah, right, non-binary. Joe Walsh has an excellent song called Analog Man. I would guess he's non-binary as well. Yeah, so but Joe Walsh is a man. He ain't giving pronouns, you know. That shit's everywhere. It really is. But no, I saw the post you put up there, Sparky. Like,
yeah.
Isn't it funny? Like, all of a sudden, the same people that were yelling to us 2 days ago about the need to protect democracy are today telling us to pack the Supreme Court and SEAL Team 6 should assassinate Trump. But Trump's the one with violent rhetoric. And now this is a joke. Wick put something up similar to this. By the way, I like Wick. He's a stupid lefty, but I like him. I like Wick.
Mm-hmm. No, he's honestly one of the nicest lefties I interact with.
I enjoy smacking around. He's fun. Easy to smack around, which makes him more likable. But he put something up, not quite this blatant, but something that alluded to this, you know.
Oh, well.
And he's like, well, you know, we're just joking. We're just joking. Yeah, do you have that? Oh, you got it? Look at this.
Oh, yeah.
Wick getting a shout out on Sparky's channel. I think he passed it. I think I saw his.
There we go.
TZ Burton saying you should have asked him about his deep throat skills.
There we go.
And me, I'm like, sure, I know it's a meme, but you do realize you're encouraging violence. I'm okay with that. Are you?
Okay, yeah. Okay, see, that's how I saw this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you see what he says. It's just
pointing out the absurdity of SCOTUS decision and what it allows for. I'm pushing against violence, actually.
That's a good impression. Well, here's my question to Wick. Can I see Wick's X or Twitter post about how Trump was clearly joking around when he said, "Hey, Russia, what's in our emails"? Do you think Wick took the stance, or does Wick know that the Democrats? Because remember, we were told that collectively Democrats forgot what a joke was. For 8 years now, when Trump says something, even if it's clearly a joke, oh no, that's clearly he asked Russia to hack. Or remember that guy that put the funny meme about, go vote next Wednesday or whatever?
Yeah. He's a prison.
He's in jail.
Yeah.
And now I've tried to explain, and I said this on my show today. I don't know if you heard me talking about this, right? The irony is extreme as these lefties think that I am, I'm actually quite moderate. In fact, believe it or not, Aircraft Sparky's more of a right winger than me. Definitely true, right? And so when I debate these people, I try to tell them, like, you're not going to like what comes in the future. I'm going to lose. The more moderate people like me are going to lose to people even more right-wing and radical than Sparky. That's what's going to happen.
That's because we're being pushed that way.
That's right. The pendulum's swinging so far and people are getting tired. And eventually when one side says all that concerns us is power and no standards that we apply on our enemy should be applied to us, the other side will say, we agree, we'll play that same game. I'm trying to avoid that, right? And so when I see something like this meme guy go to jail, I'm trying to implore lefties, particularly streamers, right? Like, you do realize we say a lot of jokey shit, left-wingers, right-wingers, that are like, what if one of us goes to jail for this shit? What if all of a sudden Trump gets in office and says, I don't like these jokes, how about we start investigating and send people to jail? You understand that theoretically Trump's team could look into Wick's post there, and maybe he gets a knock by the FBI, right? And I'm not saying I want that. I would defend Wick. I honestly would.
Yeah.
But why does my standard matter? Why shouldn't it be the standard of the people that said, yes, we're absolutely happy that this meme guy went to jail. We're absolutely happy that they investigated Trump and said it was partial evidence that he was working with Russians when he told this obvious joke. It's the same thing with the Alex Jones judgment. So you mean to tell me that all these left-wing streamers have no sense of, oh shit, you mean if someone says something's a conspiracy and it turns out to be wrong, they could be sued for billions of dollars? You know, the example I give is this. Say Rand Paul gets beat up tomorrow, right? And his kids, right? And Destiny comes out and says, I think this is a hoax. I think that he's faking it for sympathy for the Republican Party. I think it's all bullshit. I don't believe the pictures of him in the hospital. Can Destiny then be sued for everything he has? Because that's the precedent, right? That's a hoax that he spread. It was harmful to Rand Paul and his family. You know, and I would say, no, that's absurd. But where were people like Destiny when Alex Jones was losing his livelihood? You know, I'm not saying I agree with what Alex Jones said, but the idea that he's getting sued for like billions of dollars is a joke, and everyone realizes it. But the left doesn't give a shit because all they care about is power. Great. Take him. Throw Steve Bannon in jail. Make Alex Jones lose his channel. Throw the meme guy in jail. We don't care. It will never be directed at us. And then once it's directed at them, oh my God, this is fascism. It's authoritarian.
They're the brown shirts.
Yeah.
Well, I honestly would feel bad for Hassan Abi because no one would have a bigger target on his back than that Turk.
Didn't he say?
You know what? I am all for.
I am all.
Look, he said America deserved 9/11.
Yeah.
He said
allegedly,
that.
I think he said
Dan Crenshaw was skull essayed by some brave Taliban soldier. That's why he has an eye missing. He has stated many things that are controversial. And look, I am all for deporting him back to that s-hole of a country where he came from. Where he lived in a lap of luxury and everything else. He's a champagne socialist. He's
like
kind of like Tom Morello from Rage Against the Machine. He's all about socialism for thee, but not for me. Because he has all that money.
My ease. Yeah. You notice during the height of Antifa, the anti-fascists, yet they behave exactly like Hitler's brown shirts did before they got shot.
Oh, of course, but they couldn't be fascist.
People in cafes, outside cafes, they were threatening them and forcing them to say stuff like Black Lives Matter and shit like that.
Like that, they can't be fascist because their name is anti-fascist. That's why I said the Proud Boys should have renamed themselves to like the anti-KKK, right? And then anytime someone was against them, be like, "Oh, you're pro-KKK." Right, you're against the anti-KKK. They're right wing. Yeah. No. They're clearly anti-KKK. That's their name. Even if they're wearing the hood, who gives a shit, right? They say they're anti-KKK. It's so stupid. Like the left's all about that shit, though, right? Semantics. It always works from. They're always inverting language, right? That's
only if it works in their favor.
Yeah, if you haven't read 1984, like where they talk about the idea of doublespeak and sort of the inversion of language.
Yeah.
The irony is like I always forget when you go deep down to it. It says, "Yeah, I agree with Tim."
Yes.
Strategically, you're correct, but I actually want to address this from a more principled stance.
The more you dumb down speech, the more you dumb down people's thoughts.
Let's think about this from a principled stance.
The less words you've got to use in your speech, the less you can actually think.
That's right.
Should Biden actually stay in office? I mean, he's already exposed. Well, yeah. I mean, the people who the people voted for is incapable of holding the office. Therefore, the cabinet should invoke the 25th Amendment.
Agreed.
What they are doing right now is engaging in elder abuse.
Oh yeah.
I had mixed feelings during the debate. I was laughing on the outside, but feeling sorry for Joe on the inside. You could see the struggles going on in his head. And I think it is more to coin the left's phrase, empathetic, to instead of continue harming him by allowing him to make a fool of himself and everything, where he
use that word like it's a good thing, empathetic. Empathy is neither good nor bad. Empathy is the ability to read other people's emotions and possibly manipulate them. So empathy can also be a bad thing.
Saying it isn't.
It's very. Look at it this way. To anyone, like I don't think Joe Biden's ever been a moral man. This narrative that we're trying to be gaslit. Okay, Biden lost the debate optically, but he told the truth more, and he's a moral guy. Is horseshit. He did not tell the truth more, and he's not moral. However, I am as not just a Christian, but as someone who really tries to be a good person. I can't relish in the pain of others. Like, even people that we despise, I don't wish ill upon them. And, I'm with this consistently. For example, there are streamers I don't like. I don't wish their marriage to fall apart. I don't wish them to be jailed, anything like that.
I just wish off.
Yeah, right. So I don't take pleasure in watching. Remember John Fetterman, right? In my state of Pennsylvania.
John Fetterman.
He had this stroke. He's not based. He's a little better than he used to be. But I think that's less to do with the stroke and more to do with maybe some distancing from his wife.
It's that growth on the side of his neck. It's his real brain.
Yeah, it's taking over now. But in all seriousness, when Fetterman had this disastrous debate with Dr. Oz, and it was obvious, like this dude, the difference is having a stroke, theoretically, he could become more lucid. Biden, with his old age, the chances of him becoming more lucid are he's only going to get worse. Anyways, you know, I don't know if you remember this, but after Fetterman wins that race, he went in the hospital. He's suicidal, tried to kill himself.
Yeah.
And I mean, in all seriousness, it's like, think of the immense pressure he was under by everyone in his family and his close associates, because the cruelty of what happened with John Fetterman was this. Everyone around him knew he had that stroke before he won the Democratic primary. And so had they been honest, dropped out, another Democrat would have ran. And let's be honest, Dr. Oz was so shitty and the ballot harvesting game in Pennsylvania was so thoroughly advantaged for Democrats, whoever ran against Dr. Oz was going to win, right? So once they let the primary run out, now it had to be Fetterman. It was too late for him to drop out. And so imagine being this guy that's going through a stroke and you basically can't understand people's language and you have to go on national television and you have to do this debate where you know you're being embarrassed and you have this anxiety and everyone's telling you, no, you got to keep running. You got to keep running. You got to keep running, to the point where you become suicidal. And I legitimately felt horrible for John Fetterman, like, because unlike, I don't like the policies of John Fetterman. I don't know necessarily him as a person. I tend to think he's probably not a good person. But again, I'm not going to relish that. And my goodness, that those people around him ought to be ashamed. Now you see the same with Biden. It's like history repeating itself, except with Biden, you know, it's even worse.
I looked after my dad during his last year as he went through dementia. And a lot of what I saw on that debate was the same, similar mannerisms and ways of speech, facial expressions that my dad went through. I mean, a hell of a lot of the time, Biden had that look on his face that my dad had in the latest stages of his dementia, when he was caught doing something he still knew he shouldn't be doing. Yeah. The look that a 5-year-old child gets when they're caught, like with the hand in the cookie jar, basically.
It's one of the scary, to me, it's always been my biggest fear. I watched my grandma go through Alzheimer's pretty bad. And the idea of losing who I am, like, and you know what's the scariest thing about it? Like, not to get too depressing here. The scariest thing is once in a while there's moments, right? And that, can you imagine how scared you would be? Yeah. Like, imagine you don't recognize your own child, like 20 hours. Yeah. And then all of a sudden for 15 minutes, you're like, oh my God, I recognize, how scared you would be. Because in that moment, you would know how bad things are getting. I mean, it's no joke. It's one of my biggest fears. And I don't like Joe Biden at all. Don't get me wrong. But to watch his family and his cabinet and now all of the Democrats, I mean, he's literally a pawn. And this is a lesson to be learned for all of you.
The worst thing is his wife is using his dementia to further her own ends.
Yeah, that's right.
All of them are. Look, we got a great example. I got a great example for you right here. Oh my goodness. Let's see the infantilization of the United States president.
The doctor is in. Here we go.
Good job. You answered every question. You knew all the
Good job,
and
Joe.
Let me ask the crowd, what did Trump do? Why?
She's not just infantilizing
Look at his
husband.
face.
She's not just infantilizing her husband. She's infantilizing everybody in that crowd.
Yes.
It's totally true.
Look at his face.
Yeah, she's treating him like a 2-year-old who's just done some, who's said a hard word.
I mean, he doesn't even know where the hell he is.
He doesn't even know who she is.
Well, you know, here's the thing. This is a lesson. You have to understand. It's very much like communism. Like if you read Gulag Archipelago or any book about communism in the Soviet Union, like there are advantages to being a member of the party. There absolutely are. And it trickles down to even the lowest members of that party. For example, you could get people like us banned on certain platforms if we say certain words that they don't like. They have almost immunity from that sort of things. Culturally, there's so many advantages. No one's going to go through their yearbooks as long as they toe the party line. Jimmy Kimmel could wear blackface. Justin Trudeau could wear blackface, etc., etc. If you painted your face black for a Raiders game, oh my God, you're a racist. All of these are little...
I've done that.
Yeah. All of these are little advantages, and there's so many more. I don't have to talk about them. You could realize that. But you want to know what one of the biggest disadvantages is? Look no further than Joe Biden. When you are a member of the party, you are only a member so long as you are not a hindrance to them. Yep. And you could be a card-carrying member your whole life, like Joe Biden, 47 plus years in office doing their bidding, basically. And the moment you become a liability, they will treat you like dirt. They will and I was explaining this earlier, make no mistake, There is two groups now that are the Democratic Party, and this encapsulates 99.9% of them. There are those that for power reasons think Joe Biden needs to go, and there are those for power reasons that think Joe Biden needs to stay. Neither of those sides are more moral or have more integrity. Both of those groups know Joe Biden was a vegetable and lied to you for 3 years. The only difference in their calculations is a difference of opinion. One side saying we'll pretend like we have integrity now and are being honest because we want rid of Biden, and the other side saying no, we'll continue to lie because we want to keep Biden. That's it. But make no mistake about it, whether you're the president of the United States or you're just some little Twitch streamer or some little X poster, as soon as you run afoul of them, they will come at you knives out. In fact, they'll come at you worse than they'll ever come at any one of us three. Because us, they could talk. It's very much similar to, like, you know how they hate black conservatives? Or they hate gay conservatives, right? Because it's like, well, you left the party. You can't do that. So they hate those people more. They'll sit for me and Sparky and you, Furry. They're just like, or Batman, I guess. They're just like, yes, whatever. These guys are the enemies anyways. We don't care, whatever. They're worth. Yeah. So I think it's a good lesson to learn. If you're some lefty out there and you're like, well, you know, it's a shame what they're doing to Biden. They'll do it to you. As soon as you know, I say, like, it's one of the messages I give to the Republicans I talk to, how you should talk to young people.
Soviet Union.
Right. Like, when I talk to young people about why you should be a Republican, this is what I say. I say, do you like having fun? Do you like telling jokes? Have you ever told a dirty joke or a joke that's offensive? With us, we say, that's okay. Maybe we like that joke. Maybe we don't. We're not going to hold it over your head. You could be a Democrat for 40 years and then apply for a promotion at your company. And you might say something like, you know, actually, I don't think that we should chop the genitals off of 8-year-olds. And maybe that runs afoul of the Democratic Party right then. They'll look at your yearbook. They'll look at your Twitter posts from when you were 14. And if they find one thing, they will bury you. Do you want to live your life?
So glad. I'm so glad Twitter didn't exist when we were young.
No shit, no kidding.
If they can't find anything, they'll make shit up.
Yeah, that's true too. And so it's like, do you imagine that? Imagine your best friend, but you know secretly, like, the moment you turn your back, they're going to try to cheat on your girlfriend, or they're going to sabotage you and try to get you fired so they can get your job. That's what it's like to be one of these, like, communist lefties. Like, everyone around you pretends to be your friend only so long as it helps them. As soon as you're a hindrance, they're going to throw you under the bus.
I remember reading about the Soviet Union around Stalin's time and a little bit after. Dissidents. They got put in Siberia to die, basically. But that's not the worst thing they did to them. They went through all the records. Yeah, not just public records, but family records as well. Yeah, photograph albums a lot. The doctor family photographs. They basically removed this person from history.
Yep.
The families weren't even allowed to talk about them at all.
Some real Voldemort shit.
Yeah.
It's true though, and that's sort of, so should Biden stand? Well, here's another calculus to put. Don't think of it like, there's all sorts of ways to look at this. Regrettably, so much of what we're doing, because we understand that Biden hasn't been running the campaign since day one. He wasn't running the campaign in 2020. He certainly hasn't been running the administration since he's been there. We know that, right? But everyone's looking at this, and it's understandable why. How will this affect the upcoming election? How about this question? This dude's going to be president till January 20th. What does our country look like? Like, what if China saw that debate and said, I think we're going to press Taiwan? Yeah, I don't think this guy's got the goods to be a leader to prevent this. Then what? Like, so the question, when, I see all this infighting with Republicans, like, should we press the 25th Amendment or not? Because strategically, how does this help? Forget about strategically, how does it help us win an election? What about our country now? Right?
Yes, and look, I'm old enough to remember the Hillary Clinton Secretary of State, Hillary Clinton, presidential candidate. Who do you want answering the phone call at 2 a.m.? Well, evidently Joe Biden, between the hours of 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., that's about all you get.
Dr. Jill will answer the phone.
Yeah. It's one of those things I don't understand, and it drives me crazy.
Joe Biden is the second American president who has actually just got the job in name, and his wife's running the country. The other one was
FDR.
Yeah. Barack Obama.
Michael, Big Mike.
Because he actually said every decision he has to make as president, he runs it by his wife and acts on her advice.
Mm-hmm.
Well, wasn't it?
Wasn't
it FDR's wife they said was basically...
Well, I mean, they said the same thing about Reagan's wife at the end of his tenure, and I
compare
believe
Reagan's lucidity compared to Joe Biden's.
Yeah,
night and day. You know,
there was once Reagan.
The 25th was designed after was brought in after Reagan because of that issue.
Reagan, right? He was in. I think it was for the D-Day celebrations. He was in France, and he got up on the podium, and he starts off his speech with "My fellow Americans." And his aide was, "Mr. President, we're in France." Apparently, Reagan looked at him and winked because he was having him on.
That's funny. Well, wasn't it? I saw a video today. I think it was like 630 times the Democrats called to use the 25th Amendment against Trump. And now they're silent. Now all of a sudden, when you see a guy that's like, okay, undoubtedly, it's just amazing. To me, the big takeaway from the debate was this. I can't stress this enough. My audience is probably tired of me saying this. I said this tonight. It's immediately after the debate. Don't think about, oh my goodness, now look how obvious it is that Biden has dementia or Biden has cognitive decline. Real takeaway is everyone knew it. They all knew it, and they lied to you, and they're lying to you about everything. They lied to you about lockdowns. Yes, they lied to you about the border being secure. They lied to you about the economy. They're lying to you about January 6th insurrection. And all of a sudden, whoever they put in, they're going to continue to lie. If they're willing to lie to you so shamelessly and nakedly for power when it comes to Biden's cognitive ability, what all this... And here's the problem, Sparky and Batman. Here's the problem. 3 months... We're also victims of what the public narrative becomes. So 3 months from now, there's going to be some political story. And we're all going to be here talking about it, right? And what we're going to lose sight of is it is abjectly bullshit. The only reason we're talking about that story is the same people that lied to us about Joe Biden's cognitive ability want us to be talking about whatever story they control the narrative is. That's it. And they're going to gaslight us. And so when I listen, I heard Scott Adams say this once. He had a name for this theory. I can't remember what it was. But he read this study that said, if you're an expert in a field and you read like a newspaper, you immediately realize how full of shit they are. Like if you're an engineer and you hear a story reporting on engineering, you immediately realize like they don't know what the hell they're talking about. But you still believe everything else they're saying, right?
Yeah.
But then meanwhile, the climate change
I haven't
expert
for years,
like,
actually.
what's that?
I haven't for years.
Tim Pool actually has talked about this same thing before.
Yeah.
It's you're reading the newspaper and it's something that you're an expert in. You're like, that's bullshit. You turn the page and oh, well, this geopolitical thing that I know absolutely nothing about. They're absolutely right.
So imagine you're Conor, right? And all these cabinet people that lied about, Biden's cognitive ability, whatever. They're also telling you that Trump's this massive threat to democracy, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Now, some of the same cabinet people that were around Trump that hate Trump have endorsed Joe Biden, and not one of them stood up and said, oh, this dude's got cognitive decline. They didn't. All the warrior POTUS like Mattis and all these, none of them said it, right? And so the question I would ask people like that is, so you know that they bullshitted and lied to you blatantly about this, but you believe them about the insurrection shit. You believe them that Trump's uniquely a danger, and it's obviously bullshit.
Right, here's one for you. Friend of mine from Edinburgh. That's in Scotland, right? Right. because of the local... The free paper that you get when you ride on the bus, right? Yeah, called the Metro. He's been thoroughly indoctrinated into Trump derangement syndrome. He firmly believes Trump is a mass murderer, a thief, a liar, a cheat, a rapist, all of it. And he actually came out and said that Donald Trump has a YouTube channel where he brags about the people that he's killed.
That was Hillary.
Doesn't.
No, that was Hillary that said, we came, we saw, he died. Talking about the sodomy and death of Muammar Gaddafi with a bayonet shoved up his rectum and then him paraded as he bled out. When asked about that and how Libya would become more violently Islamic extremist, she said, we came, we saw, he died. That's what she said.
Yeah,
that was her response.
What they should have done is they should have curbed Gaddafi's power outside of Libya, but kept him in Libya. He was keeping that region stable.
It was the standard of living in Libya, as far as compared to Africa, was amongst the highest in Africa. For example, there was a lot of ironically left-wing policies, like home ownership was guaranteed if you achieve certain metrics. The literacy rates in Libya were higher than anywhere in sub-Saharan Africa. And now there's open air slave markets because the U.S. and NATO went in. And I'm not saying Gaddafi's a good guy, but he was going on national television saying, listen, these so-called rebels that are fighting against me are not native Libyans. These are Islamic terrorist groups from outside the country that's being armed by NATO. And he was absolutely right. And he said that the United States was propping them up and the country would become terrible once he was ousted, which is exactly true. Now, the same United States that tells us, let me be clear. The same leadership in the United States that tells us we really care about the people of Afghanistan. We really care about the people of Ukraine. We'll sell those people out in a heartbeat just like they did the people of Libya. Yes. Meanwhile, BlackRock's going to make a ton of money rebuilding the country of Ukraine. And yet, when I talk to someone like Dylan Burns, who, let's give the benefit of the doubt, really loves and cares for the people of Ukraine, that's absolutely fine, he doesn't see it. And I've told him, I was like, listen, you could argue all the specific details or whatever. I'll guarantee that I'm right, that at the end of the day, the people that will have suffered the most because of this will be the Ukrainian people, and the United States is going to cut and leave them high and dry. That's how it's going to happen. That's
that is U.S. foreign policy 101. That's what we do.
That's what every developed country does.
Yeah.
We come, we exploit, we leave.
Now, it's surreal to me. Let's throw Conor under the bus again here. What was I going to say? The idea. Here was something a conversation I had in the last debate I had. He got real pissed off in the end in my closing statement and kept interrupting. Because I was talking, he kept talking about Mad Dog Mattis, the warrior poet. That's what he called him, a warrior poet. And if he hated Trump, he was a warrior poet, a respected warrior and poet, and blah, 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 blah. And I mentioned in my closing statement, he was so well respected, he covered up the riots of Black Lives Matter and talked about how important it was to allow them to peacefully protest and blah, 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 blah. And he started freaking out. And so we had a back and forth on Twitter about this as well. And one of the things, Mattis wrote a statement. You remember after the May 31st left-wing insurrection? Supposedly the National Guard was, and it's true, they were a little too violent to protesters at the time were peaceful. However, ask yourself this. Let's say on January 7th, a bunch of Trump supporters would have went again outside the Capitol to protest. How do you think that would have went for them? I bet their heads would have been smashed off the curb before they got to step onto the sidewalk. You know,
So me and Frank from Let's Be Frank, we were there with Stephen Ignoramus, and
and your little friend,
as we were walking around the Capitol, we actually heard the shot that killed Ashley Babbitt. Frank goes, "What's that?" I'm like, "That's gunshot." And he's like, "Should we run?" I'm like, "No, it's inside the building. It's not going to hit us." And he's like, "How do you know this?" I said, "If you know, you know." We start walking around. We go to the front side where all the scaffolding was and everything. And we're looking and Frank's like, "Why aren't you watching the Capitol?" I said, "I'm more concerned with who's behind us and who's coming and everything else." And finally I looked at him. I said, "Okay, it's time for us to leave." So as we're leaving, we run into a couple of other creators that we know. And stuff like that. And we converse with them and they're like, "Yeah, we're going there." It's like, "You really shouldn't." Why? "Well, now the police has had time. They're coming. And when they come, it's not going to be pretty." "Oh, I'll be good." And a couple of them, got arrested that day. But
I think one of them was one of the people who killed EOC, weren't they?
Yeah. But it's that whole day, that whole day was me watching out for the reactions. The entire time.
It would be.
And Frank didn't understand what I was doing. Hey, what's up, old Joe?
Old Joe.
But it's a strange situation that entire day. And look, for the most part, everyone was safe. Seriously, there was a couple people I saw with weapons. And I said, "Hey, man, you can't carry these here. This is DC. This is a constitutional free zone. You can't have guns," which I didn't see any guns, but I saw like hatchets. I saw knives, things like that. And I'm like, y'all should go put those up. You're really going to cause issues if you get caught with this stuff. "Oh, thanks, man. Appreciate it." They move on. We left.
Salty's asking if Rob was there.
I was not.
No.
I was not. In fact, I believe this. I could prove I wasn't there because I was streaming. But more importantly, January 6th was the due date of my son. So I was like shitting my pants up all night, not sleeping because I thought we were going to run to the hospital at any point. He was actually born January 9th. But we were ready to go January 6th. We thought that was so. I don't know that.
Well, it was probably a good thing that you didn't go. I mean,
of course,
I've been questioned multiple times by the FBI, and they get the same answers every time, which is probably frustrating for them. because I'm telling them the truth. And of course, they want something more. But we left there by 3:30 in the afternoon local time. We got back to the hotel probably about 4:15. By the way, we were only a block away from the Capitol. And took us that long. And by the time we turned on the TV, we saw the SWAT teams entering the Capitol and everything else. I'm like, oh, it's getting interesting. And Frank goes, "That's why you told us to leave." I'm like, "Oh yeah." And Frank, I made Frank nervous because we would separate. Frank didn't want to move in with the crowd, and I'm ridiculous, so I go in. No, they're not going to go after Frank. Frank was on the premises. Frank never even stepped into the concreted parking area that was originally marked off limits. Frank kept his distance. I went all the way up to the stairs and I drew that line that I'm not going past him. I don't know if you know this, but I actually provided evidence for the 3%ers.
Really?
Yeah. So they were going with the defense of FBI provocateurs and stuff like that in the crowd. I had several pictures of people who I suspected of being provocateurs that day. It turns out 4 out of the 5 that showed were FBI agents. So I mean, there were FBI doing stuff that day. I don't blame them for the riot. I blame the stupidity of large groups for the riot, because that's what happens when people get together. We're dumb. We're dumb herd animals at that time. You
lose your individuality.
Yeah.
Crazy. Well, I was going to say, in regards to Conor, so you could see, if you would have been there January 7th, they weren't taking chances. But we're told it was authoritarianism the day after the May 31st riots, insurrection, where they, unlike January 6th, they used lethal weapons. They used Molotov cocktails, so they were lethal. They burned down a guard station. They tried to get into the White House. Trump had to be moved to a bunker. By the way, I don't know if you knew this. Several days after this, Joe Biden actually was interviewed, and he told Trump he should go back to his bunker. So he mocked Trump for having to be moved during an insurrection. Imagine if Trump would have mocked AOC or Adam Kissinger with the narrative. They would have used that as evidence that he engaged in an insurrection. But when Biden did it, no big deal. Today he just said in his speech, he encourages violence, or he embraces violence. That was who Joe Biden was. Anyways, to getting back to this point with Conor, Mad Dog Mattis was upset the next day that the National Guard was used, and he gave a blistering response. Very unusual, the media said, that a former general would give a response like this that said how authoritarian it was. Conor's very upset with that, because I said specifically, what I'm talking about is the National Guard. Now, there was a apparent conversation that no one heard where Trump was talking about mobilizing one of the air divisions, but I don't know that there was proof of that. But what Mattis is specifically talking about is the deployment of the National Guard afterwards. Anyways, long-winded story to get here. He's screaming at me how that makes me an authoritarian because the National Guard was using blah, 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 blah. And on X, the conversation continues. And he says he can't believe that a so-called conservative like me would be for that. And someone says, so what should have been done about the riotings and blah, blah, blah. And I shit you not, Conor's response to them was, local police and the National Guard.
You mean what happened?
You incredible buffoon. You do realize that's what the warrior poet was criticizing. Like, you claimed I was an authoritarian because, I'll be, when I said Sparky's more right-wing than me, more conservative, it's true. I'm closer to libertarian. I actually have a huge problem with the mobilization of the National Guard because I could see how it could get out of control. But when I told people during the Floyd riots was, I thought the best option was for people to not riot. Given that clearly wasn't going to occur, the next best option was for the local governors and mayors to deploy their police force to stop it. It was clear that they were unwilling to do that because they saw the riots and the instability as hurting Trump's chance. Even Destiny admitted that when I debated him on this in real time. Yes, of course they're doing this intentionally to hurt Trump's chance. That, just so you know, the party of peace, right? It's the Republicans that want violence. And so I said, then because of that, there's only 2 options left. And that is Trump sends in the National Guard, which is a bad option, or pogroms, roof Koreans. Or let me put it in a different way, Kyle Rittenhouse. That's the other option. Americans shooting Americans. Because people are going to be fed up and they're going to say, you can't do this anymore. We're going to defend ourselves with lethal force. And to me, that's a worse option than temporarily sending in the National Guard to stop these riots. Now, I'm deemed as a libertarian adjacent person that that's an absurd stance. But it's not me that wanted the National Guard sent in. You know who it is? It's Democrats. Because they wanted Trump to do it so they could say,
they wanted that imagery.
Martial law. He's an authoritarian. That's exactly. And I think Trump should have sent the National Guard, but he didn't. He didn't take the bait. And they've set those. That's what January 6th was. They set those dominoes up over and over. Come on, right wingers, be violent. Come on, Trump, be authoritarian. Come on, right wingers, be violent. Come on, Trump, be authoritarian. And they kept setting it up. And unfortunately, January 6th, there was a lot of provocation. But there were certainly people that took the bait. That is undoubtable.
Definitely.
And those people deserve to be punished. I said it the day of January 6th. But we now know, looking that, we know from Capitol Chief Police Son that basically Nancy Pelosi was telling the Sergeant at Arms to not, under no circumstances for optic reasons, allow the National Guard to be deployed. We know that he lied about that. Paul Irving, who was the Sergeant at Arms, we know that he lied about it. We know that this was set up, that what this was they set it up in all ways to ensure there was a riot that made it to the Capitol steps so they could finally get the nail in the coffin for Trump that they wanted. And it worked.
Well, I want my reparations. Look, when they rioted in 2016, during the inauguration, many people were arrested.
They got millions.
They got millions. So I want my millions because I was gaslit into showing up to our nation's capital. And look, I will openly admit, when it came to the CHOP and the CHAZ and these autonomous zones, I wanted no quarter. I wanted to go full Abraham Lincoln on them. Over there in Seattle, I wanted the second ID. I wanted active duty army to surround that area and cut it off, because if they want to succeed from the Union, cool, we'll let you LARP, but we're going to teach you what happens when you do that. Cut off all their power, walk in, arrest who you can, kill who you can't, and move on. Yep. Now, that would be a bad look. That would optically be terrible. But Conor's whole idea of, well, Trump wanted to call in the 82nd for that. Yes, because the 82nd is known as America's 911 Brigade. That is their moniker. Anytime, anywhere.
Okay, I didn't know that, but yeah.
Yeah.
So they're the Martini Brigade. Anytime, any place, anywhere.
Yeah, they are.
Dry.
You say 82nd, be there. They will be there within 24 hours, and it's not we'll have a little bit. No, they will have at least a brigade deployed within 24 hours. They will have the entire division within a week. That's the kind of stuff those guys do. They are.
Well, you saw what happened in those sanctuary cities. Those sanctuary zones are set up, didn't you? There was no police there. There was no anything, and people getting killed.
Chop zone. They killed critically injured and killed a 14-year-old black kid. Mm-hmm. There were supposedly dozens of sexual assaults, extortions of shop owners, right? All of a sudden, all oh my God, we have to protect black people. Didn't matter then. Didn't matter during the Chop zone. They called it the Summer of Love. That's what the mayor there in Seattle said. It was the Summer of Love. And again, it's just amazing. Like, sometimes you have to, like, you read a book like 1984, or you read the Gulag Archipelago, or you read about Mao's,
have you read that whole thing?
I listened to it on tape. I count that.
That is a healthy. Still, that's a hell of a read. It's
like
97
video. Hours.
It's insane.
So this video, this guy in New York, right? First of all, he started with the middle class and rich white people, right? Yeah. Do you think you should defund the police? The police are evil, the fascists, the monsters. Then he went to the low income areas, black areas, low income white areas. Asked the same question, and there was this one black guy. Are you crazy? You get rid of the police, and it's going to be a war zone down here.
They know.
Mm-hmm.
They know. Well, and there was a lot of people, like, I was called racist, right, for being against the riots from Black Lives Matter. Consider this for a second. I was a guy who saw both black and white people dressed up as Antifa and Black Lives Matter going into predominantly black neighborhoods and causing riots. And I said, that's bad. You shouldn't do that. And that made me a racist. So the non-racist position was supporting rioting almost exclusively in black neighborhoods and burning down black towns and homes and businesses. That was the non-racist position.
It's not a new thing.
I argue with people around here that I would post. I don't post on Facebook anymore, but people
apparently,
I knew. What's that?
Apparently, during the 60s, all the race riots in the 60s in the Deep South, they were caused by black people coming in from up north.
Probably
to cause them.
Right, they're not doing it in their own neighborhoods, right?
Oh, no.
And oh shit! Someone says my audio needs. You know what it is? StreamYard. Oh man, StreamYard's got this like auto.
Your audio's fine.
Yeah, for you, but not for my audience because it's got this audio, the echo cancellation. And it's I always forget to turn it off. Sorry about that. So, anyways, go ahead. Sorry.
Ooh, yeah, that muted you a lot.
Okay.
Yeah.
With what you just did.
Oh, you've got way down.
Yeah, that's what my audience. So I'll fix it here. Don't worry.
So I got to ask you. So everyone is talking about the quote unquote immunity decision that happened today. Which do you think is going to be more impactful? I'm pretty sure I already know the answer. Will it be this presidential immunity thing, which I think is almost...
It's wrong.
No, it's actually... It's
the status quo.
It makes sense. It is the status quo. Or Chevron deference.
Chevron's a way bigger deal. I got like 15 more minutes. Chevron's a bigger deal because it literally has to do with what I think is the biggest issue, unelected bureaucrats running things, and it's a step back in the opposite direction. The case today, basically it just entrenches the status quo, which is that it is the legislative branch's duty to hold the executive in check. We have always had de facto immunity for almost every action for presidents. For example, FDR intentionally interred Japanese Americans for no reason. Now, that is a crime, no doubt, to just because of someone's ethnicity, throw them in basically a cell. He should have been criminally prosecuted if he wasn't president. The problem is it was deemed as a duty that is within the bounds of the executive protecting us in wartime, so it was allowed to go. Barack Obama assassinated an American citizen overseas, right? You can't murder people. You can't call for the assassination of people. You can't do that as a private citizen. And yet Barack Obama didn't face criminal punishment. Joe Biden, with his obviously illegal student loan forgiveness, no one suggested. I had someone come into my chat and they said, "Oh, so do you think that Joe Biden should get away with the student loan forgiveness?" No, he shouldn't get away. No. It should be overturned, etc. But no one, Sparky, did you recommend sending him into prison for that? No,
actually, no.
Right, we didn't. No one credible said that. No one said Biden should be in prison for the student loan forgiveness.
Here's the actual deal about it. He openly defied the Supreme Court. And look, honestly, he should have been impeached.
Well, that's different. That's the process. The process is impeachment. Like, no one credibly, I think it was blatantly illegal what Joe Biden did. I think it was blatantly illegal before the Supreme Court weighed in. He knew it was. He knew it afterwards, right? But the way you deal with it is impeachment. Or Congress passes legislation that overrules it, or if Congress doesn't have the ability to impeach because there aren't enough people, then people need to vote the right way. But we never have had a system, because think of what the alternative is, and this is what amazes me. This is going to be the most layman extrapolation from someone who admittedly hasn't read every word of the decision, but I'm going to try my best to identify what this decision said. There are obvious official duties of the president, like pardon powers.
Yes.
Complete and total immunity from that. So that means if Joe Biden decides to pardon Hunter Biden, and he announces, the reason I'm pardoning him is because Hunter told me if he goes to jail, he'll spill the beans on my crimes, and I don't want my crimes disclosed. You can't criminally charge Joe Biden for that pardon. Yeah. You never could, and it makes sense why you can't. Yes. Then there are unofficial acts. Let's say Joe Biden runs over a hooker and kills her. That has nothing to do with his official act as president. He could theoretically be charged with that, right?
There could be a threat to national security, though.
That's true. So there is no immunity for that. Then there are basically there are issues that are within the middle, right? Well, it's arguably within the duties of a president, but it's not blatant. Then the question becomes, okay, you could still prosecute, but the presumption of immunity rests with the president. And in order to prosecute, you have to prove that the prosecution wouldn't affect the official duties of a president of the United States. That's basically the status quo. So in other words, no one ever thought if Donald Trump literally took a weapon and shot someone that he shouldn't be prosecuted. But no one also thought that anytime a president does something that an attorney general anywhere in this country thinks is not constitutional, that they should be allowed to bring a criminal charge. Think about it. Think of, like, if you're a Democrat, think of it like this. Would you have been happy if some random attorney general in Alabama said, I don't think what Obama's doing with the Dreamers is constitutional, so we're looking at, a felony for Obama. We're going to send him to jail for 20 years. Would you have been happy with that? Of course you would have been. And you would say, well, look, if they don't like that policy, they could challenge it in courts and get it overturned, or they could impeach if the president, but you would have never said, so nothing's really changed. And the irony is, like, Biden gives this speech, here earlier tonight, and he goes, I'm not going to take advantage of this. I'll follow the law. You blatantly ignored the Supreme Court's ruling on student loans. So my question to Biden is, okay, if the courts rule again that that's unconstitutional, should you be allowed to be criminally charged? Because Biden seems to suggest from his speech tonight, if the answer is no, if Biden says no, I can't be criminally charged, well, then Biden's declared himself emperor. Biden's above the law, and that's absurd. And so, now, let me say this as well. It's not a perfect system. I completely agree. There are things that'll be lost in the cracks that'll be arguably the duty of president, and they'll get away with some slimy shit. Absolutely. But it's better than the alternative, which is the alternative is, apparently what the Democrats are suggesting, the alternative should be, no, presidents are treated exactly like any other person. That would mean that literally going forward, this would be what the country would look like. The day the president steps out of office, well, red states are cowards, so they wouldn't do it, but theoretically they could do this. There will be 40 different attorney generals in different red states that will immediately file criminal prosecutions against every single Democratic president. And as soon as a Republican leaves office, there will be 40 different Democrat attorney generals bringing 40 different cases about things they thought were unconstitutional. And not just civil cases. We're talking criminal, send the former president to prison cases. It is clear that that's, as much as, I'll tell you right now, I wouldn't mind if 80% of national politicians go to jail. I wouldn't give a shit at all. They probably deserve it. But I understand that you can't run a country like that. You can't run a country where you've just incentivized the criminal prosecution of every single person of the opposition party. It is absurd. And everybody knows it. And they're gaslighting you just like they gaslighted you about Joe Biden's cognitive abilities. They know this doesn't make Trump some authoritarian dictator. They know that this is basically just a continuation of the status quo. What they're really pissed about is they feel the best shot to beat Donald Trump is this lawfare. They've lied to you and said it's not political. By the way, Joe Biden just gave a speech that basically said the reason that this needs to be done is because the American people, this case needs to be before the election. So Biden's admitting it's political right there. He totally admits this is all political. And so the reason they're gnashing their teeth and weeping is they don't think it's fair that they don't get to jail their opposition. That's all this is. As soon as it's Trump in office and he says, I want to prosecute Biden for the student loan stuff, they'll say, holy shit, that's a dictator. You can't do that. Biden has immunity. That's exactly what they would say.
So Pisco goes on his little rant and look at exactly what I said. I guess the if you can't beat them, prosecute them strategy is mostly off the table now.
Right.
Unless, of course, they've got evidence that could lead to the arrest of Hillary Clinton.
Oh, of course. Yeah. Well, and she was never president anyway. But and then, thank goodness. And then, Pisco also, the bigger post that Pisco put was, I think everything should be on the table with the court, including packing the court. Now, these are the people that supposedly are concerned about democracy and norms, right?
Yeah,
when they get one,
they care about power.
I do have to keep going. So let me say this, right? Like, one of the things when I talk to these people all the time is I talk about Russiagate a lot. And I say to these people, I mean, I'm probably talking 30, 40 left-wing people I've debated that I've raised this question or point to. I said, if Trump was in office and he paid for opposition research from Russians, right, and then gave it to his FBI, who then used it to illegally spy on his opponent, the Democrats would be rioting in the streets. They would be going nuts. You, whoever random left-wing person I'm talking to, would be saying this made Trump an authoritarian. He needs to go to prison. It's an attack on democracy. But when Hillary and Obama did it, you had no problem. You said, Pisco said, it's regrettable. That's the language he used. It's regrettable. Yeah. It's not a big deal. It's regrettable. And I said, you would flip out. You want to know what the most common answer I get when I tell people that is? How dare you assume what I would do in a hypothetical? I wouldn't flip out. I wouldn't think it's that big of a deal. The same people that said that are literally gnashing their teeth and screaming to pack the Supreme Court or send SEAL Team 6 after Trump today. Because there's one fucking court case that basically says, just like always, if the president does something outside the scope of his duty, you could prosecute him, but if it's an official duty, you can't. And they're losing their fucking mind. So I'm sorry, I shouldn't be swearing on your channel. Imagine what they would be saying. Imagine what they would be saying if Trump weaponized the FBI in the way that the Democrats did against Trump. It's all gaslighting. It's all lying. It's all performative today. And all it is, again, make no mistake about it. Show me one Democrat that clamored for Obama to be charged with killing Al-Awlaki, an American citizen. Show me one. Show me Pisco. Show me Destiny.
Well, hold on. There was oh no, that wasn't. What about
Conor ran away from that exact point.
Of course,
in a Discord, in a Twitter thread, because as soon as I brought that up, he's like, all you're doing is yapping at me, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay, let's set
And
up
you might say, well, if I was on a jury, I think there was extenuating circumstances. Fair enough. But shouldn't a right-wing, red-wing state attorney general be allowed to bring the case? Yeah. Right? Shouldn't they be allowed? Shouldn't we at least have that? Let's make it go to trial, right? Let's leave a jury. Let's leave an Alabama jury decide, right? Right? How about that? Why don't we do that? If a D.C. jury could decide all this shit about Trump, why not an Alabama jury about Obama? Sounds fair, right? And it's all horseshit. They don't. They absolutely do. Look, you want to know where this is going to... All the people telling you right now that this is terrible, gives Trump immunity for anything, I will guarantee when Jack Smith says, okay, under the purview of the Supreme Court decision, we're still going to argue that Trump took actions outside the scope of what he's allowed as a president. Therefore, just like the Supreme Court says, that because these are things outside the scope of official duties, we're allowed to prove that we should prosecute him. Yes, he may have the presumption of immunity, but we'll argue that this was outside the scope of his official duties. And the same people now telling you, nope, this is obvious immunity, will be saying, wow, Jack Smith has a point. I guess he's right. I guess we still should prosecute. But right now, today, they're telling you, this is clear. The Supreme Court's evil. They said complete and total immunity.
Jack Smith will be unemployed by the end of the month, I guarantee you.
No.
Yes.
No. MSNBC will have him hired within the night. Come on, are you kidding?
Clarence Thomas has already destroyed his career.
He's going to be
Jack Smith.
Rachel Maddow's co-host by the end of the month. Come on, you know.
It's funny that wording that he used is actually in a lawsuit that has been filed in the D.C. Circuit Court. So Jack Smith will be off the case. The federal case against Trump, I believe, is going to be dropped due to lack of people to be able to prosecute it because they went about it wrong. It's all fruit from the poison tree.
I hope so.
It wrong.
Yeah. I hear Tucker Carlson's making a hell of a lot of.
Rob's right about a lot of things. That's why he's Rob.
Sorry, yeah, I'm getting the Biden syndrome.
You getting the Biden? Don't worry, I get that all the time when I mistype. I'm like, I got my Biden filter on. Yeah.
I mean, Tucker Carlson's been lapping up the whole thing with the debate.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he's crushing it. Well, hey, guys, I got to run. I'm going to raid you, though, Sparky. I'm going to
I appreciate you, Rob. Thanks for coming. Because, look,
thank you, Batman, too.
Is nice to meet important. You can actually enunciate it better than me. I only have the Bachelor of Communications. You have the Master.
Of course. Yes. Thank you, Tiffin University. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, skill recognized skill. So,
come on anytime. I'd love to come on anytime. Love the show. I watch you guys. So, was happy to be here. And I'm gonna raid you. So keep going and have a great stream. I might be listening downstairs, but I got to do some dad stuff here. So,
Rob, you did a great job. You answered all the questions.
I did it. Yep. I'm both moral and tonally won the debate. Unlike Biden. I
hope you have chocolate chip down in the freezer, man, because you're gonna need that now.
We'll try. All right, we'll see you guys. I'll raid you in a minute. Take it. See you. Okay. It's gonna raid. You're gonna raid here in a second, Twitch. For the rest of you, go see Aircraft Sparky here. I'll put it in the chat. So if you're on YouTube, go over to Twitch and check out Aircraft Sparky's channel. Thank you so much, everyone. Hopefully, I'll be streaming tomorrow. I can't guarantee, but it's been a blast. So we'll talk to you all soon. As always, have a good one.